top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat, those they don't get it like.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
The opposing opponent picking up from garage, could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of the kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Striking J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
top shot, and now you have to deal with three more. You get one through the smoke, but triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here. Pit of Valor number 51. I am Sir Mickey. Joining me is my man. It's like we're together like almost every Wednesday. I love it.
Yeah.
We're a duo now. My man Mick, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm feeling good, dude. It's been quite a week, I gotta say. On the other side of things, on the other side of the field, we got real life and all going on. But I mean, just getting ready to go ahead and prepare for what's to come out today and this Valorant scene and what we got to bring to the table. I'm super excited to see what can unroll, especially with these first two teams we got on the table right now.
Oh yeah, we got Taipan Esports going up against the Gamer Duder guys. Now, I have seen GDG in the past, and let me say, the name is a joke, but these guys are not. These guys are such a solid team, and obviously we've seen Taipan the last couple Pit of Valors. They're also a solid team, so this is going to be a very interesting one. So before we hop in, just real quick, gotta throw in that GLG shameless self-promotion. We have the Player Zone $2,000 prize event going down. I believe, when is that? That is in August. I know that much. I lost it.
August 21st.
August 21st. Thank you. That is on a Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern, August 21st. 128 teams for the open qualifier. All ranks are welcome. So if you guys got a team, and I mean, it's free entry, so why not? You know, sign up for the Player Zone. Be sure to, I believe it's !point Player Zone in chat. We'll give you all the information on that. And if you want a little head start on your, you know, if you want to reserve your spot ahead of time for the Player Zone 2K, as well as any future Pit of Valor leading to the rest of this month, then Mick, what should they do?
Personally, I mean, as crazy as it may sound, I think they should just sign up for the GLG Country Club. I mean, that's your best way to go ahead and get access to any of these things that are coming up. For those tournaments, for these tournaments, for any tournament we got under GLG's name, it's going to be a membership, a special little membership that costs about $10 just for one person on your squad or your team to get free registry, early registry, and seeding into every single GLG tournament coming up for that month. So it's a little reoccurring thing. You got to kind of do it yourself to go ahead and resubscribe or whatever, but it's definitely worth it. And then over time, as things kind of escalate and all, we will actually be having exclusive tournaments as well that comes along with those benefits. So, you know, go ahead, get ready for that. I think the old thing in chat for that is going to be like, you know, GLGCC or something along the lines.
Yeah. I think it's GLGCC in chat. So get all your information on that, guys. It's such a good deal. Like, honestly, I know I'm a caster here, but I can't even front. Like, that's a good deal. $10 a month, and you get full access to all the Pit of Valors, and you only need one person on your team. Like Mick was saying, you only need one person on your team it's in order for that to take effect. So seriously, GLGCC in chat for information on that. As well, I mean, all in all, I think we're about ready to hop in here, though. Again, it's Taipan Esports versus the Gamer Duder guys. I love that name. Mick, have you, obviously we've seen Taipan, we've seen GGG in the past. Do you have maybe not a full prediction, but do you have any kind of expectations from these teams tonight?
Personally, I'm not exactly too familiar with Gamer Duder guys or old GDG. I'm very familiar with Taipan. I like what they got to bring to the table. They definitely show up when time really calls for it. They're very good when it comes to having those unison kind of play styles. But overall, I mean, GDG, they're still very new just to me. I haven't really seen them all that much. I haven't heard about them really all that much. And I definitely haven't seen them in games. So just that alone is going to be enough for me to kind of go ahead and take a safe bet and bet on Taipan if I had to. But I'm gonna keep my money where my mouth is rather than putting it out on the table, and just kind of excited to see what could unravel from both these, because I really want to see what GDG has to bring to the table.
Oh yeah, I mean, I had already said this. They're both very solid teams. Taipan, we've seen them in the past. They've come out, they've 13-4 teams, but we've also seen them get 13-6. So, I mean, all in all, Taipan is a solid team. GDG, I haven't actually seen them in quite a while. It's been at least 5 weeks since I've seen them here on Pit of Valor. So it's definitely going to be a hard one to call with these two teams. So it looks like, yeah, we're switching the sides here. Taipan is going to start off on defense here on Haven. Wow, I don't think we've seen Haven in a long time here on Pit.
No, we haven't. It's been forever.
It's been at least 7 days, right?
I mean, dude, please don't.
Every week,
all time,
starts off with Haven. I mean, it's always us. We're always on the first game, and we're always in Haven, starting off the night with Haven.
I mean, it's a great little pick overall. I mean, it's a great aggressive start for these teams that really want to actually play. They want to go ahead and get themselves into a warm-up. But, I mean, go into a comp lobby for that before you come in here, Chief. I mean, don't bring that to the table out here. We need to sit there and have some more interesting maps. We're going to be seeing breezes, mines, all kinds of different maps that have a lot of different mechanics.
Split.
Exactly. Nothing. I mean, the only special thing about this map is it has 3 sites, and that's just really annoying for those defenders to keep up with. I think that alone is going to be enough, really, for GDG if they can find themselves that momentum off the rip. That's going to be the most impressive thing overall, and that's going to be the biggest kind of denominator when looking at what really can run for them right now. So that's kind of the scary thing about Haven, is knowing that whenever you get that attacker sided, if you're starting on that, you're going to have almost a preordained head start.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. If I mean, everyone, that's the one thing that everyone knows about Haven, right? Is that you look at it, even just by looking at it, you can tell like, oh, that map is definitely attacker sided. So, like you said, I mean, GDG is, as long as they come out of the gate pretty solid, at least in those first 8 or 9 rounds and a half.
Yeah.
If they come out pretty solid with the lead, I think they're going to have this one in the bag, starting off with such an advantage. But I mean, we've seen Taipan. We see Taipan do this exact thing where it looks like it's totally in the favor of the opposing team, and then Taipan's just, never mind, we just won. You know, how many times have they done that? So this is definitely going to be an interesting one here on Haven.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, it really just comes down to holding those defensive rounds when you're on that side. Because, I mean, Taipan, they're very kind of behind the scenes. They're very kind of sneaky when it comes around to those rounds, as you said. And that alone is going to be enough for that defense. But they just have to go ahead and maintain. I mean, out of those 12 rounds, obviously 6-6 would be completely ideal in a perfect world. Or, heck, even coming out on top and getting more defensive rounds so you do offensive. But that's rarely going to happen. You want to go ahead and find yourself, I would say, at least a 7-5 split would be really, really good for them. And I feel like this is definitely manageable for the likes of Taipan, especially if they can go ahead and win those pistol rounds. I say if they cash in early, find themselves those ghosts, those frenzies right there in round 1, capitalize on that, guarantee the second. They really only have to fight for 3 more for the rest of that whole entire half.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, I mean, when you got guys on Taipan like Tanjiro, Conrad, Prof, those guys are nuts. Tanjiro specifically, every time we see him, he goes off with a ghost. For some reason, he picks up a ghost or a classic, it's over, and you're good. And then you have entries like Conrad and Prof. They're usually entries. They're pretty solid fraggers altogether. So as long as Taipan holds their defensive position to to a T, surgically, like they normally do, I think they're going to be all right. But again, GDG has that advantage on tack. They just, it's such a deficit with there being 3 whole maps. You can never have your whole team defending just one site. So unless it seems like, oh, they've been going B like 9 rounds in a row, let's stack on B. But other than that, I mean, this is definitely going to be hard to call tonight between these two teams. We are going to be on Haven again, Taipan versus GDG here. Yeah, I'm ready to get into it. It looks like we just got the last guy into the lobby, last player into the lobby here for GDG. So I think we should be starting here in a little bit. No promises so far. But
they're figuring out a couple. Yeah, they're just figuring out these server side things like that. Want to make sure pings are lined up as best as possible for everybody. Yeah. Make sure games as even as possible, as much as complaints may come to the wind, regardless of wherever we host, even if it's a host connection. Hey, one of these players could probably be playing from their own home, hosting the server, and there'd still be something to complain about. But I mean, that's not going to be the case here. We're trying to make sure it's as fair as possible because at Haven, that's the whole thing we're trying to tackle is how difficult of a map, how it is, how controversial of a map it is. I know you mentioned that B side a little bit. I don't think we're going to see too many hits for it because, I mean, it's B. Yeah, we don't want to mess with B. Nobody wants to mess with B. I mean, leave it to the honey, but we don't want to do all that stuff. So I think we're going to see a lot of kind of A hits, C hits, obviously. And I think it really just comes down to these compositions, which, I mean, Tanjiro, when we saw last time we saw go off, he was playing Killjoy. So that's something we could possibly look at here because we don't exactly have these rosters yet. The map is now loading in, as you can see here. So we'll be able to discuss that a little bit more once we kind of get a little better idea of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of composition, there's one thing that, I mean, there's a couple things you need on this site, but the main thing that I like to emphasize on, Mick, say it with me, Sentinels. You need either a Killjoy or a Cypher. There we go. Tanjiro's on Cypher. We'd like to see him on Cypher. He knows how to Cypher. Now, let's see if we're going to get a Killjoy on the other end here for, I believe it's, GDG is going to be on the attack here, and Taipan's going to be on the left side of the screen for the defenders. But let's see if we can get a Killjoy or a Cypher. At the moment, Bashi and Polar Charity are kind of neck and neck here, deciding who's going to go Reyna. But For Taipan, we have a full. They're all locked in. We got heals for Dream. He's Sky. We got Cypher and Sova for both Intel and of course Sentinelity. Is that a word? Probably not. Tanjiro's great on Cypher, like we said, and then we have Smokes in the form of Astra for Slam, and Conrad's going Jet. And it looks like we might have a double Jet, double Sova, double Astra, perhaps. Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of switching. Is Meatwad gonna go Yoru?
Choose your agent.
We have Boshi also kind of hover over. I think they're playing around. Obviously, you don't want to cash in too much until we actually see it light up, because Meatwad it could be possible. But yeah, that's the last second switch. Everything ironing out a little bit better. And Polar Cherry, that's really the only differences we're going to see. We're going to see the Sky instead of the Omen, and we're going to see the Killjoy instead of the Cypher. And then a little bit of a duelist here for GDG. And I can understand that. When you're starting on the attack side, you want to have the momentum. You want to be a little bit more on the aggressor side, and they're definitely playing into those shoes as best they can.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say GDG might have the disadvantage here because they don't have heals, but like you said, sometimes you need to kind of risk that, especially when you're starting off on attack, man. You need those duelists. Reyna and her blinds are so pivotal getting onto site, and then of course Jet with her dash and her smokes. She's just so fast, it's hard to keep track of her. So I think the double duelist might be the correct play here for him. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. If you're just joining us, welcome to Pit of Valor number 51. I'm Sir Mickey, joined by Mick. As you can see, the bottom right corner of your screen, we have Gamer Duder, guys, starting on the defense, going up against Taipan here on attack. Is that correct? I thought that is incorrect. It's okay. We're gonna fix that. Taipan's gonna be on the defense. Gamer Duder, guys, on attack. It's all right. We just have an overlay issue. Look at that teddy bear. That's so cute. It's so cute. But yes, here we go. Round number 1 starting currently. We are underway. Meatwad and Derek are immediately having some problems down long. Boshi takes out Dream. That's a nice early pick. That's the heal. Nice and early. There we go. A couple trades coming in. Slam takes out one. There we go. Prof able to get one, but he gets traded nicely quick. Tanjiro's there for the backup. 1 versus 2 now. Tanjiro with a classic and a Dream gets tagged up a smidgen here. Both, I mean, yeah, no chance for him there. Unfortunately, though, Boshi and that Jet were tagged up quite a bit, but unfortunately, he just wasn't able to do anything about it. Tanjiro, RIP. But that's going to start things off. GDG 1-0.
And on that attacker side, that's exactly what they want. That's exactly what they're trying to play for. Now going with these forces, you're in the shoes of Taipan, and you don't want to try and find a way to retaliate that. You kind of just give into it, and that's really difficult to see when you're in this situation where you're going to have yourself down more and more rounds as things go on, to where you're essentially forced to win those rifles. And if you don't win that, you've really lost a couple more rounds. As we see an A-hit going through here, a huge little rush from the whole squad over there on GDG. And Boshi actually grabbing himself a first right now. That's going to give themselves a lot of momentum with Jet already rushing in here and getting one. Okay, Meatwad.
Yeah, Meatwad and Boshi starting things off here on site, getting a pick each. Tanjiro covering CT here. Oh, there we go. Derek is going to get taken out, but Kisuke, I don't know. That's Sova. Takes him out. Now it's a 1 versus 3. That's a very anime name. I apologize. But now it's slammed in this 1-on-3. He's just got to kind of hold this Stewart's angle here. Hope to God they push him. He doesn't really have a chance to push up on site. It's just not in the cards for him here. He's got all of his Astra stars, his abilities there. So that's good. If he's just able to save those, he's going to be all right. And that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him. You're in a 1v3 situation. There's really not too much you can do. Find yourself an exit pick. See if you can get that Spectre in your hands. But
there you go.
Kisuke is going to be the one coming out on top right there. I'm only understanding with that Spectre in hand as we now go into a round 3, up 2-0 for the likes of GDG, being on that attacker side. And this is where the rifles come out, and this is where the stop has to come out as well. This is where all the breaks have to really come from the side of Taipan. Otherwise, I mean, this game's really going to feel out of their control for the next 3 or 4 rounds.
This goes here.
Mick, you're an anime guy. Is it? How do you say that? How do you say that Sova's name? Is it Kisuke? Kisuke?
Kisuke. So I'm just kind of getting rid of the Kai because it's 2 capitals. So I'm kind of saying it in 2 things.
Kisuke. All right. Well, there we go. Round number 3 underway. We're gonna get a couple of Sheriff's out here, mostly SMGs though from either side. And now, oh, here we go. We do have some rifles for Taipan. There we go. Taking things off. Beautiful two-piece. Looking for a third, perhaps. He gets swung. There we go. Kasuke takes him out. Slam gets one of his own. Kasuke picks up beautiful two-piece. Prop is not there. Cherry gets a two-piece. Now it's a one-on-one here for Polar Cherry. He's got 25 HP in a dream. Conrad, we've seen him in this situations. He's got 8 bullets, but he really only needs 2. Let's see what he can do in this situation here. Bomb looks like it's traveling back towards C site. Conrad is just kind of locking down mid, just looking for any kind of information, any audible audio cues here. And it looks like Polar Cherry is going to go for the plant. And there we go. Bomb down. Alarm bot's been triggered. He knows he's in garage. He's just got to hold that angle here. But Conrad is a very cheeky guy. Let's see if he's going to do a little dash-arino, if he's going to play this nice and slow.
So we got nice and slow. Rotation coming through.
Oh no, the gun! The gun was in the way. You couldn't see him in garage. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Polar Cherry makes it 3-0 in favor of GDG. We were talking, Mick, we were talking about how strong the team Taipan is. And now GDG coming in 3-0ing them. I mean, obviously, it's only the first 3 rounds. This is still anyone's match, anyone's game. But it is a little, it's a little nerve-wracking here for Taipan. I mean, they've been so strong in the past. Now starting this off, granted on defense, on Haven. See, look at that. Just barely blocked by the barrel there. Very unfortunate for him. But hopefully Taipan can bring it back here a little bit. Let's see.
No, that alone is what I'm super concerned about. I mean, talking about how they had to win that round, they had to go ahead when they had those rifles in their hand is to win that. And just getting into that 1v1 situation alone is super concerning as it is. So, I mean, with Taipan now being forced to really get those pistols out, not having too much of an actual arsenal on their hands, that going forward is going to be really, really rough for them. As a shot does go on to Yoitz over there, it's not exactly going to be enough, but Conrad does find one. Pandro getting tagged up himself. And there could be a little bit of an answer here for the likes of Taipan, but they really have to follow through and find a kill and get a real weapon in their hands to really get any results.
Oh, look at this. Oh, beautiful angle here from Bashi, able to drop Dream. That's going to make it a 3 versus 4. Beautiful as Meatwad takes out Tanjiro. Slam making his way onto site with the Bucky. Not going to find anybody, but Bashi and Kasuke going to lock down a site with their Vandals, and that is going to make it 4-0. Mick, I'm going to roast you real quick. You called Derek the Omen for Taipan. You called him Yoitz, and I just thought this was the best thing ever. Because his name is It's Derek.
Oh, word. That's fine. You know, I'm just reading the front of it. I don't read the name backwards.
I'm the same way. I get it. I just loved it.
I mean, just everything about it, though, just that entire encounter. I mean, GDG, they have a great momentum start here. I mean, everything leading up to this point, they have so much money to play with. They have so much momentum to play with. They have the weapons. They have the util. They have almost the ultimates. They do have 2 compared to Taipan's 1. So everything right now is stacked against the odds of Taipan. And with this kind of lockdown going through, now seeing one of those ults, you know, say her name and she shall come, that enough is really going to be enough for them to get essentially a free plant if they can get the follow through. And Bashi getting that Empress out as well is also just going to really guarantee it as Meatwad finds himself one traded out for Derek.
It's really hard because attacking lockdown didn't actually solidify Heaven, so they had to wait a little bit just to make sure Heaven was clear. They finally got that kill on Decipher. Now they're on site. Bomb still hasn't been planted, but Polar Cherry picks one up, gets traded out very quick. Bashi's there as well. Now it's a 3 versus 3. Bashi picks up 2 more. One more on the slam. Now it's a 1 versus 3. And gets taken out here by Kasuke. And now 4-0 turns to 5-0. I mean, GDG is coming out very strong in this first half. This is exactly what they need to do on attacking side. And Taipan just kind of has to deal with it at this point. It's really not their turn. It's not their turn to start winning rounds. They got to wait.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, they have to go ahead and step it up right now. And look at that. I mean, just look at that. Look at these buys, man. That is so rough to be sitting down in an 0-5 situation and have to really force yourself into marshals, and that's all you can really manage. And even Conrad, he's opting for the armor instead.
Oh, beautiful opening there from Kasuke. But even if you look at GDG's money, the brokest person on that team had 2,700. Everybody else had 5-6K each. So this is very unfortunate here for Taipan in terms of econ, because even if they do win this one, they're going to be able to buy, sure, but next round, so is GDG. They're going to be able to buy too, because they're not that broke. They're doing very good on econ. Look at the blue man group here underneath Heaven. Meatwad just got dropped off a box. Conrad, beautiful.
Oh!
Not able to lock in the third. Kasuke finds him. Polar Cherry finds Dream. 3 versus 1 now. It's slammed all by his lonesome on a site. Looking for a quick little retake here. Polar Cherry looking for possibly to push him here. Gets rid of that smoke nice and quick. But Meatwad, unfortunately for Slammed, has that beautiful angle on top of that box outside of A Sewers. And that's going to be 6 in a row here for Gamer Duder, guys.
I'm just trying to really formulate a plan here for the likes of Taipan. I mean, it's so rough. I mean, it is most definitely doable. They have themselves another half to play with. Even if this goes up to, you know, that 12-0, there still has to be another round for them to actually go ahead and finish this off. And that could be enough for them to really flip the switch. But as it sits right now, I mean, just the guys in the situations they're being putting in, we're just not seeing enough really versatile play. We're seeing a lot of A hits. We're seeing it time and time again because GDG has that mentality right now. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we don't see them fixing anything because they're winning with it. And we don't see any kind of adjustments from Taipan as we see a huge load over there towards C, not really doing anything, just essentially giving up side is literally for the players, and now all 5 of GDG is on this site. You got to play for the retake, and we see no flanks.
Yeah, 0 flanks here from Taipan. They're just not playing their retakes very well. They had one last round. It was Conrad on Jet, and it actually helped tremendously. It got 2 people off the board, which helped them. But this time, no flanks. And Polar Cherry going to start things off with a nice little 2-piece. Takes him a second, but he is able to lock it in. Meatwad gets a 2-piece as well. And now, suddenly, it's a 1 versus 3 for Prop, and he's going to go down. Meatwad picks up a nice little 3K, and that is 7 points on the board for GDG. Taipan is, I mean, they're losing their footing, man. They're on thin ice here. They only got a couple more rounds until, I think it's 5. Yeah, 5 more rounds until next half. I mean, they're going to have to start pulling. They're going to have to start throwing some punches here soon.
Yeah, and those 5 rounds is exactly what's concerning, because looking at the stage now, you were more than halfway over with this half. You have literally that entire half of a quarter of this game has literally just flown past you, and you have had no reaction to it at all. And next thing you know, the rest of the game is going to get wiped out from under you. We finally see a little bit of counterplay, a little bit of aggression coming here from the side of Taipan as Conrad grabs himself 1, so that's huge. We see something different. It works in their favor, and we finally see GDG for the first time this game being forced off the A site and considering to go somewhere else. As we see, oh yes, Tanjiro on the edge over there finding himself 1 towards C Long, closer to that spawn, and able to manage himself a gun as well.
That's such a beautiful position for him to be in, and he's not even gonna get pinged off of that because of his actual body positioning. But there's 3 enemies there, and there he's gonna get dropped there by Meatwad. But look at that, it gave Taipan just enough time for the rest of their team to rotate back to C. And here comes the push from GDG. There we go. Meatwad starts things off, taking out Dream, and Conrad, quick little trade slam, gets 1 as well, and now it's a 1 versus 3. Conrad drops that last guy, and there we go. Taipan finally gonna get 1 on the board. They're not done yet.
Now, this is where I want to say, I'll be damned. You know, look what happens when you finally change stuff up. When you start getting a read on your opponent and saying, you know what, let's play around that rather than trying to guess what's going to go ahead. And now we're going to see possibly another A hit because they didn't get to follow all the way through. And I kind of like the ideal here, thinking, you know, everybody has that same mentality of, oh, okay, we lost that, so let's go somewhere else right quick. And then everybody reads into it to where if you think, no, we're going to run it back, they never really see it as much. But Professor, Dream, and Conrad all set up right here, kind of super prepared for this A site. It's only going to be on the short end of the stick. You're not going to have too many eyes there towards long while the rest of the team is set up outside. And getting that Hawk alone, and maybe a read for 1, but you got to go ahead and start getting these rotates in. I mean, Tanjiro should have made this read by now, said, okay, they're not going out. We have to do something now. I got to do something.
Yeah, Tanjiro's really lurking back there. He's really lacking on the, maybe he might go for a flank here, honestly, but Conrad is going to start off the engagement here. Takes out Meatwad, but look, Bashi and Killjoy watching their flank, but nobody's there, so they're fine. They could totally rotate right now. Bashi has bomb. They could rotate all the way to C and be totally fine, but Tanjiro is back on C. So, I mean, at the moment, GDG is at a man disadvantage. So, do they want to try for this rotate, or I mean, is it worth it? You know?
Yeah, and I'm kind of with you. And there's plenty of util across the map. I mean, looking at Tanjiro's setup, he has garage, he has C. I mean, you have those stars and everything placed towards B side, and as long as you got Sova set up on the other side of the map, going ahead getting those periodical pings, that should be enough. And as we see the likes of GDG pushing over here towards garage, there's going to be enough of a tail to get this rotate in, especially with the positioning. So Taipan has plenty to work with if they really just pull this through right.
And there we go. Oh no, Derek blinded his teammate, but they got the information off the trap wire. They got to go for this plant. Tanjiro goes down finally. But so does Conrad and Dream, and now it's a 2 versus 5 situation, or 4 situation. Wait. Oh, the timer ran out. The timer ran out, but they got bombed down anyway, so that gives them a little bit of money. But Taipan gonna go ahead and snag their second one. Their second point on the board.
Yeah, and I'm really confused there for, I mean, the plant. I mean, Polar, he had it. He was very covered up there by Green. You didn't have too much pressure on. Obviously, you have those calls coming through, but, I mean, just that alone, GDG, showing that if you go ahead and shut down their initial plan, they're going to be choked up for a pretty darn good while because they've sit there been hitting A time and time again, and when they finally get forced off that site, when they finally question themselves, they question themselves a little bit too long for their own good, and they're kind of going to switch up the strat here, and they're going to go ahead and make this initiative towards C, say we're going to win it this time, make sure just we hit it right off the rip.
Yeah, but they need to push this hard. Also, I was just informed by production, last round, that Astra Gravity Well is actually what prevented the plant, so that won Taipan the round, so good job to their Astra, but now it's, I mean, this is just chaos heading towards the C site. Now a 4-on-4, Conrad doing some work of his own, but now he's tagged up, so that is gonna allow bomb to be planted. But look at the flank from Dream, but he wasn't able to get much done. He just didn't have the element of surprise that he needed to pull that off, and now Slammed is alone on site, finds one, Prof's there for the second, Meatwad, quick trade, now it's Prof in a 1 versus 3. We've seen him clutch these before, but we're not gonna see it right now. Bashi gets a 3-piece, there we go. I mean, I wonder if Prof's gonna go off later tonight. You gotta wonder, you know? Maybe next round? Maybe next half? Either way, we got 2 more rounds in this half for Taipan to come back, because let me tell you, Mick, an 8-4 comeback is a lot smoother. It's a lot, it's easier than it is to make a 10-2 comeback, because that's what GDG is looking for right here. If they capture these next 2, it's going to be 10-2. That's an 8-round deficit, and it's that much harder for them to come back in the second half.
Yeah, I completely agree, but what it really dwindles down to is winning this round and finding something to play with in the next, because as we see, Taipan, they have a really rough buy. They're really only playing with pistols, with shotguns, with Spectres. Even then, that's only half the team. The other has those pistols. And Slam going ahead and opening with that shorty could be enough to answer. And Conrad as well.
I thought Conrad I thought he snagged 2 there, but he got 1. Props there for the 2. And now look at that lonely Sova in the smoke. Catches 1. Kasuke takes out Dream. And Conrad. And he picks up Tanjiro, but Prof, the fellow Sova, there to shut him down 8-3. That was almost amazing for Kasuke there. But now, again, 8-3 for GDG. Last round of the first half. Taipan has got to put their foot down right now, because at the moment, GDG's foot is on their neck, and it's no bueno situation here for Taipan.
Many with their foot on their neck. Like I said, they needed that round. That alone, just that one specific round, gave them at least 1 breath of air. Even if it wasn't a whole wide field for them to go outside and breathe all they want to, it was at least 1 more breath for them to last a little bit longer. And that's going to sit there and lead us into this, 4-8 situation that they could have worked themselves into. But the setup's going through, not having too much util towards B, and not a lot of reaches across the map. And especially with GDG having their eyes on that right now, that's going to be super concerning if they don't go ahead and find themselves a lockdown, or at least a little bit of the intel. And the Sova coming through, the drone coming out, and not exactly getting anything just yet. That's going to be really the biggest determining factor.
Dream is not in a good position. The attacker Killjoy is right on him. There we go. He is gonna back up. They're gonna, for now, they're gonna allow the plant onto B site, because they can retake it. Oh no! Bashi got stuck on Kisuke there, and Conrad's gonna take advantage of the situation, as is Prof. And now it's a 2 versus 4 situation. Conrad on the Cherry. Dream takes out Meatwad, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Taipan have decided to come back into the game, and now it's 8-4 as we're heading into the second half. Taipan, I'm really glad they decided to show up towards the end of that half. They could have, you know, a little bit more, maybe next time show up a little earlier, but, you know, nevertheless, they were able to get 4 down, so that's going to make this differential that much easier for them to come back. You know, like I was saying, 8-4 is a lot easier to come back than 10-2. So let's see if they can do it.
I mean, I agree, and everything kind of going through here, they definitely have a little bit more to play with. Only issue is, I mean, GDG, they are very attack central. They are not really defensive at all. You do have that Killjoy, but it doesn't have any real stops compared to the likes of Cypher that has those tripwires to slow things down. You have those smokes that will slow teams down because they can't see through alleyways. GDG, I mean, you got Killjoy nades. Obviously, you want to get past it, but you can then alt to say, okay, let me just rush through this nade or rush through this alarm bot rather than actually physically stopping me. So, I mean, everything really looking going forward, it's still the same situation, albeit, because I feel like GDG's going to be a lot better at being aggressive on this defense as we see them already closing in with 3, make it 4.
Prop finds 1 and 2, but Bashi's going to shut him down. There we go. Great start so far from Taipan on the, for GDG on the defense again. I mean, I was gonna say you have to wonder if the momentum from GDG is gonna carry over as they switch sides to defending, but obviously, I mean, so far it's just 1 round. This is still, you know, it's only a 5-round difference. This is definitely, you know, it's comebackable. It's tieable. But at this point, it looks like GDG is definitely going to have still a little bit momentum left from that first half to take advantage of Taipan here. But let's see if Taipan can, let's see if they can bring it back.
Yeah, momentum usually ties in with winning that last round of the half, which GDG really didn't get around to. Taipan won that, but there's just not enough here because as we got the aggression coming through and Meatwan grabbing 1, but getting answered by Tanjiro. The force is a good play from these guys as we're now sitting in a 3v2 here, with Taipan once again being kind of in the deficit.
Yeah, look at Bashi here. Beautiful corner clearance there. No, Dream's gonna find him. Very low health. He is gonna get taken out here, and also 1-on-1 Gasuke versus Slam. The shock darts are in the back pocket. Let's see if he'll use them or not. If he's just gonna stick to the Spectre. There we go. Recon is gonna come in, as are the Astra stars. Nice and quick here from Slam, but Gasuke is gonna be that much quicker. That's so unfortunate. We've seen that a lot where the Astra goes into her astral form, try to trigger those abilities, but you got to be so quick with it. It's such a difficult. As someone who played Astra for a week straight, it is very difficult to get those stars down nice and quick when you're in that situation. But unfortunately, Slam's not going to be able to do it, and that's going to solidify the hold that GDG's been doing here. I mean, they got 1 more round, and they'll have a bonus round. 3 more altogether, and they will take this map.
Yeah, and I mean, really the problem there wasn't Slam getting it not down in time. He definitely got it down in time, but he just put it up towards 7, turned his head around and away from where the real opposition was, which is coming from CT. And seeing as of now, we got a whole lot of heads turning towards the C side now because Tanjiro's going to go ahead and grab that first pick as Taipan may actually find their first with the rifles for once.
It is entirely possible. They are pretty strong in this attack coming out. They're going to get bombed down, as well as 1 GDG member is out of the equation. So this could help out very significantly. But Prop just barely able to get out of that nanoswarm. And look at the blue on your screen. It's all flooding out from CT. Polar going to start things off, but Dream and Prop going to get a couple of pieces. And now it's a 1 versus 4, excuse me, but Dream is going to go ahead and solidify the 5th point on the board from Taipan, and the bonus round is no longer for GDG.
I mean, and that's really what you'd expect, especially being on that attack side. You want to go ahead and win those offensive rounds, obviously, but after getting choked up for the first 2, when you get those rifles and you're on offense, it should be guaranteed on this map. That's exactly what Haven is meant for, and that should be enough for Taipan really to carry some momentum here. Only issue is they have 3 rounds of slack. They've, as you said, they wait a little bit late into the game to really react, and that's not entirely their fault. It's just the way the map works. It's just the way the momentum doesn't play into teams, it plays into sides. And that offense having so much to play with, and the defense, and knowing that the comp on the side of GDG is so aggressive in how they played in those first 2 rounds to really give them that edge, you kind of have to see it as predictable, and Taipan really just didn't read that, which is really starting to bite them here.
Yeah, it's really starting to hurt him quite a bit. But I mean, if you like that first half, 7 in a row for GDG. I mean, that's got to be demoralizing in its own right. And then they were able to pick up 4. They won 2, and then they had it split. GDG came back for 1, but then they ultimately Taipan finished off that second half. I mean, they had a presence in that first half. And that's at this point. That is all you can ask for. When you're this far down there, it's a 5-round deficit, your eco is not doing too hot, and the enemy team has owned the first half. That's really all you can hope for, is to show up a little bit of presence in that first half. And unfortunately, they were there. They were there, but it was towards the end, so it didn't really solidify the that advantage that they needed. So let's see if we're able to pick it up here on round 4 of the second half. And GDG has been so solid coming through here. I mean, if you look at Bashi's 17-7, Kasuke's 14-7. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see from a duelist and an initiator right off the bat. Those are great KDs. And then Conrad alone, a duelist, 14-12. Essentially the kind of the kickstand for the team at the moment for Taipan. They're not doing too hot, but Conrad's keeping them in the game, as is Prof. They're doing their best, and that's all you can hope for. So I think this tech pause is about, we got tech pauses. It's fine. Those happen. Mick, who you got your eye on so far, player-wise? Who's really hit your chord, I guess?
I gotta say, for this half coming up, it's gotta be Dream. It's really rough for them, just the kind of shoes that they're sitting in. Not exactly the best. They have to find an answer, and knowing that those flashes are going to be the most useful tool when coming around for those retakes, because you know that GDG is going to be on those sites. You know they're actually going to play it out. And Dream, he has to be that more of that initiator, because that's really the only thing you have. Cypher, having cages, having those smokes from the likes of Jet as well, and then having those smokes from Slam. Those are your only flashes in the team, and he's not really too much of a presence right now, and he has to step it up and really to get themselves on his site and go ahead and take it and keep it.
Yeah, that's something that really comes into play in the competitive scene that people don't really, you don't really think about it. But if you're not playing your agent to essentially perfection, you're probably not going to have a good time. If you're using Silva's abilities incorrectly, if you're not using Phoenix's flashes enough, if you're not using Astra smokes enough, if you're not using the Omen smokes enough, it's going to end up biting you in the ass later on, because those are abilities, they put them in the game for a reason. Obviously, you need to be aware of what you need to use and when you need to use it, how you need to use it. So at this point, it's all about utility, to be honest. I think Taipan, if they get their utility in order here, I think they could have a little bit of a better chance. But GDG's been pretty solid, so let's see where it goes. 50 seconds on the clock. Going to go for a full rotate towards A, it looks like, for Taipan. I mean, all in all 10 players still on the board. Yeah, this is where Taipan makes their final move towards A site. 35 seconds on the clock. Dream's going to go for the entrance here, believe. There we go. They already have sight. Conrad's already on site. We're good. Bomb has been planted because, unfortunately, GDG was not anywhere near A site, and now it's going to be Polar Cherry all alone up in heaven, looking for any kind of presence on A site.
Yeah, slow reaction from the side of, GDG right there. You hear those footsteps. You got Silva right there making those calls out, but they're coming back in with it, and Taipan's really running with it. They had so much time for that post-round setup. They had plenty of time to make sure that they had the right angles when that bomb was really slammed down, and as you see, it just gives them such a huge advantage as they essentially get a clean little sweep right there, but with only having 2 men standing there at the end. And that was largely in play by Professor. Just a great little shot from him, going ahead, getting that Hunter's Fury out, cashing on a little bit early. Not exactly the best situation to be in, or really the best call overall, but it's enough, and he made it worth it, and he now really shut down single-handedly the side of GDG for them to get themselves another round on the board and shut down this economy for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, all in all, Taipan, they're doing a pretty good job at showing up here in the second half. They've gotten a couple on the board now. It's 10-6. 4-round gap is definitely doable here, but let's see. This is some seriously aggressive movement here from GDG. They have 3 members that just immediately rushed up the long, and that's going to force Taipan to go straight to A. Polar Cherry is going to be waiting there with a frenzy, but Dream's able to snag that refrag, and now Conrad, beautiful lineup, takes out Derek. 3 versus 4 now, as Taipan is going to be able to solidify their hold on A site with the bomb now being down.
Yeah, and looking at this 4v3 situation, type in, obviously with the way they get their angles, they're really set up well for this post plant. They just have to make sure to read this flank coming through, and I think that really just comes down to slammed. And Dream going ahead picking off one is definitely going to help, but he has to win this out. And slammed along with Dream, that's going to be another one. And Kisake there in the top with that sheriff. I wanted to go ahead and make a bet before he died that it wasn't going to be enough, that he could have had something, but it's just really not enough to go into the likes of these rifles and give Taipin another one to the board, which we are now in a 3-round deficit, which is really, really exciting to say, especially after the odd and off start we had from the likes of Taipan after that rough little predicament they were shoved into.
Yeah, man, you got to give it to them. They had. It was 7 in a row for GDG, and now, you know, they're starting to show their strength again. 3 in a row. They're coming back here, 10-7. Let's see if they can keep it up. Let's see if that momentum will follow them through the rest of the half, or if GDG will lock it back down. But either way, this has been an incredible showing from both these teams. Neither of them giving up. They're both putting their full heart into this, doing very well here. Look at this position from Derek. There we go. Takes out Conrad. Beautiful transfer on to Dream. Prop is walking straight into the crosshairs. Ringing the dinner bell. Oh, Derek's not going to be quick enough, but Bashi's going to be there for the trade. 2 versus 4 now. Beautiful spray from Meatwad, and Bashi going to finish it off. Now 11-7. Moves right back up to a 4-round gap.
And that alone is really what GDG needed. That's the one thing that they really quit when they started losing these rounds. It wasn't because they had different guns. It wasn't because they had just completely different setups on these sites and they were just kind of rotating fairly late. They weren't playing that aggression that they were really buying into in the early stages of the game. We saw them, especially in those first 2 rounds when they had those pistols. They really caught the likes of Taipan off guard because we've seen Taipan be very slow on these sites, be very methodical. They really haven't found themselves into too many rush situations. They've had a lot of time, and they make sure to manipulate that to their just in a fortunable way. So you have to go ahead and find a way to rob that time from them, make sure they can panic, and then catch them while they're tripping.
Honestly, I couldn't have said that better myself. Beautiful position from Meatwad and Kasuke. Gonna get 1 apiece. Make that 2 for Kasuke as Prop takes out Meatwad. Now it's a 3 versus 2 situation here for Bashi and company. Bomb has not been planted. It is down, however, on site, so this is going to be a bit of a difficult retake here for Dream. Imagine you could grab the bomb in that Trailblazer in the dog. How broken would that be? Here we go. Seekers are coming out. Dream's going to go for an ability dump here onto site, just try to get him onto site to get bomb. But Polar Cherry and Derek going to have something to say about it. 12-7 is your score, ladies and gentlemen. GDG has brought us to match point.
And then right there, they found their stride once again. And when you have such a large lead to play with, you can sit there and buy your time to go ahead and make sure those strats really iron themselves out. Define yourself here. We saw them really kind of slipping up when it came around to getting that 11th round and that 12th round. But as long as they eventually come, it's going to be enough for GDG, especially when they had themselves really like a 7-round lead. And that alone is enough to really, you can say, you know, we don't need a timeout. We don't need the tech pause. We don't need some kind of strat break or whatever. This game is our break. We have so much time on our hands, and we're just going to rob Tandro of another second of his life.
So unfortunate. It really is. GDG looking to close this out.
Oh,
little
my
flicker
God.
Bashi, solid headshot. Takes out Conrad. 4 versus 3. Bomb is still in the hands of Taipan. It looks like they're going to go for a full rotate back to A site. So this is, I mean... Concealment! Yeah, they do have Killjoy abilities there, but it's not going to help them out on the defense side because she's just too far away from her alarm bot to actually get any information off that. But here we go. Bomb is going to get planted. Reyna for GDG is going to hear it, and that's going to give them a little bit of early information before Bomb got planted. So Reyna's there. They just got to get in position for this retake. It's a 3 versus 4. They have the man advantage. This is doable. Dream, beautiful, pushes through, picks up 2, and the ult. Bashi takes out Slammed. Bomb's being defused. Dream takes out Meatwad, looking for the ace. No, Bashi denies it. Now it's a 1-on-1 for Prop, but and ladies and gentlemen, beautiful plays from Bashi. Gonna solidify 13-7 here on Haven for GDG. What a marvelous match, Mick. That's a lot.
I mean,
of M's.
if there's anything to really close out that game, it had to have been Empress. It's just a little bit too obvious. It's just a little bit. It's a little bit overtuned. I'll admit it's a little bit easy mode, but I mean, it is what it is. It's what you can take after you have so many rounds. You really just buy it out. It doesn't matter whether you win those rounds. If you get that in, if you get to the end result, get yourself to 13 before the other team, as we saw GDG do, and Bashi being the front hand man, sitting at 23-9. I mean, what else can you expect? I mean, we're going ahead, popping the Empress at the end. I mean, giving only a couple rounds here and there, it doesn't matter as long as you get those kills and follow it up and use it when it matters.
I mean, Bashi, that's exactly what we want to see from a duelist. You know, duelists are made to enter site, take out as many as you can, you know, get information, things like that. They're the rushing character. And that's exactly what I want to see from a duelist. I mean, 29 kills. That's insanity. Bashi, GG, my man. So I think that's going to do it for us for now. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Quick
so
bake.
Don't go anywhere. A quick bake. I'm going to make some cookies.
Okay.
Fine. Keep it PG. But we will be right back, and we'll see you guys in a minute.
Here we go.
Invincible. You made a monster. You made a monster.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah.
And welcome back, everybody, to Pit of Valor 51. We got ourselves the second matchup of the day after a somewhat impressive performance from that first game. I'd say it was a great match overall, especially for the likes of Gamer Duders, you know, whatever it is, Gamer Duder Gaming.
Gamer Duder guys.
Gamer Duder guys.
Yeah.
Just GDG against the likes of, you know, Type-In Gaming. That was a great little matchup. Type-In had themselves one heck of a comeback to some extent before getting shut down there towards the end of that second half after being down in about 7 rounds. But what we have coming up now is going to be the likes of Vanquish Gaming versus Washed Hyperspace. So, Washed, old, no matter what they are, they're here, and they are to also be feared because as washed as they may be, everybody loves a pair of washed clothes. So maybe we get to see ourselves loving a washed team today.
Maybe. I mean, we've seen Vanquish in the past. They're a pretty strong team altogether, I think. I haven't seen Washed or Old Hyperspace. So, I mean, we'll see. Also, I apologize. My camera's kind of turning into microwave at the moment. But it looks like we got all 10 guys ready. I think we're just waiting on some, you know, server selections, map, all that. They're in the process of the banning. So again, like 13-7, the Taipan got just they couldn't show up on that last game, and GDG took advantage of it, so they were able to solidify that first map. But now we're heading to map number 2. Again, this is going to be Old Hyperspace versus Vanquish, and it's going to be Bind. So let's see.
And that alone, yeah, I mean, Bind being a super exciting pick, just a great little map overall, especially with those TPs, knowing the kind of diversity you can get out of those 2 maps, but also all the avenues you have to get onto them. With it being so condensed, there's a lot of angles that can be played with, so I'm loving the Viper pick from the likes of Top. I'm loving Lemon right there, going ahead and grabbing himself that Sage, because there are some great walls on this map as well. I mean, just a very controlling kind of setup here for the likes of Vanquish, so it really kind of leaves up to question what Hyperspace is going to bring to the table. And I'm hoping we do see a little bit of memes. It's crazy and kind of left field as that comes out. You know, if Lotus right there ricks out the Yoru, that could be enough to really kind of throw everything into a little bit of wind of chaos.
I mean, I that would definitely be a yikes, but we are gonna start things off with a
All right.
raise from Dots on Vanquish. So that's already interesting. I love watching Raze fly through the sky and do her thing. Double Raze, double Sky, and double Sage. We have Astra versus Omen here, and we're gonna have Viper and Sova. So no info really, aside from Sky's Trailblazer, the dog from Axie. It's Apaxie, I believe is how you say that. That's going to be the only information that VQ has right off the bat. So that could be the difference maker, honestly. Like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That could be a huge factor in old hyperspace taking the advantage here, just because they have a Sova. But both sides have heals, both sides have smokes, flashes from both sides as well, double raise. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one to say the least. Again, Washed Hyperspace is going to start on attacking, Vanquish on the defense here for map number 2 tonight. Pit of Valor 51. Last week we had Pit of Valor 50, where we marked 30 Pit of Valors in a row. If you guys want to be here for every Pit of Valor, then turn notifications on for our Twitch and Twitter. Twitter at GL Gaming Lounges. You'll keep up to date with everything we got going on. What we got going on currently, Washed Hyperspace making their way towards A site here, Mick.
Yeah, and I know you mentioned that dog and everything that Sky brings to the table, and it's going to be great, but it's very aggressive at the same time. So that's going to give enough really for Vanquish to go ahead and kind of get shut down here on this A side, as Hyperspace already makes her move. And it may be concerning from your side, but I think honestly that plays in their favor. Starting here on the attack side, and especially with how small of a map you have here on Bind, you're going to hear footsteps essentially across the whole entire map. So that's going to be enough intel as it is. And it could be enough right here for Zun to find himself a shot, but Top actually gets the top of the leaderboard right there, winning out that gunfight, as Vanquish really just responding this with a vengeance. Oh my god, 4-on-1 now.
Oh, here comes the wall defuse. Oh, but Lemon actually got taken out. Now it's there. Oh no, Apexy got trapped out of the bomb and wasn't able to get anything done. Nave's gonna go ahead and solidify the first round here for Hyperspace against Vanquish. Vanquish, all in all, they didn't come out. They were able to get a couple picks. Dots and Top were able to get one apiece. We got an assist from Polkin, so they did some damage. They were definitely present in the first round, but Hyperspace was just barely able to take it from them.
Which, Hyperspace had one hell of a quick plant right there. That's exactly what to be expected when you have this kind of composition. I'm loving every second of it. It's going to bring a really new dynamic to the game, especially having that Sova. Vanquish, they're not going to have too much for a retake. That's really where they choked up.
Polkin. Oh, Polkin and Viper might be in trouble here. Top goes down. Polkin's trapped. Tryhard picks up a quick 2-piece, and now they're on site. Just like that. No one else is holding A site. The only 2 people there for Vanquish decided for some reason that they were going to just push straight up into showers alone, and that costs them, because now Hyperspace has full control of A site except Heaven. So that might be the one route that Vanquish is going to need to take advantage of here. It looks like they are going to send Sage up there, but all in all, Hyperspace has this pretty locked down.
Yeah, I can't blame them. Just the way they showed themselves onto the side, the aggression they're using, especially utilizing the Sova arrow, as you said, that Vanquish kind of robbed themselves from, is enough to really play off of and just carry the game. And just swinging wide right here, hell, swinging short, swinging period, when you got the superior weaponry, it's just the right call to make. And as we see, Ape trying to find himself an exit, but PJ Tryhard going to find himself one more just to add to the little belt of heads he's got lined up.
Yeah, nice little 4K there from him. That's what raises are made for, just kind of bounce, gack. That gack was the sound of Tryhard getting those kills. But now it's going to be 2 in a row here for Hyperspace. Vanquish, they're not doing awful. They can afford some rifles here. Not everybody can afford to full buy. Polkin's gonna go ahead and do half shields here, but all in all, this is not the end of the line here at all. This is round 3 of many. They still have plenty of room to play with here before they need to really worry about taking this map back, but a couple different abilities going to start things off here. Look at this positioning from this Sage and Tryhard are actually both on top of this wall here. Nomel, oh, beautiful gravity well.
Oh.
Sets it up for Nomel. Dots goes down, but Nomel is able to pick up that trade. Now it's a 3-on-5. Ape is going to have to back up onto site with the help of that Sage there. Nomel, they're just going to try to, solidify site as much as possible. But meanwhile, we are going to have a couple rotates. Top holding that angle.
Oh.
Ready for it. Top didn't have the angle. I mean, if he thought he did have the angle. He had the total advantage there, but I mean, Lotus was just that much quicker now. 3 versus 3. Bomb is finally going to get planted on a site. Look at Polkin. Look at the positioning from Polkin. He's all the way on a short. He's so ready for this.
I mean, of course it should be. I mean, everything leading up to this sign, especially this kind of setup we got going up with the spikes. Zunga grabbing himself another one. Just absolutely great shots from utilizing that kind of area they have. The little closed off section they have allocated to this bomb site. As the peek comes through, Lemon being able to find one, but that paranoia being almost perfect if it was followed up with right.
Ace, potential ace, there we go. Beautiful shots from Nomel. Gonna give himself a quick little ace-a-rooney, and that's gonna get the first round on the board for Vanquish. Beautiful ace from Nomel. He must be drinking control. Possibly drinking control energy drink. We here at GLG, we might be partner. GLG 10 at checkout gives you 10% off your drink. I mean, drink control. We also recommend the first timers kit. So if you guys are interested, Mountain Dew's a little bit a little sticky, sugary, syrupy. Switch on over to drink control because it's such a nice, it's so smooth. It's just such a good drink to be had. And now we're heading into round number 4 here. Let's see if Vanquish can keep up the momentum. Our hyperspace is going to come back.
I think it's definitely doable. Looking at Vanquish kind of setting themselves up, slowing the game down, especially after Lemon doing such a great job getting the ace last round. There's only so much you can do for you two when you have just a player really feel themselves for at least a little bit and making the most of it. And as the rotates are already coming through, a pretty quick answer here before they even get on site. It's going to give Vanquish a great opportunity to go ahead and find themselves an answer and possibly a shutdown if Polkin can get one, maybe, knowing that they're in showers.
I would have went with the gravity well there, honestly, but he's just going to prolong time, going to block that off. Tryhard has to back up, as does Knave. So now we're 55 seconds on the clock. This is going to have to be surgical for Hyperspace to get anything done here. And Vanquish, I mean, if you look at the map, we have 2 people on flank for Vanquish, but there we go. Polkin is going to get that early 2-piece on the Tryhard and Knave, and that's going to start things off here. Bomb is yet to be planted. 3 versus 5 here. Oh, there we go. Polkin with a beautiful 3-piece. And the 4th, looking for the ace. Back to back. No! Oh, no! Dots! Dots, you evil Rays. You stole the ace. Oh, that's so upsetting. That was almost 2 aces in a row for for Vanquish. Imagine. That would have been nuts. But there we go. 2-2 now is your score.
And what I'm loving exactly is how you have the control on the Sentinel right there leading it. It just doesn't show that. I mean, I know we mentioned roles and everything here and there when discussing, team compositions and how the game's going to play out, but really that just comes down to pacing. I mean, your duelists aren't exactly supposed to get every single kill. They're supposed to create space in the game. And if if for your team it means getting a kill, by all means, do that. But as we see right here, Ray, that's exactly what Raze is going to do. Push yourself up into the site, go into U-Haul, just kind of push it out a little bit. Doesn't have to find a kill, but you're creating enough there for the spot to go down for Knave and enough for your team to follow up with it. As we see Polkin really being the only one to answer here, just kind of stalling things out.
Obscuring vision.
Yeah, doing what he can on it. I mean, this is, I think we're about to, we just had a Raze versus Raze. Tryhard took out Dots there. I mean, this is definitely a very tricky retake here for Hyperspace, but Top gets a 2-piece, now makes it 3 versus 4, 1 versus 4, as it's now suddenly Tryhard in this 1 versus 3. He's able to take out Ape. There goes the wall. The defuse is coming through. Tryhard able to take out Top, but Polkin is there for a nice quick trade ski, and that is going to be now 3-2 here for Vanquish. I mean, VQ coming back. They're not. Nobody's owning this map yet. It's 3-2. We're not even halfway done with this half yet. So this is still, it's still anybody's game at this point. So Vanquish just needs to lock down their sights. They need to play defensive a little bit better. Because what they're doing, they're peeking a little bit early and they're getting picked off early and they're not getting their flanks on point. And I think if they fix those two things, they're going to be all right here on defense. So let's see if that's going to be an adjustment that they'll make, or if Hyperspace is going to take advantage of those gaps and Vanquish's the chinks in their armor. Let's see.
I think it all comes down to not having that Sova, making that sacrifice. As we do see it coming in here, kind of divide him in the rear, as Nave is going to be going ahead and grabbing that first pick. But just across the board, this aggression from the sky, making sure to get those flashes through. It's going to be plenty enough to go ahead and get this bomb side down by the truck. But with the answers coming through and the walls being now thrown up, there's just so much division against both of these teams, and somebody has to make a move, because Vanquish, being on that defensive side, not really having too many reads, they have to get these picks.
Oh man, Tryhard just not able to get any shots off there. Lotus goes for the res, quick res there. Tryhard gets taken out immediately. Ape with a two-piece. Nomel to follow it up. 2 versus 5 now. Everybody on Vanquish is hurt. This shock dart's got to find somebody. It does, but not the diffuser. It's going to be Nomel. Beautiful shot to finish it off onto Nave, and the solidification on the defuse from Nomel. Now 4-2 in favor of Vanquish. Just a 2-round deficit. This is still very doable for Hyperspace to come back here, but let's see if they can.
And yeah, I'm kind of with you. It's most definitely doable. I mean, Hyperspace, they just had themselves a great start, and that alone, getting that little bit of breathing room right there in the start is going to be enough, because if they didn't, this would be a 6-0, and that's not something you really want when you're in the shoes of the attackers, when you really feel like you have an advantage, because you don't know where they're going to come from. You don't know exactly where they're going to first move is going to come through at. You don't know where that spike's going to go down if you're on the defender side, and you're really just allocating your men more evenly. So maybe Lotus could go ahead and give themselves a little bit more of an advantage over there on the side, but as we see, the push is actually going towards this B side, as Tryhard's going to be the first one to fall.
Yeah, that's a crucial pick too. Tryhard's been a little bit of the fragger here for Hyperspace, so let's see if that's gonna cause a difference here. Dots, meanwhile, doing a good amount of damage to Nave, but that's the that's the advantage of Vanquish having double healers. Sage gets tagged up. Sky's like, I got you, and then they only have one healer or no, double healers on both sides. Actually, I forgot about that. But Top holding this angle here, not able to find Zone. Get a nice little flick there with the Sheriff, but Polkin's there to stop him. Lotus also picks one up. 3 versus 3 now. Site has been taken. They just need to get bombed down here. And now Vanquished on the retake.
And that's really going to be the case 99% of the time. With both these teams not really having too many stops available to their arsenal, it's going to be really playing that game a lot. And his batteries actually misses that shot, as Dodds is the one to actually find it. Vanquish is looking extremely probable for this retake. But actually, right as you sit there and expect it, Dodds does find himself the kill with the classic to go ahead and close it out. As that was really, really doable right there. You just have to make sure to get those follow-up, not let too many teammates slip up, and try and play it as a unit, because just not enough trades are going through for that retake.
Yeah, all in all, Vanquish has been they've been pretty solid. I mean, they did exactly what I told them to fix. Their rotates were a little slow and their flanks were a little, non-existent, and they've picked up on that and they fixed it, and now here we are, 5 in a row for Vanquish. I mean, Hyperspace took those first 2, and right there, obviously, you thought, oh, okay, they're definitely going to take the 3rd, maybe even the 4th. They'll get a couple here in a row, maybe. Nope, Vanquish shut it down nice and quick, and that's basically going to ruin the economy here and the overall mental state of Hyperspace, but nonetheless, they are going to be able to afford a couple buys across the board. Nice little flute across your screen from Tryhard. Beautiful shot from the showstopper to catch his Polkin, but he is going to be able to take up Nave, and now it's a 4 versus 4. Spike is now on the ground. Never mind, it's gonna get picked up here, but nonetheless, Top is not in a good situation. Picks up 1. Oh, runs out of ammo. Lotus picks him up. 2 versus 3 now. Bomb is rotating towards B site.
And that definitely seems like a solid move, with Axie actually being over here towards the edge, really being the only one on this site, the only one to answer. And nobody's going to be picking it. Batteries is going to get picked from the back. There just has to be a read, but it's not going to be enough. Vanquish finding another one just so easily. As you said earlier, I mean, the mentality just seems like it's blinded him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Vanquish is coming out here so strong. Like I said, Hyperspace got those first two, and it made you think like, oh no, are we gonna see what we saw last match? And Vanquish was like, yeah, but the other way around. They're coming in, they're taking a lot of control of this first half, and now all of a sudden we only got 4 more left, or 2 more left in this half. So this could be this could end off as a 7-3 or an 8-4 or even a 10-2. We don't know. We have 4 more. Or my brain
10-2.
Right? Yeah, 12 rounds. Yeah. So we have 2 more rounds. So not 10-2. Not 10-2. Probably not. I mean, you never know. But either way, Vanquish has a pretty steady lead here on Hyperspace, so they got some room to work with. It's a 4-round lead. They got some time to play with, but I think they're pretty solid at the moment. Hyperspace just needs to pick it up a little bit here.
Which, I mean, kind of on that note, I think that's really where it leads to. Time. That's really what Hyperspace has to find right now. They have those smokes to slow the game down. They have Sova to go ahead and get those reads. They have the Sage really to kind of play things out. They can slow the game down. They can force Vanquish to have to make a move because the retake come in so fast and so quickly and aggressively that they don't get that much time to react. So what Hyperspace needs to do is space out the map a little bit, give themselves favored in one way or another. And as we see right here, this first pick possibly coming through, but his top just barely makes it out alive. Polkin over there on the edge is actually going to grab a double and really shut down every single idea that they had going forward.
Yeah, Showers is Polkin's. Polkin now owns Showers. Also, it doesn't help, I mean, or help them. That Raze is also sitting back at Showers. So that's going to completely force a rotate out of Wash Hyperspace. But the thing is, there's still 2 men down. They got a 2-man disadvantage. They're going to just shove themselves through Hookah here. It costs them 1 body. Is it going to cost them the other 2? Here comes the Boombot. The Raze Body's coming out. There's Sky. Nomel not able to land the shot. Beautiful headshot on the tryhard. Makes up for it. And now it's Nave in this 1 versus 5. Not going to be able to catch a single bullet, but Polkin is going to get a 3-piece. And now 7-2, or yeah, 7-2 here for Vanquish.
And a big part right there was it being a flawless. I mean, when you have so many players, obviously people are usually going to die in a round. And you're going to have to go ahead and find a way in terms of econ to find a way to buff them out. Go ahead and buy for them while keeping everything as stable as possible. When you don't lose a single man, you really have a complete like safety net under your entire team, under the entirety of your team, to go ahead and say, all right, nobody has to buy. We only have to go ahead and spend that 1,000 for armor, a little bit extra for that util. And when we're already on a win streak, you know, for 7 rounds, that's not really too much of a concern at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's there. I mean, there's nothing else I can really say. I mean, Vanquish has been very dominant. You know, those first 2 rounds made you think it was going to go the other direction, but Vanquish has just been very strong here. And it looks like, speaking of Vanquish, unfortunately, Dots is having some connection issues, so we're trying to resolve that. So we're gonna go ahead and take a quick technical pause just to see if we can get that situated. I mean, we're still early into the night. We're only on game 2. We're gonna have probably 9 games tonight, so I'd rather game 2 be where all the problems show up rather than halfway through game 5 in the grand finals type deal. So, Mick, all in all, is there any one specific player so far in this match that you've just been like, wow, they're nuts?
I mean, obviously, you can sit there and go for the top 2 candidates, looking at Polkin and looking at Lemon, because those 2 are both really almost got them. I mean, Lemon actually did get himself an ace. Dots almost found himself finding one, but really those were his only kills in the game so far. He's found 2 besides that round alone because the rest of the team is moving in. I think it really comes down to Polkin, finding ways to utilize his utility in the best manner possible, using that diversity that you get, that versatility that you have with Astra, and finding the way to go ahead and slow the game down, really, when you don't have that intel, as you said earlier. Not having that Sova, but still having enough real crowd control to sit there and control the map, which is yourself.
Oh, look at this wall. The floor bangs are coming in though. That's cheeky. I've gotten wall bang kills from that little lip under Hookah here, but look at the wall from Nomel. He's actually in a spot where it doesn't look like he's up there. Like we just saw Lotus check it, and he didn't see anybody, and he was in that perfect spot. But of course, time is everybody's worst nightmare. So that wall is going to go ahead and dissipate. Now we're at 45 seconds. The Astra ability, or the Astral Divide has come out now, but it's, I mean, is it gonna make a difference? This is a very unorthodox round so far. All 10 are still up. We only got 30 seconds on the clock. Somebody's got to make a move here quick.
Yeah, and I'm completely with you. I mean, Hyperspace, they're the ones who really have to put the gas onto the pedal because they have to go ahead and get this fight down, or they have to get the kills. And know that the map split up, you got Top on the other side, trying to make sure to avoid his death as quickly as possible with 12 seconds on. But trades are now coming through. Lemon finding one, grabbing the second with the shorty. Knowing that Hookah is open, but there's not going to be enough there. Zunga finds himself one, and Polkin being there in the back, knowing in Hookah that Nate is going to be on this side, but he doesn't exactly know where. He's checking both sides, and he wants to go ahead and get this kill because he has the health advantage. He has everything lined up and his odds in his favor. But where's Sova? You have him over there in tree. So he's really in a sticky situation. He has to go ahead and find himself back in, and
Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. The information. Nave's gonna go ahead and peek it. Zunga's holding that angle perfectly. He's got the dart set up. There we go. Vulcan finds one. The wall bangs from Zunga are coming in. Is it gonna be enough to deny the bomb plant?
He could have stuck it. He can still stick it.
Oh, man. If he wouldn't have got off it the first time, I think he would have been all right. But Zunga's gonna buy himself and his team just a little bit of extra time there. And that's gonna give Hyperspace one more on the board finally after literally 7 rounds in a row of just straight loss after loss. Hyperspace finally going to get another one on the board. But you have to ask, is that momentum going to keep going? Because if you look at the econ, I mean, there's definitely a difference. Vanquish isn't the richest in the world, but they are able to afford an op, and they can comfortably buy next round as well. And Vanquish is just, you know, or Hyperspace just not the case. Their economy is not near the case of Vanquish here, but we're going to start things off with Nave towards B mid here with Bomb, having trouble with the Sage Wall, as we all do. Nomel, beautiful shot on the Lotus. Oh yeah, by the way, chat, Nomel is Lemon, so if you hear us saying either of those, Nomel or Lemon, that's who we're talking about. Just want to give a heads up.
Everything right here, just kind of this setup. Default, really slow for the likes of Hyperspace. A lot of kind of spacing, which I really like for him, is something they need. And also, that kill on the top is another thing you're going to need with Vulcan trying to provide a little bit of pressure over there on the edge. Knowing that you have 4 guys here now, knowing that you're committing to this site, things getting a little bit rough, you want to find yourself a rotate, but try hard over there on the edge is already really forced out. So it's just so tough to get out of here. You have to make that move, or you have to win these gunfights. And now being stuck, Zunga being the only one eyeing it, kind of having that spike for himself, looking for a flank. You got a 2v5 situation. This is where you already say, all right, we're screwed. We kind of overextended our stay a little too much.
Yeah, at this point, you I think just save the rifles. Honest. Oh man. Oh, there we go. Nice little shot from batteries. They still got company in U-Haul. They got 2 of them there. Zunga not going to pay enough attention. Polkin going to find batteries as well. And there we go. Hyperspace slowly falling back into the depths there as Vanquish going to take back control of this match. 8-3 now. Last chance for Hyperspace to come back in the second half. I mean, it's not even going to be a comeback. You know, at this point, they're just trying to work for a smaller deficit because they already know Vanquish, they're going to take that first half. You know, it's already, by the end of round 7, you should already have an idea of who's going to win the first half. So at this point, all Hyperspace can really do is just get a couple more points on the board and just make sure that it's a little bit easier for them to come back off of this. But look at the A Showers push here from Washed Hyperspace. It's going to be Nave to start things off. Nice little bird, but they have that Viper one-way is so deadly. That's not even a one-way, is it? It just looks like a smoke. I think they might have messed it up. But it's definitely gonna do the same thing. It's gonna slow them down, and that's your job on defense, is just to make just to buy time. You know? Slow down the game.
And that is actually with Viper one-way over there towards Shower. So that's pretty usual. Yeah, it's a very usual kind of strat. Once you get it over there towards Truck, you have yourself some kind of angle that really does play into your favor, and Polkin may actually find himself favorable here. as he actually doesn't find himself one, but it's actually enough to manage, get a little bit of damage off. His tryhard wants to get that peak right now, and not able to find the old MVP at the side of Vanquish to go ahead and shut him down, as he's still going to be breathing and living. And it leads up to question now, once again, where hyperspace, where you have so much time, which, I mean, with the sky kind of right there, it's really hard to see that scoreboard. You got 30 seconds left. You need to be looking at a rotate if you haven't won by now, but tryhardy's actually going to sit there and say, all right, I'm going to move through regardless. And, you know, putting themselves in a 5v4, this is where they have to get that plant down. And tryhard's going to make sure it does.
And there we go. Bomb is going to get planted here by Nave. Now they just have to solidify their hold on the site. And, I mean, so far they have... Oh, okay. Now it's 3 versus 3. I mean... This is not the best situation here for the attacking side, but nonetheless, Nave gonna pick up 2. Nomel's gonna take him out though with that wall bang, and now it's Nomel in a 1 versus 2 here, looking for the defuse. Tryhard, beautiful 4K, gonna finish off that first half. Vanquish is gonna technically take first half 8-4 here. But the question, Mick, is Hyperspace gonna allow that to go without being punished? Are they gonna come back and punish Vanquish for what they just did to him, or are they gonna roll over? Let's see. Let's see.
I think it really comes down to just going ahead and shutting down Polkin in some kind of way, not purely because of his place on the scoreboard. I'm completely just disregarding that. Who cares about kills and deaths right now? What I care about is the pace of the game. You have such a weird dynamic from both of these squads where you really don't have an entire sentinel besides Sage, where you just have that wall. You don't have a killjoy where you can go ahead and get those alarm bots, get those nades down. You don't have a Cypher where you can get those tripwires out, get those cages through, find some intel with that camera. It is essentially just controllers and a wall. I mean, that's all you get with Sage is a wall and some heals, and it doesn't really change the pace too much. So going forward, there has to be, I mean, Vanquish can find these sites very easily. I mean, just use for reference the retakes from last half. But going forward, they have to go ahead and find a way to hold a site, and I feel like that's where they're going to trip up unless you keep poking alive.
Yeah, and another thing, look at how spread out Vanquish is here. I mean, you got Vipers and Showers. You got 2 towards A mid and then 2 towards B mid. One's all the way in Hookah. So, I mean, what's their plan here? I mean, I'm assuming they're just trying to get the information to see where they need to rotate, and it looks like they're going to decide A is the lesser of the 2 evils here. But they still got some people on site. Hyperspace is definitely present. It's Lotus, and I believe that was Tryhard, the other Rays. Yeah, so they're holding down A pretty hard. They just... Vanquish has to play this very perfectly.
With these walls coming through, that definitely could be enough. 2 for 1 from the likes of Hyperspace, so it's looking pretty good for them. They just gotta go ahead and continue it, but the bomb is down, so that's a different kind of pressure and variable to go ahead and be concerned about if you're in the shoes of Vanquish right now.
Oh, there we go. Dots find Nave. 2 versus 3 now. Zunga with the Sheriff looking for you know, any kind of damage here. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any more util, or else a shock dart would be pretty great. But it was a full buy from him. Batteries. There we go. Zunga finds 1. Apex. There we go. Zunga. Very, very nice from him. Gonna solidify round number 5 for Hyperspace. 8-5 is now your score, as Hyperspace is saying no more. We're not gonna get beat up anymore. All right, it's our time to come back. They're gonna make it into a 3-round gap now, so it's a lot. It's gonna be a little bit easier for Hyperspace to come back here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be manageable, but it really just comes with that follow-up. And getting that force right now, that's definitely going to play into their favor. I mean, if we're really looking at a flawless right now for the likes of Hyperspace in this round, that would be 8-6, and that's definitely more doable. But as the kind of later game comes into consideration, once you have a little bit more utility to play with, Viper's going to be able to slow down that game a little bit better. Then you're going to have Polkin coming in more and more and more, but Tryhard's going to be the one to come in right off the rip in this round.
Yeah, look how hurt Polkin is off of that, too. He's just going to have to full... Get the hell out of there, man. I mean, there's not much you can do. Your teammates just got bursted in front of you. You got to get out of there. But now it's suddenly a 2 versus 5. Polkin and Apexy. Apexy, you should probably turn around and heal up your Polkin, perhaps. No, he doesn't have heals. Sad face. But he does have bomb, and they're making their way towards the site. Nave spots one of them. Shots traded. Nave goes down. Nave picks up 2. Excuse me, and now there we go, 8-6, like you said, flawless on it. You called that perfectly too. said Hyperspace could get a flawless, and then it'd be 8-6, and you called it perfectly. As now we're heading into round number 15. 8-6 is your score. 2 rounds is the difference. Let's see if Hyperspace will continue their rampage, or if they're gonna roll back over and let Vanquish take control again.
I think it really just comes down to these rifle rounds now, and considering how this bonus could definitely go. I think Vanquish really, not just because they have the rifles, I think overall they just have an advantage here. Knowing how they control the map. You had that smoke already going down in showers. Polkin isn't stupid enough to go ahead and peek that. I think they're going to go ahead and just bait out rotate for the rest of these guys, as we do see a push going over there on B long as well, which I feel like is going to be the move once everything's really said and done.
I'd also like to point out, Hyperspace did they force bot. They definitely force bot. They had the money for it, but not all of them. They have a couple half buys, and if you look at Vanquish, I mean, Vanquish for the most part is gonna go for SMG, so it's definitely, you know, there's definitely a rifle difference. You know, batteries, man, you're surrounded by red and you don't even know it. Try hard, batteries, pick up 1 apiece. Beautiful shot from Polkin. Takes out Lotus. 3 versus 4 now. 7 standing across the board. Polkin just trying to play this corner as good as possible. He knows he's being watched from all angles. Oh, here comes the Sky abilities. Knave, it just barely misses. That flash just barely misses Polkin, and he's still holding that angle. He's a tree, he's a rock, he's steady. He's not gonna move until he gets told to, and he's doing exactly what he needs to, because it's buy and Vanquish. Plenty of time to rotate all the way back to B site, where they just have 1 member, and it's gonna be Sova. It's going to be Zunga sitting in that corner, so they just need to check that corner, and they'll be good. Meanwhile, Sky's going to go for a rotate 2. There comes the teleport, and now they're out. They're on site. Zunga picks up a Pepsi. Dots there for the refrag. 2 versus 3.
Oh.
Picks out Dots. Polkin's got to get all 3 of them within the next 2 seconds. Unfortunately, not going to happen. And Vanquish going to lose 1 more round here. That's now, I believe that's 4 in a row, or 3 in a row here for Washed Hyperspace. Played very well, honestly. They played it very well. They didn't push anything unnecessary, and they eventually just forced Vanquish onto the rotate, and all at the end of the day, that helped them very much. So 8-7 is going to be your score.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really where I was kind of going with at the beginning of the round. You have to go ahead and make a decisive, and actually execute on the decision of where you're going to go. You need to have an idea. You need to execute on it. You need to go ahead and make some initiative over there. And as we saw the split go through, we didn't exactly see clear comms across the board, knowing of who was going to go where and when it was going to be executed and when to dip out. And that's been a very consistent problem, just as much as the Lemon is right now, putting himself the first right there in that round and trying to curve out and get himself a second and a third, as long as everybody sticks their shoes to the ground.
Yeah, that was a great start from Lotus there. Picks up a second, too, and a third. There we go on the Polkin. 4th, no. Dots is able to get out of there, but not for long. Batteries has something to say. Now, all tied up for the first time tonight. We're seeing a tie, 8-8. And Hyperspace, 5 in a row, 4 of those being in this half. Their economy is looking pretty good. I mean, Zunga's up there with 60-50. And then Vanquish, they're gonna have to go sheriff's pistols type stuff, but we are gonna see a quick little timeout ski for Vanquish here.
Yeah, and just going forward, I mean, this and having it a tie game, I understand Vanquish's decision to go for this. You need to sit there and find a way. You really sit there and kind of decide and think about, what did we lose? What kind of fire did we have that we lost that we can go ahead and gain back, and what will it take to get there? And I think it just comes down to really just communication and decisiveness. I mean, we've seen that on both sides of the field. Both of these teams not really having too much of a stall, too much of a change of pace. You have to find a way to create that. And I think Vanquish they have that Viper, they have that Sky, they have such a great player. And Polkin, they are the ones who are capable of doing that. They just need to slow the game down while they're on the attack, because they have no post plan.
Yeah, I mean, you said it all. You said it perfectly. I can't even reiterate that. That was, yeah. I mean, they need to work on their post plant. That's the main thing. Unfortunately, I think Dots. Okay, no, he's good. He's moving around. We're all right. I thought maybe we were still having some issues with his connection, but it looks like we're all taken care of, and we're now underway. 8-8 is the score. Hyperspace have caught a couple rounds here in a row, and now it's all tied up suddenly. Ooh, top. That was almost a crazy pick to start things off, but Lotus gonna go ahead and get the hell out of that situation. Bomb on the back of Polk, and they're heading towards the site. The rotate slowly coming in for hyperspace here. Nice little trades down long. Batteries comes out on top, and now a lot of blue bodies showing up suddenly on B site.
Yeah, that initiative is exactly what they need. I mean, hyperspace having such a great little hold, and that smoke on Hookah is going to be enough to move on with. I think, honestly, Vanquish should really just toys with them here. They sit there and need to go ahead and switch up sites once again. We obviously have the benefit of the doubt, saying, okay, we see really where everybody is. We have X-ray vision. They don't. And now knowing that these rotations are going to come through, knowing that the teleporter was closer to Sky there, I say you go ahead and opt for that, unless they're actually going to be going for a little bit of a fake, which does seem to be the move here.
Yeah, that's exactly. Oh, yeah, they went straight.
Oh,
but
no, though.
Unfortunately, yeah, it gave hyperspace time to get batteries back in the situation, but he's not going to do much for him anyways. 2-1 now. Top takes out Lotus. Top is in this 1 versus 2 situation. Zone goes right around him. He has no idea. Top caught off guard, and now for the first time, well, actually, I mean, really, it's the second time, but the first real time, hyperspace is now in the lead, 9-8. They started things off 2-0, but I don't really know if that's what you want to count. But I mean, Nick, these guys have gotten 6 in a row, 5 of those being in the second half. I mean, they are just coming back nice and strong, and you have to think, is Bind that defensive sided? I mean,
No.
because it's kind of what it's looking like.
Like I said, it purely comes down to these compositions, and what both teams chose is very odd. It's very weird. It's very unorthodox, and you have to know how to play into it if you're going to choose it. And I think both these teams, neither one of them, are really too prepared for that. And know we're in these earlier rounds. Lotus not being prepared to go ahead and just shut down Lemon like that. But I mean, going forward, you have to sit there and know how to play this out. And these teams just aren't playing with the tempo of the game. They're working for frags, and it was working earlier, but now we're in a different game. Sides have switched up, and hyperspace is kind of catching on.
Yeah, Vanquish had that certain pattern that they were just dominating with, and now hyperspace, like you said, they caught on, and this is not the position that Vanquish wants to be in. They were leading so well. They had 8 in a row. I think was it 8 or 6 in a row, and then they had 2 separate, and now they're down by 1. How did that happen, Vanquish? So that's what they're asking themselves. So this is really at this point, it's up to Vanquish if this game is gonna continue in the way of hyperspace. If not, they're gonna have to pull some crazy stuff off here. Dot's unfortunately not gonna find anybody with that showstopper or the satchel, but he does have sight for his team. He just needs to get bombed there, and it is poking, looking for a plant perhaps, but nothing yet. Dot's meanwhile going to take all those seekers to the face. He takes out Tryhard. Polkin is there for batteries. 13 seconds on the clock. Polkin finally gets bombed down. 2 versus 3. Can hyperspace come out on top? Oh,
The game is slowing down here. Definitely doable. But I mean, when you have everybody kind of have the health that you do, Lotus being there in the back, trying to make sure to hold that, he's going to make it so shove on the site. And whenever you're in these hookah situations where you're trying to make the push, it's not really the best place to be in. But Nate, being that trump card that could actually find something, knowing that he's over there in the back, that alone, that ace.
there we go.
Yeah, that'll be enough for you, Chief.
That'll be plenty. Was that his second ace, or did Nomel get the other one?
Ace.
I can't remember. Both Sages have L's, but there we go. Lotus coming out, showing up for his team. 10-8. Beautiful work from him.
Yeah, I mean, that alone, that's kind of what you need, obviously. And I think Lotus, obvious, yeah, and it was Lemon who got it last time around. So we've seen an ace from both Sages this game, which is pretty crazy to think about, which really just shows I think really just reinforces my point of slowing the game. Really, the people who are going to actually have an impact on crowd control. Because like we said, we see Lemon right there in the top. We see Lotus right there in the top. The people who have that slow orbs, the people who literally have something slowing the game down in their hands are the ones who are controlling the lobby right now.
I'm telling you, an op on that angle is just so deadly. And talking about the ones controlling, I mean, that opening pick from Tryhard was pretty controlling to start things off. Nate, by the way, gonna go ahead and get a quick little two-piece down long. And now all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 5 here for Vanquish. It's gonna be Nomel and that Viper top. Meanwhile, top's on the other side of the map. Nomel's got bomb down long. Top's gotta get to his teammate quick. He's just been spotted. I mean, this is not a good situation for either of these attackers to be in. Top finds one, but Lotus finds him, and now it's a 1 versus 4 for Nomel, aka Lemon. Finds one onto Nade, looking for the second. The recon comes through. He's been scanned. His location has been revealed. He needs to play this perfectly, honestly. If he could go for a res, that would be pretty amazing. But Zunga's gonna play it a little bit smarter and check that back corner, and that's gonna solidify 11 now for Hyperspace. Is that 11 in a row? That's 11 in a row. No, it's not 11 in a row. It's 8 out of those 11. It's 8 in a row. 7 for this half. I mean, it's crazy nonetheless. We had a 7 in a row for Vanquish, and now it's 8 in a row here for Hyperspace. They're both working their asses off to stay in this game, and unfortunately for Vanquish, it's working a little bit better for Hyperspace.
And also just everything right now, we just don't see Vanquish finding themselves onto his side. They're splitting up. They're doing a great job with these defaults. They just don't know where to follow through with it, and that's really the hardest part about it. You need to go ahead and make a decisive play. And I think with this B push, as long as everybody executes, gets onto the site, this can be definitely doable. But they have to go ahead and grab off these clips, and with the Cosmic Divide coming through, that's definitely a big one for them.
Oh, not to mention the snake bite from Viper and the gravity well from Astra. There is just, look at the damage being dealt to B site as a whole. There's just stuff everywhere. I mean, Bomb is gonna go down now finally, but oh, look at this. Are they gonna? Oh, they're playing sneaky beaky like the majority of Vanquish is sitting on elbow. Top picks up one, but gets instantly traded. Knave has no idea that they're in elbow. I don't think they hear him. They just know that Polkin's down long. Dots, meanwhile, is taking advantage of that positioning. Takes out Tryhard. Now Knave is going to go ahead and stick with the defuse. Apexy looking for the shot. Beautiful. Gets him off the bomb, and Apexy finishes it up with a nice little two-piece taking out Zunga, and that is going to bring Vanquish back into the game just a little bit, 11-9. Finally get one on the board for Vanquish in the second half.
And besides using, you know, an ultimate that round and every single bit of utility that you could possibly use in a lobby, I mean, that alone, the fact they had a little bit of unison there, knowing what side they wanted to go to, making that initiative, having a game plan running into it rather than just defaulting and not having a single plan at all and just figuring out where to get that first pick. You need to have a dedicated place where you want that first pick to occur, because we hear it time and time again. Kills, I mean, kills are great and all, but impact frags are what matter, and you want to make sure those kills occur in a place that's going to sit there and be a recurring spot.
Exactly. If you're a bomb carrier, the ideal spot for you to take out a bomb carrier is like on site, right? Or somewhere you can. Oh, look at the wall! That was a 5-man wall, straight up A short, but is it gonna pay off here? Lotus is holding U-Haul. He's calling for his team. He's gotta hold out in time for them to show up here. Viper's pick comes out, as does Bomb. Gonna get planted on site here. 5 versus 5. All 10 still up, but Lotus taking a good amount of damage. A lot of people are here. Viper's hit is still doing its work, and that was a pristine site take from Vanquish. Now all they have to do is hold their angles. Oh, Top picks up 1 and 2 through the smoke onto Nade. 3 versus 4 now. Batteries returns the favor. Not good positioning here for the attacking side as Top and Dots going to work. Now Zunga suddenly in a 1 versus 2 takes out.
Oh,
there goes the pit. That screen goes down, but Dots is able to take him out nonetheless. 10-11 now. Vanquish coming back a little. They're not done yet. They're not done. Mind you, one more for Hyperspace and it's over. But Vanquish isn't quite there yet. They're not ready to say goodbye to Bind yet. 11-10.
And I feel like why exactly they got those 2 rounds. Think about what's being used both those rounds. 2 of the most influential ultimates that is in this lobby personally. You have the Cosmic Divide, then you get, you know, the Viper's Pit. You sit there and have a whole area to yourself where you can essentially play, whether that's splitting up the map for you to play and have your own little canvas, splitting that map in half, or whether it's creating your own little area inside the site where the bomb is and being able to dance around it while still dealing consistent damage to your enemies. And with those kind of out of the water, it is really concerning to sit there and figure out or see coming out what Vanquish can accomplish without those at their, you know, really at their dispersal. But Lemon being able to make that first move, that could definitely give themselves an edge to some extent.
I want to roast Nomel real quick. He lost, I think, like 3 damage there. And his Raze was sitting right behind him, drained of health. He had like 9 HP.
God.
No shot. Nomel is not gonna connect any of those batteries. Gonna go ahead and get the hell out of the way here. He's taking cover in Cubby as Nave is now returning to the game. It looks like Vanquish is already on A site. I mean, they're ready. They just need to take care of this Raze, and here we go. But the spray from the judge not gonna come through for Tryhard. He's gonna go down at the hands of Apexy, and now it's an 11-10 is the score. 35 seconds on the clock. Polkin probably gonna take bomb onto site. Batteries on site here. Nave doing work, but not enough. Dots takes him out. Stun gun, batteries. Oh man. Oh man.
Oh, Lemon.
Slowly falling apart for the defense on the retake. Lotus not in a good position here. He's trapped in U-Haul. They have. Oh man. This is just not good for him at all. And this could have been match point, honestly. This could have been match point. Oh! Jesus! Beautiful headshot from Lotus nonetheless. The top is going to be there for the refrag. And now, make a wish, chat. It's 11-11.
And now we're seeing a timeout come over here for the other side of the field. So we did see Vanquish go ahead and use theirs earlier in this half, trying to go ahead and put themselves back into this comeback that they have running right now. And this is really where Hyperspace is trying to figure out, where did we slip up? What did we do? And I don't really think they've done anything. I think their game plan, what they had going for this first half, and really for this entire game has been solid, but they're not using everything to their fullest extent. I feel like Omen is the best util player in the game right now on the side of Hyperspace, because the guys are just not finding themselves to slow it out. Sova isn't really using those drones and areas to go ahead and get a larger scope of a map or of a site. He's really just kind of finding a target and making sure to get that ping and get a little bit of access. And it's not even for a retake. It just everything about what's going on with Hyperspace right now, it's I feel like it's just choked up. Yeah, it's essentially
I feel like it's luck. Yeah, because they're you said it. They're not using their utility properly, and it's somehow working out for them. I mean, they caught 8 rounds in a row off of what they've been doing, and it's so weird because it shouldn't be working. But Vanquish is right there. You know, they came back 3 rounds in a row, and now if you look at the econ difference, Vanquish has an upper hand here, and they could throw it in the match point. So look how aggressive the defense is getting up A short, but they're gonna go ahead and oh no, they're pushing. They're pushing. Look at that Sage. Oh, Sage is about to get got. And B market here. Yep, there we go. The setup was beautiful, pristine, and patient. That's 2 down for Vanquish. Polkin has bombs sitting down towards long with the help of Sky, and they got 1 more down long. Soba. Yeah, Tryhard's just gonna lead the team back to A site where they know Pot is, or Top is Pot. Wow, called him Pot. Top is sitting in U-Haul ready. Tryhard gets taken out. That's op down. That's huge. Batteries picks him up though. Now they have the op down, but Polkin has bomb heading towards A site. Let's see if he can do anything here. No, Lotus with that op takes out Polkin. Lotus. Oh, yep. Gets a 3-piece, 2 with the op, and now 12-11 as Washed Hyperspace gonna bring it to match point. Or excuse me, 12-11, not 2-11. Jeez.
Their first little answer after 3 rounds, and I don't really know what kind of warranted this. I mean, I know the timeout came through. They sit there, stop freaking out so much, really. But I mean, when you sit there and look at everything, they just had these big ultimates that were really just stacked up against them. You had a Cosmic Divide and a Viper's Pit. I mean, what can you really do against those? I mean, let's be real. When you're on the defending side, what can you do once that bomb goes down? Or when they're trying to get that initiative, the bomb to go down? There's really not a counter to it besides getting a kill quicker. And when you're on 2 different sides of the map, you can't react that fast. But we are going to see Tryhard reacting right now, grabbing 1 on the top, and seeing a little bit of a push onto this B side as Zunga gets himself 1 as well.
It doesn't matter though. Quick res, but oh, okay. I really thought Zongo might have had both of them there, but Polkin, fortunately for his team, was there to stop the res kill. Batteries caught in a bad position. Flashed. Vapexy gonna take advantage. 2 versus 3 now. A minute on the clock. Polkin's gotta get bombed down now.
Yeah, I agree. That's really a big deal. And going ahead and getting that down is going to definitely play into their favor. Having that cosmic divide a little bit late, kind of under a little bit confused of why that's going to be going down with the post plant. But it is going to be a little bit of a stop. It's going to be good enough. So I just want to see exactly how they can play forward and whether they win this and then whether it pays off.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
In theory, if Hyperspace would have just had someone stick that, I think it would have been okay. Meanwhile, Polkin, 30 HP in a dream, pulls it off. And ladies and gentlemen, we, for the first time tonight, hopefully not the last, are heading into overtime. Hyperspace gonna start things off back on attack, and Vanquish gonna head back to the defending side. So let's see if these two teams, let's see if overtime is dominated by one person like the majority of these halves have been. It's been flip-flop back. For the most part, these guys have been even, obviously, or else we wouldn't be in an overtime. So you got to wonder if the attacking, if the side switch, you got to wonder if that's going to come into play here. Or maybe Hyperspace will just continue to be dominant, or maybe Vanquish will show up again. And either way, these teams got to win 2 in a row. It's got to be 2 in a row. 14-12 or 16-14, something like that. It's got to happen.
Bomb buddy out.
Yeah, I think, and that's all it comes down to, really. I mean, as great as kills may be, it comes down to side adjustment, because that's the one consistent thing about overtime. A player may perform different on both sides of the field, you know, and a player may sit there and go off at one point and then not in the other. I mean, everything's inconsistent, but the one thing that remains the same on overtime is you were going to have those sides swap every single time. You need to know how to adjust to it, and we see Vanquish finding themselves in a pretty good spot, I like to say, going ahead and shutting down this B push. They just got to be ready for the rotate.
Yeah, as you say it, here it comes. Hyperspace heading back towards B. Top is, you know, he's been pretty dominant in that U-Haul spot, and Polkin owning triple, owning site in general, they've been both pretty solid on a site. So let's see if they can continue to do so. But we're gonna see one ways coming out from Astra. Nave makes quick work of Polkin, and that's gonna give the attackers the entrance they needed. But Top is there to claim things up, and the wall comes out from Lotus. The heals as well. Bomb now down. 4 versus 4.
Good enough results, even with the spike being down, but Lotus finding one and getting shut down by a nade. That's gonna be pretty huge, because you now got the 3v3. You got the site spaced out a little bit with all these players from Hyperspace being in these post-plant situations, but grabbing those 2 is gonna be huge for these guys. With Lemon, getting shut down right there, and Hyperspace find another one.
Yeah, very unfortunate positioning from Lemon. Just kind of trapped in all the wrong places. And now, like you said, Hyperspace now taking the lead once again, 13-12. If they get one more in a row, if Hyperspace locks in one more, if they capture this round, it's over. That's it. Vanquish is gonzo. Hyperspace moves on. But if Vanquish pulls it back, we could have a double overtime. But let's see. Hyperspace has been, I mean, both these teams, like I said, we've been very, very solid this whole match. So let's see if Hyperspace can continue their momentum.
I think it's doable. Comes down to this first pick right now, and this little engagement going on in the middle of the really where I'm kind of itching and thinking that it's going to come through at, as long as Dots doesn't get a little bit over antsy here and almost get shot. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I mean, that wolf was having a hard time figuring out where it wanted to go. Zunga eats that nade with the help of the gravity well there from that Astra. Beautiful combination there from Vanquish. We've seen that a couple times, and it worked perfectly on that one. You gotta admit, that was a very nice wombo combo there from Vanquish. But Lotus getting aggressive, finds 4, but he's gonna get 1. But the other 3 unfortunately found him. Top's gonna solidify that kill. Now Bomb is on its way to A site, and here comes the rotate from Hyperspace. Tryhard picks up Top. Not gonna find another one though. The Bomb is yet to be planted in the U-Haul for some reason. Tryhard. Oh man.
30 seconds left.
What in the world? There we go. Oh, man. The teleport comes through. Three-man teleport, and now it's a 2 versus 3. It's Sky and Raze versus Sky, Raze, and Astra. Bomb planted. Try harder.
I don't know about this.
Yeah, this could work in their favor, or it could not. There we go. Try hard.
Okay.
Starts things off. Quick wallbang on the Polkin right in time. The bomb gets solidified, or gets planted here, and now we have Raze sitting long, and Apex in the form of Sky sitting on elbow, so they're just waiting for their audio cues. It's all they got to do.
And there's a cue right there in itself. Going ahead and getting that little peek, knowing what's going on and the information coming through. Nave, I think I'd say a pretty damn good angle with his teammate. With the 8 finding that, Nave finding 1. He just comes on this 1v1 and he can win the game right here. He just has to go ahead and hold this out.
You gotta stick it. No, you gotta stick it.
Oh!
Buddy. You gotta stick it. Stick it. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Washed Hyperspace taking the second map of the night, 14-12 in an overtime situation. Beautiful match from both teams. Solid effort from both sides. I mean, that was Vanquish. I will never disrespect Vanquish. They couldn't pull it off, but they tried their ass off, and you got to give it to them. But either way, it's gonna be 14-12 in favor of WHD here. I mean, Mick, that was a fantastic match.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. And it really just came down to the uniqueness of it, essentially. I mean, the compositions, which I've just reinforced time and time and time again, how different of a map it was. There was really no solid construction on either side of the field. I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean it in a way to where everything felt essentially unorthodox. Nobody really knew what was going on. And it was rough. And I really think it came down there to that overtime. The fact that everybody started to finally grab a grasp of what they were doing here on Bind, and especially with the players that they were, the agents that they had. And by the time it really came around, that's when Vanquish said, you know what? I mean, we figured this out a little bit quicker. Now that we're on these switch inside, little back and forth here on an overtime, this is where we're going to excel. So we can go ahead and finish it out right here. But that's where, Washed, old, hyperspace, whatever they want to go by, that's where they sat there and found themselves, the advantage, because they just kind of locked it down and had a little bit more kind of, I would say, solidification there in the end. Yeah,
that was all in all, that was such a fun match to watch. I mean, if you look at Polkin for Vanquish, the Asteroids, 26 and 21 to finish it off with 11 assists. Dude had almost a 300 combat score, 283. That's Astra. That's a controller. That's not a guy you want to go in and get kills with. But I mean, if you can do it, screw it. It worked for him. And then on the other side of things, we have Tryhard, 25 and 20 with 4 assists in the form of a duelist. That was Raze. So you expect a duelist to be up top. But I mean, Polkin, my personal MVP for that map. That was a very, very great showing here from both teams, honestly. But Hyperspace, unfortunately, is going to take that map number 2 on Bind, 14-12. For now, we're going to go ahead and send it to break, and we will do a quick caster swap-a-roni, and then Mick and I will return later for the semifinals. So without further ado, we will see you guys in a little bit, a couple matches. So go get some Cheez-Its. High five your Aunt Lucy, and we'll see you guys in a minute.
Something under your breath. I can't
I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building
soul will light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally.
All right, guys, what is up? We are back after a very snappy break and a very intense game that went into some serious overtime rounds. As per usual, it's a lovely Wednesday here at GLG, and I am joined by the beautiful Vincent on my left. How are you, my guy? And it's a pleasure to be back with you.
Doing good. I'm feeling good. I'm ready for some action here. We got some teams coming up that I don't think we have a lot of knowledge about. I've seen HitReg play a little bit once or twice, but I've never heard of any of these Realm players. They got some interesting names, that's for sure. And HitReg, they've been around a little bit, but they've mostly just lost to good teams. So it's really hard to place where they're at because, well, they would probably lose to these teams no matter if they were, winning this event. So the teams they've lost to, I would expect them to, which kind of leaves us into an interesting position where I have to favor HitReg slightly just because they've been in some better tournaments, but I'm loving this.
Yeah, me too, man. And it's a bit of a shakeup here for us. Not a first that we're, how can I say it? Usually we don't get Icebox on a BO1 right out of the gate. So this will be fun to see. I'm looking forward to it. A bit of a new start on a Wednesday early on. I mean, typically in your BO3s towards the end, you get some Icebox, but we'll see how it all goes down, man. Looks like both these teams are basically set up and ready to go. Any thoughts, ideas early on? I'm going to hold the neutral stance here and just keep it frosty, but I don't know. Do you have any vibes and anything you're looking out for here in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely in general looking for solid Viper play. I want to see, some differentiation on the Viper on this map in particular. That's kind of what I start to look for because when you're playing the Viper as your main controller, oftentimes it can get very one-dimensional, I'll just say, and that's not always a bad thing, actually, right? Like you wanna kind of settle down into sort of a standard in some ways, so that you can sell fakes more effectively and whatnot. But there's also some negatives that come along with that. So I just want to see something, some of these Vipers change it up. I'm assuming we're going to see a Viper on both sides, considering that it's Icebox, and that is full-fledged meta here still, and that should be pretty standard, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think so, man. And I'm looking forward to this matchup. You played it out really well. Agent Select now coming up here on your guys' screen. Let's see what we get down to. Of course, this is your Pit of Valor 51, guys. $50 pocket here, or opportunity to put $50 in your pocket. POV is a weekly tournament as usual. So if you guys are not participating, I don't know what you're really waiting for. So get on that tip. And I forgot to say, big stuff from our last announcement, and we're going to repeat it again for you guys today. The GLG Club membership is in full effect. So $10 a month. Only one of your teammates needs to have that membership, and you guys get priority entrance into select events, all free, and of course free entry into other GLG events too. So it's good stuff. 4 POVs this month. The $2,000 Player Zone tournament is here as well, Vincent. It's going to be a busy one here for us for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, we got other huge things coming up down the pike as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. And beyond that, I mean, we had so many teams looking to sign up here for the Pit of Valor the last couple of weeks. I mean, it's tragic, but some teams unfortunately having to be turned away. That is where the entire club membership comes in. You can guarantee your spot. Come in there high seated as well. Only one of your players as well has to have that membership, like Strive was just saying. But we have gotten some
Select your agent.
confirmation on these agents, those being that there's 2 Vipers, 2 Sages as well, though a Killjoy certainly not standard, I would say, on this map. Definitely viable, but interesting to say the least. What are your thoughts, Strive?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this all comes together. I do like the Reyna pick on this map, very strong. The Viper healthy as well. I mean, things are looking very equal, but let's talk about the differentiating factor, that KJ for a second, right? Bit of an iffy feeling about it. I don't know. I've seen KJ have great success, but question remains, and I don't know where you stand with it, is Ray's the sauce here, right? That's TBD, and I think Ray's on this map, given the verticality that it brings, is the sauce. So end of the day, I mean, skill set is one thing. It's about where that crosshair lands, and if you can mouse one faster than that enemy who's peeking you.
Yeah, I'll keep it real with you. I'm on the other side of the fence. I think Raze is, it's not horrifically bad here. I don't want to oversell or do anything like that. But I'm not a huge fan of Raze here, just because I think there's better duelists. I think Jet's better. I think obviously Reyna is very strong, like you mentioned. But I think the really interesting thing is that KJ, right? Like, is the differentiating factor going to be the KJ versus the Raze? I kind of feel like Raze is feast or famine here in a lot of ways, because of sort of that verticality. How well can you use those paint shells? And so for that reason, I'm definitely on the lookout for Lotus Zera, who has a great name.
I'm with you too as we get into it live. We are getting the beautiful flyby of the icy world of Icebox, getting posted up what is looking like a very eccentric setup here. Vincent early out. Realm, hunting, prowling is 5, gonna go aggressive, no rotates yet. The wall comes up to deny some sort of entry on that right side, but they're gonna try and get control of Maze here, break that wall, and there are multiple members already rotated, 3 here to resist. Viper walls aplenty, they're gonna try and get it here.
Well, they've already got an opening pick there. That's KXN who takes that. Clark, though, trades, and Michael is down and dirty with everyone here. That overheal keeping him healthy for just long enough to be able to get the reload in as Clark comes in for help. Lotus Zera up close and personal also falls to Michael, leaving one player left alive. That's also going to fall to Michael. That was KXN on that Reyna. Really well done there by HitReg to get in quickly, really not allowing for Realm to set up their post plants.
Talk about full commitment on site as well, Vincent. I mean, they went A and they said, you know what, we're here, we're gonna go. There was no backing away, no sense of hesitation whatsoever. So that's a nice sight to see. I mean, it kind of fell apart on the retake. Of course, Michael Scarn went in massive there with the frenzy, which I can never seem to connect on. But when others have it, it's a massive weapon. And that's the thing too, man. Reyna round 1 on pistol, picking up frags and going with that Devour. It's a huge reckoning force. And you can see, of course, Michael supporting that 3-0, buying up Spectre armor more or less across the board. Sans Chloric, who's going to be keeping it healthy at 1700.
Indeed, as Realm, of course, keeping things pretty reasonable here. The Reyna buying up a little bit, but no armor to follow up that Sheriff. So Realm just looking for, some aggression. They don't want to give anything away too much, and you can see they're poking and prodding across the map, trying to find somewhere that HitReg have overextended, but the reality is no one's really overextended. KXN has an opportunity, but it's going to get swatted out by that turret. That's the positive that a KJ can bring you. Final getting the early warning system as Michael picks up a double kill on the A side of the map.
It's a great way to start it off with that advantage on that defensive side. At this point, you can kind of take a bit of a breather. Only 3 members to work through, albeit they do have weapons, so I'm kind of not shocked there that HitReg is coming off strong in this round, and as the rest of the team is kind of positioning themselves for this B plant. Stage has no wall, and at this point, any bit of money is going to be helpful, but they go for the peak. Tone, going to send Jimbo packing away. Final, doesn't get the final frag indeed, but he has supporting Tone Viper to clean up the remaining Reyna, and that's going to take HitReg up to the 2-0 on the scoreboard here.
I like what HitReg was doing there. They just played it slow, passive, didn't give anything away. Wanted to be super clear about where they were, wherever the enemy was going, they were going to be there. They were going to be ready for it. And easy does it. As we get into the gun round here for Realm, they're going to be up against the bonus, but that said, that bonus can be deadly, especially if you rotate effectively. It looks as if A might be the site of choice, though, as Realm look to get it started.
Look at this rampage one more time, getting a repeat of round number 1, Vincent. They have control more or less in a moment of maze. They have, you can see down below, Reyna trying to open it up. Not much trade potential there as the rest of the guys are looking, with the exception of Raze up top. So the bird's eye view is secured as Scolio now is having to joust away. Lotus getting a little bit too aggressive on the top of maze, gets picked off really cleanly there by Sage. As we patiently wait now for something to come out this round for the attackers, but looks like they're just falling away one by one.
That said, Jimbo, patient there on the repeat. Scolio was really playing with that one and got a bit too forward of a position, giving nearly the equalizer, though they're still hit right with the player advantage. Sonar Dart comes in, tries to find some information, and as does the toxic screen and the wall from that Sage. Reaggression from Michael. Overheal is in, and this gives an opportunity a back away, though Truman has found success there. Caloric falls, meaning it's 3-on-2. Make it a 3-on-none, as both Tono and Michael Scarn both get involved very, very quickly to clean up those frags.
Clean job there. I really commend Michael Scarn there on his patience for that plant. He didn't get too aggressive. I mean, you play that Reyna, that Devour Dismiss combination really promotes aggression, and you think that it's the right time to peek, but that patience, that ability to put the brake on a little bit and allow that spike to plant and let them kind of make the first step and swing off of that. Really good job. You can see him sporting 7-0, has Empress available now as well. First one on his team to reach the ultimate ticker. Looking really strong for HitReg, but alas, this is going to push the Realm team to save yet again as they bought up on the last. Looking good. Well, hopefully the HitReg guys don't get ecoed here. That would be a giant problem.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for them, though, regardless of the outcome of this round, I mean, not only are they up against those sheriffs, but you know, winning the bonus gives them an extra little bit of economic, you know, strategy to play with. And we get down to it. Some tags there in mid from the Sonar, giving some information over to HitReg. Might be a bit of a false flag, all things considered. There is that res available, should it be possible to be utilized, though, you know, the question of whether or not it's good strategy to use the res on an eco round like this is obviously up in the air.
Patience here, looking really good at this point for both these teams. Ample time on the clock. No one has really fallen, which is ideal way to be running these rounds out. If they can get an opening pick here with that Sheriff buy on the attack side, as they now are grouping towards this long B, barraging away, and we can see there's plenty of support. Look at Tone, though, so aggressive on yellow. He's going to try and get away, and that questionable Raze pick comes in big with the paint can. Boom, and we're down to a 4 versus 4. 38 on the clock, and Spike Plant is viable.
Not going down just yet. KXN's in position. Now it's going through, but Truman with those shock darts as well, or rather, I should say Cloric with the shock darts. In addition to the rifle, is able to deny that spike plant, and that's left out in the open. So there's 2 players left alive here for Realm. Lotus Zero does find some success to trade onto the Sova, but it's quickly down to just Lotus Zero, and Scolio has the frags. He's bagged them all. 2 of them left in the round, and he picked them up.
Really clean, great job there across the board. And as we push ahead, HitReg looking strong with the 4-0, and this is now a last redemption opportunity for Realm. You can see they are buying the Vandals and Phantoms of Plenty armor. 2 ultimates available as well, and strong ones at that. The Empress and the favorable res from Jimbo will be ideal to use on this round, especially that res. I mean, they're building up round. Okay, let me slow down the rolling ball here. I'm not a huge fan of the save the ult mentality, especially if you're a Sage. So I really hope Jimbo just pops that, right? Like, there's no reason to hold on to it. I don't know if you're on the same boat here, Vincent. If you think there's really a quote unquote perfect opportunity to use an ult like Sage's.
Well, that's the problem. It's hard to find the perfect opportunity, but that's a good one that could potentially be utilized. And Jimbo gonna throw it out. So he seems to be on the same page as you, though Michael Scarn is making life miserable on that site. Throwing out a Lear, going to again force Jimbo back around the corner. This time it's Michael who swings again, but the dismiss is far too powerful. He has the help, and the shock darts are gonna push back the rest of the following up team as the heal comes back through, but too low. Caloric finds success. the towel onto Lotus Zero once again. This time 1v3, picking up one, but not more.
Standing ahead.
So well done. At this point, Hit Reg are just on a rumble, my friend. They're having great success everywhere, it seems. B, A, and are just rotating and responding so well. Realm not really adapting as of yet, and this is yet again going to push them back to a save. So consider it a reset round. If they can pick up the eco, great. If not, some conversations need to be had internally as to what's failing. Maybe a bit more of a split, a bit of a slower default. That seemed to work well on that pistol round, or at least it seemed like it was giving them a bit more room to breathe and better opportunity.
I was loving the utility over there on that A site. You know, even with the res, right? Like, everything came in at the perfect time. Michael re-peeking, getting the dismiss, and the help coming in through those shock darts, also powerful. And, well, Michael, once again, seeming to be the stalwart here at the A site, continually finding success. And there's that third frag now on the round. Overheal still available, though not going to have enough bullets to clean it up. Just one player left, and that's going to be Truman, who does find one kill with the Sheriff.
Stunning job, and at this point, down to the lonesome Truman with a Sheriff tapping away. He does a bit of a tickle, but he himself now lit. Scolio hunting, Michael Scarn getting a bit of a heal. The Empress, or sorry, the Lear up close. He spots Tone, and Tone spots him with a clean Phantom one tap to bring home round number 6 on the board.
Flawless here for Hitrag so far. Really well done. 12-1 here, the score for Michael Scarn, who's doing a fantastic job, Strive.
I mean, this is just good stuff, man. I don't know what to tell you. At this point, it's looking like a bit of a Hit Reg favorite side. And look at this. Oh my god. 4 ultimates across the board for Hit Reg. So expect a bit of a fury or fiery round this up with all these ults available on the board.
I mean, Realm not hurting either. They got 3. Showstopper could go out, potentially, as the Empress for both sides. So A seems to be where they head.
Getting into it. Really aggressive again. Lotus going big. The Showstopper does not connect on screens, unfortunately. Michael Scarn yet again doing his deed on that rafter side. Shock darts coming in 1 and 2 from Chloric. At this point, with the spike now getting planted, this is a bit of a change of pace. Oh, yeah, and there's that Chloric ultimate we talked about in the beginning here. Michael Scarn does not give up his post at this point, and now with the Pit of Doom here from the Viper, we'll see now if your pick of choice can hold off this post play.
Oh, that Viper's Pit all alone, and there it's gone. Chloric eventually does find the frag, and, you know, worst case scenario there, Showstopper used, Viper's Pit used, nothing gained for Realm, and all Hitrag you needed to do was use 2 of their own ultimates at, or rather the Hunter's Fury and Empress. So, a bit frustrating, I think, if you're Realm off the back of that one. And this is kind of, I mean, this is a bit of the struggle that I kind of alluded to when you're playing a Raze, and I don't want to like blame Lotus Zero by any means. It's not that he's playing poorly. It's that utility-wise, it's really hard to get entry into some of these sites when you don't have an initiator like a Jet, or, I mean, even if you're Reyna, I mean, the Reyna's currently just getting demolished whenever they entry.
Yeah, and you need that Reyna. You can't, like, that Reyna is critical. The up-close Lear, and now you can see KX getting up close. He's going to run away and get swung on. So, Final, again, really using those headphones to his advantage, coming out on top. 3 ultimates still on the side of Hit Reg to play out on this. They have the number advantage and a lit Viper to work through. With minute 9, they just keep on falling, man. I can't even begin to comprehend what Realm is trying to put together at this point. They're just rinse and repeating the same walls and takes, and now you can see Jimbo lit, back sight, dart comes in. Nothing but gravy, my friend.
Oh, and I mean, again, the other part of this is I've not been particularly impressed with the Realm, you know, Viper play wise. Like, where's the B takes? Why are we only seeing A takes here? I feel like we've had 1 B take out of 7 rounds. Like, that's just not acceptable. You have to really start to change things up if you're losing like they are, and it's just not happening. So I don't know if it's a lack of, you know, solid lineups or whatnot. That's a great lineup, by the way. Just on the fly, throwing down that toxic cloud, doing some damage, and well, Final takes advantage of that extra damage. A couple of body shots, and he's taking down the Raze.
Easy come, easy go. It seems for Hit Reg 8-0, still looking strong, and this is now where I think the B take might be the play, Vincent, right? They have guns. A has not been successful. I hope they shake it up and go towards this B and use a bit more of that util to their advantage, right? They have that Viper wall to divide up. They have Jimbo's ice wall to get in on site. Let's see the wall plant, the GLG textbook B take.
Exactly right. You know, we just haven't really. We saw the sort of attempt one time. It got, you know, destroyed by a couple of shock darts, which, you know, in fairness, that does happen. It's just a good play. But there we go. KXN finding some entries. That's a great way to start.
Looking healthy here with that Empress 2. This would be the time to use it from the side of Realm. Scolio doing his best yet again on Maze. Does he know who's above him? He does. Lotus, how many times is he going to eat dust up there? KX trades that out. That's the wall plant that we want to see. That this time they do have control. Oh no, but the lineups, they're here. The Hunter's Fury as well from downtown. And Jimbo is just avoiding a whole bunch of utility. Just doing a bit of a salsa himself at the Maze side.
I mean, you know, when you got a Hunter's Fury on your left and Nanoswarm on your right, and you're getting hit by the snake bite in front of you, you kind of have to figure out how to do some dancing, to be fair. KXN's trying to find a bit of a cheeky little ang right there. Still has the advantage, do Realm, and they're looking to continue to have that, though KXN's still not using this Empress. He's had it for so long and never pressing that Q button. I think that's definitely something he needs to be using, and he's taken down now. No chance anymore. Really, really big, you know, oversight by him.
30 seconds
Truly, and you can see Truman now, that KJ utility, we talked about it, ended up being immensely useful. Posted up, it's going to give them the information they need now. Chloric, oh, really good patience there. He doesn't look towards the drone, tries to get on Truman, does not connect, but Tone is there to respond. 2 versus 2, a lit Viper. This is looking very hit reg sided if they can play it right.
Well, play it right. They don't, not yet, but that said, Donho caught out trying to use that Viper Spit in the wrong spot. Alarm bot goes out. Final has the option, but he does not get the frag. It's Thiessen who gets the clutch 1v2. Finally, Realmer on the board.
Strong start for Realm, and round number 9. Better to start later than never, it seems. If they can pick up 3 here, it's a decent cushion to proceed ahead when they switch off. And this is the thing we talk about it on Icebox more than anything, I think, Vincent. It's kind of team-sided, right? I do agree the defense is very viable, but more than often on this map, especially on Pit of Valors and on GLG side, I've seen the switch come out and an absolute round swap barrage from the team that's been down.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think this map is so unique that it really is hard to have like a default sidedness, you know? And so very much it often comes down to whatever the team preference is, whatever they're better at. That's what is going to come out in 9 out of 10 situations. But once again, A seems to be the side of choice for the early side of this. The toxic screen already out and lots of utility being thrown that direction for Realm.
And now let's see how this works out for Michael yet again. He has lots of members coming towards A, his chance to shine. Drone misses and it gets leered out for the push here. He's watching the angle. Can he connect? Nice. Crosshair placement always on point there. Scolio again working his magic towards site as well. This is Jimbo using the res. Is it going to be exposed? That was the question. Not so much. Jimbo onto heaven with a trade out from Scolio onto Thiessen. Brings it down to 3 versus 2. Res available. Viper Pit available. And a bit of an economy res to put the cherry on top.
Yeah, I mean, at the time that he started the res, it wasn't even an economy res. It was just, you know, 3 on 3 and putting an extra man on the board. But by the time that ended, everybody found the kills and it was 9-1. The defensive hit reg is dominating. Truly stepping up, and well, whilst it was Michael or in the early days, he had that 12-1 scoreline slowing down a little bit. Now 15-4. It's Tonho and Caloric who have joined him, 10-2, 10-6 respectively. Big plays coming through from both the Viper and the Sova.
And 2 to pick up here, Vincent. There's a bit of a situation on the board as we've resorted to the lightest of light buys. 3 classics, 2 sheriffs. As they're now changing it up. A bit of mid control maybe. This is viable if they can get him. Yeah, hi.
KXN hasn't used his ult yet.
Why?
At all this half. Just, you know, I don't know.
I commend you for keeping tabs on that, by the way, but I'm gonna put a big question mark on there. There's no reason to hold that. They'd had guns multiple times, and even the round before, he could have popped it. So
yeah,
that's a big ult if you think about it. So much kit available on that Reyna.
Just the fire rate increase is so strong, isn't it?
Totally, and he's now opening it up and still not. Oh no, he's active. He's got that ult up, I think.
There.
No, not yet.
No, he doesn't. I'm losing it. I'm misreading colors on the screen. So he still has yet to pop that Empress. And 5 versus 3, you got 2 rounds to go. I don't know what he's saving it for.
There we go. Nicely done.
Thank you. Bravo.
I mean, he got 2 big openings. Like, he's playing well. I gotta commend him for that. It's just, there's no reason to wait this long is the reality.
I'm on your side. You can see now he's picking up the 3-piece for himself thus far. Leering close. Chloric behind the boxes. He knows. Oh, he knows well, and he decides not to peek, knowing there's more than one member watching him intently. Now, connection. No, Michael Scarn's crosshair placement yet again excels over KX's. And he's going to go now with the counter. Empress, Lear, doubled up on yellow. We'll see now where the rotates coming. Can he get one and dismiss away? He has Chloric to help him out, tapping the bomb. He's going to tap away through the bubble of doom as well. He gets spotted, knows there's one on top, one down below. Shake and bake, but given the situation, he ain't gonna make that happen. So that's gonna be Realm picking up their second here, Vincent. And the bomb goes boom, and unfortunately, nobody survives. So economy MIA as we proceed into the final round of this half.
I was gonna say tragedy, but that's not actually horrible. Their money is not that bad as Realm, so they got enough money to buy back in. And big props there to multiple players, right? KXN, huge victory. Picks up a triple kill, really opens things up for the B site, and actually find the opening of A. But on top of that, those 2 players there at the end, I think it was Truman and Thiessen playing the little game of don't peek and overcoming the potential retake there on that Empress. Really strong stuff as we see the Viper's Pit coming out early, as is the Hunter's Fury. So a little bit of fishing going on, I think, for that Hunter's Fury. Maybe not my favorite, but I like the Viper's Pit over here at A.
I do as well. It's going to deny that typical entry we've seen from the Realm squad. They love that side, and rightfully so. I mean, you can see Viper is kind of just chilling, has a bit of Sage support, but KX now going off. He's awakened on the board. Michael hears some funny business down below. Tapping away as Thiessen on the other side of the map, able to pick up a frag onto Final. So good bounce back. Realm with weapons, 5 versus 3. And with that pit on that A side, you can sure as heck bet the Realm side is not too keen on going that way.
Showstopper is now in hand for Realm, should they need it. 5 on 3, though. Huge advantage. And Truman in a great spot as well. All these forward positions make it tough to mount a retake. Scolio coming in, seems to know something's up. Though Truman has success and now has a pit to add on to that 1v5 for Michael. He's got 2. That's the overheal, double overheal as it comes. This wall giving him some moving room. But Truman has the advantage, but doesn't actually find the frag. That's going to be the Lear, trying to buy some time. Showstopper could come out, but there's ultimately too many angles to take a look at. Everyone peeks at the same time, and Michael goes down. Lotus pulling out the Showstopper for style points at the end. It's 9-3.
We talked about it, Vincent. Glad they got that 3rd in their back pocket, and with that, how can I say, slight, but still substantiate a bit of momentum, 3 rounds. Hopefully, Realm can come out swinging on a couple strong pistols, build up economy with some light buys, Spectre's armor, and get some early momentum, and bring us closer to closing this gap with the strong hit red showing thus far. I'm really hoping for the best here for the squad. They're going to have to pull it together and really calm it out and just frag out, man. We really needed to see, but like we said, Icebox, half switch, tends to be a bit of a wild card.
Yeah, it really does. There's no doubt about that. And as we start to get into the second half pistol, hit reg looking to maybe get a 4th position here at A. There's actually 3 players sort of committed already, so this is not so great of a position to be in. And it's Jimbo here on the side already put up that wall to stop any fast movements inside.
This is KX now awake, doing what Michael Scarn was doing previously, getting an early opening pick. Jimbo, self-heal force. Look at this party at Maze. Everyone's already rotated here, holding across Thiessen. Nice shock dart connection. Oh my god. Tone, though, with the ghost of choice. Gets 3 so far. Lotus finally responds, but is it too little too late? Down to a 2v2 as the attackers have hit the ejecto button and are running it right over to B side.
All right. don't want to give too much away, and I mean I like this rotation. I think it makes a lot of sense to get they get away without having to deal with the toxic screen either. Though that toxic screen can go up and I should say no, it can't go up. No, Viper, my apologies. Was not paying attention, but Realm coming back in with some util of their own. Should have a sonar if I'm not mistaken. He's gonna want to throw that in, and both players here in this yellow position, that's dangerous, but they're ready. They do give away some of that info. There goes the counter sonar as well. Should give the info away there that Lotus is in position, as is Teason. Lotus taking some time, and Teason has the frag. So now it's 1-on-2. Gotta get aggressive, and nicely done there by Lotus. Always looking the right direction. Teason gonna get the defuse.
Great commitment, great comms, and we get away with 2.82 seconds to spare, folks. Realm picking up that fourth, proceeding ahead. This is the early momentum, my friend Vincent. With this, I hope they can pick up another and follow up with it. The question here is, what is HitReg going to do in terms of the buys as we get ahead? Given their lead, are they going to be looking to save economy? Let's watch and see on the buys here. Yeah, Sheriffs it is, I guess. So no big save across the board. Or is there? Debates. Quarrels.
I guess in fairness, Michael can afford a little bit extra cash, especially if he gets kills. Maybe it's the mindset. He's been fragging a lot, so whilst I don't love that as a strategy, I think it's certainly viable for him. But though none of these kills going anyone's way other than Michael's, who's found a double kill actually up the back with some nice sheriff shots. He's the only player to survive though. And he's somehow found a third. Huge damage being done. Finally shut down, but that was way more difficult than it should have been.
Good job there from Michael. I mean, they were able to pick off a good amount of economy, but it's really not enough. Realm now feeling good, feeling healthy. You can see they are going to hold steady on their guns. Many of them are going to have to save for the next two, holding from Spectre. So that set of frags that came out on the last round, Vincent, might be the real delivering factor on this gun buy for the side of HitReg to pick up round 10.
Might be. And a Marshal in the hand there of KXN as well. Not that that can't be a viable weapon, but, you know, not ideal for sure.
That gun's a problem sometimes, man. When used correctly, especially on these light buys without head armor, it can do a healthy bit of hurting.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of the Marshal, but unfortunately, like against a full weapon, it's just not always that great. Certainly can be deadly though. No question about it.
Just hit the head, my friend. That's the sauce.
Good device.
Thank you.
Power down.
HitReg over at B, just trying to sell that there's a possibility. And you look at what it's done. They look at the minimap. So much movement there from the defense. They've now started settled back in, now knowing that it's going to be an A take, but it was a good adjustment. It really forced out some moves, and Scolio has found that opening. KXN falls, and now it's 4-on-5. The opening is there, and final solidifies that position with Scolio following up.
Really fluid as this HitReg team. They just slide around this map like a bucket of goo as Michael Scarn doing his best there, pushing ahead, up close and personal with the Sheriff is Teason, but he is going to this time be the final frag and the final man to fall as HitReg pick up that 10th. And this is it, yet again, to no shock. Looks like Reyna is the first to the scoreboard with that ultimate available and with guns. I really hope Michael pops that here. 23-8 is that man, looking so strong.
Could be a huge tide turner here. Strive. All the time I talk about it. The first ultimate to come online, and no one else has it, especially if you're Arena. It's so impactful. It really can be. You come out swinging, and you get that extra fire rate, and obviously the unlimited devour / overheal at the same time. It's nasty stuff. So HitReg in there, and it's Scolio who takes the opening, and it's onto the opposing Reyna, KXN.
Minute 24, ample opportunity, opening pick to the side of HitReg. As you mentioned, the recon dart to spot away. Nice wall here, slippery, battle stage activated. Scolio, what? Oh, that was on the different side. Sorry, that was Jimbo on the wall. I had a moment there, I'm like, how did that even work now? Michael behind the yellow side with a wall in front of him, just lurking around, but the bomb is nowhere on that B side. Looks like the attackers have weaseled their way mostly into A.
And this is what you're talking about. These guys so slippery. always in position, though Thiessen
Spike
has
down
gotten
A.
his way into a great spot to deny some of that push. The Owl drone comes out, denies Finals position. Jimbo finding Toneho, but is still going to be the plant for Caloric, as Hitreg do have the advantage. 3-on-2. Hunter's Fury now in hand as well.
This is it. Reyna not choosing to pop that ult. This Hunter's Fury, though, on the post, Vincent, is going to be massively problematic. You can sure as heck bet as soon as they tap it, Caloric is going to be all over that like bees on honey.
Tough to even tap though with those nano swarms in effect, as well as the shock darts. So much to deal with, though. Jimbo still finds success, but the shock darts I'm talking about, there they are. Caloric making life miserable. He's got another one in hand, throws it out, and that could be death. Not quite, but nearly, and that's the round. Who needs Hunter's Furies when you have so much post plant utility?
The damage that was done early on too was just a massive contributing factor, and you're right, that holding of Hunter's Fury is gonna just be so strong, because now look at the side of Realm. Money is not strong. They're on a pistol buy, more or less desperation. Light armor gonna probably come out if anything, and they have full guns. Basically, I mean, they're at the helm of this chariot and are just blasting their way through the barren lands of Icebox.
Yeah, and now Hitreg have a Viper's Pit, plus that Hunter's Fury and that Empress to utilize should they want it. Like, just so many tools at the disposal of Hitreg, and they don't even really need them when they have such a big gun advantage.
And look at Michael Scarn here following the Owl drone in, so he's getting a bit of early control towards that long side, uncontested. Viper is the lonesome wolf watching that B. Final clean headshot onto Jimbo, and he gets a heal from his fellow Sage. An opening pick yet again to the side of Hitreg.
So much consistent damage. Nice shot, though, by Truman. It's going to equalize things. And there goes that potential for the Empress. So, things looking a little bit better. The pit as well now available for Realm. Didn't notice that one come up. But A is wide open. And this means that Caloric can also find a good rotate kill as KXN falls. That means that now the pit goes out at A, and Hitreg are in nice position to take this away.
Look at this combination. Pit with a Sova ultimate, so it's basically one tap once your HP drops. I don't know what they're going to do here on the post plant. And how many times have we seen this type of shake and bake happening? Oh, almost Thiessen connection. Hitreg has been so good at just finessing this A site. 2 times in a row, uncontested, they got on in, and now look, they're up in health points, and they have an ultimate planted down, ready to go.
Everything coming up. Hitreg at the moment. Scolio continuing that story, and Tono, he's pretty much put the pin in it. It's only Final, who has indeed found that final kill for himself. Realm, they are banished into the Shadow Realms, I think, at this point.
Splendid job. Match point here, folks. 3 ultimates on the board. Unfortunately, the Hunter's Fury did not get popped. That would have been a sight to see if multiple people showed up in that Viper's Pit and fell down to no hit points. So, but nonetheless, we're gonna watch and hope on this full gun round on both sides here that Realm can hold on a bit longer. 7-round delta to close. If they're gonna get it, it's gonna be a mission, but it's doable, man. I'm hoping that Realm can bounce back.
I don't know that I have too much faith at this moment, but maybe, hopefully, Hitreg pulling out the Hunter's Fury to try and deny that Viper's Pit, ultimately unsuccessful. And Final taking some damage on the back of those paint shells. Empress being popped out here towards A. 2 players in this position. Final could find them out, but Jimbo's in a good spot, and he's gonna find one, maybe. No, he gets found out. That's massive. And Caloric and Michael Scarn both find success as well. This is tragedy for Realm.
Thiessen fires away. He gets a little bit out of that. Nothing out of that. 5 versus 3. The Empress is available on both sides. This is Connections coming up with the one onto Scolio. Michael Scarn responds onto Truman. Also Empress out of his mind. Connection, one more. Reyna on Reyna action. Dismisses Invisible. He goes onto site here looking for more information. Does he connect on one? No. Tono with the placed crosshair, but it's not enough. His Final does the deed, my friends, and brings home the end of this matchup. Hitreg taking it on 13-5.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, there's some times where where despite little information, you have what you need, and Hit Reg showing us that despite the fact that they unfortunately tend to take some losses at some better tournaments, those losses have taught them a whole lot, and they are certainly doing a great job at doing well in this pit of Valor. They move on ahead of Realm in what was a dominant Icebox showing. I really loved what they did. Those fakes on the attacker side, very, very coordinated. It really pulled the rotates basically every time, but we only got to see just a little bit of it because their defensive side was so strong.
Absolutely. I mean, you touched on every point I wanted to mention, Vincent. The fake outs, the rotations, the slipperiness that we saw, the frags, the aggressiveness, and the really presence of Reyna here from the side of Michael was just pivotal for that win. So 13-5, they push ahead. We got more BO1s coming at you guys here tonight until we hit that BO3 grand final. So don't go too far. Get comfortable. There's so much more Pit of Valor to come. We're going to be swapping out some faces for the time being, I think, here, and coming back for more shortly after, Vincent. So, guys, if you like what you see, as always, slap the socials. GL Gaming Lounge is your Twitter. Give the casters and production team some love because they deserve it. And we're going to be back with you momentarily. Sit tight.
like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one. Only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind. I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take my...
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. We are in the quarter final, right? We're quarterfinal. Yeah, quarterfinals. My name, once again, I'm Sir Mickey, joined by my man Mick. Did you have a good break?
I did. I went and got myself some food. I think I ordered Domino. I did actually. I ordered Domino's. I went and picked it up.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. That was like about an hour break. That game didn't last very long, unfortunately.
Nah.
It was very unfortunate there for what was the team that I forget. It's fine though. We are Mick, we're about to have a banger. This is going to be a good map. We got Down to Earth, who's going to be defending here on Ascent against the Billionaires Club. Now, I personally have not seen either of these teams. I've been informed by our production side, however, that Down to Earth has participated in past Pit of Valor events. So, Mick, I don't know if you've seen them, but I have not, so I don't know what to expect here, man.
I personally haven't either, man. And that's kind of the most exciting thing about it. For them to kind of be so used to this atmosphere and be in Pit of Valors already and know exactly what goes down, but we haven't seen them, either means two things. A, they just kind of been unfortunate, haven't been really lined up for the stream schedule. Or B, that means they just we haven't exactly seen them as a high seeding placement in these past tournaments, and that over time they've actually improved themselves and gotten to a stage where they can actually contend and get to this quarterfinal situation. So, I mean, that's going to be what kind of unravels today, and seeing how exactly they play, because looking at the map pick Ascent, it's pretty darn... I'd say it's a pretty neutral map. So it's definitely going to open up a lot of counterplay and a lot of very big aggressive plays from both sides of the field, depending on really who's more adaptable.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, Ascent is one of those maps where it's just right down the middle. I mean, it's so evenly matched. You do have your door into Tree Room and your door into Market on A and B side respectively, but when it comes down to it, I don't think any one side has a specific advantage, except maybe, I mean, if you look at the defense and you put Killjoy on B site, that's it. That's 9 times out of 10 that Killjoy is going to own B site. So, I mean, let's see if we're heading into Agent Select. So let's see if that's going to be the case, or if we're going to see some maybe some Cypher plays come out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Killjoy, you're just required really to choose her on this map. I mean, Six Pack being almost literally insta-locking her, almost like a jet in a public lobby, like the way she just came into the map. You got to sit there and choose it. But I got to say that really leaves a lot open for Billionaires Club, because their composition's looking very odd, purely because we're not seeing a jet. I mean, you never not see a jet. So it's really fun to see exactly, as long as Swish can lock in here on this KO, have more of an initiator composition going on, with the Sova having that dual initiator, which is going to kind of be the situation we're looking at. That's going to be a pretty darn fun comp, if I got to say so myself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in general, two Sovas are just so fun to watch. Like, just Sova in his own right, just only one Sova is still, I mean, it's still such a sight to behold, especially when you get someone who knows the lineups and they're quick with them, like Jonas or Hiko or someone like that. Louisianimal in the past, he's phenomenal on Sova, just to name a few. But at the end of the day, Mick, I think it's going to come down to who can hold their sights on defense, because the composition is, we got some differentials going on. We got the heals only on Down to Earth. We don't have any heals on Billionaires Club, but we do have the extra initiator. We have KO and Sova on BC, so maybe that's going to be the upper hand that BC needs here, or maybe Down to Earth will slap him in the face with a couple sky flashes, call it a day. Let's see. We don't know. But again, guys, it's going to be Down to Earth here on defense on Haven going up against Billionaires Club. We're on Pit of Valor 51 tonight. That's 31 Pit of Valors in a row. If you guys are enjoying this, make sure you hit the follow button, turn notifications on.
Oh.
Now we are underway.
Oh, entry with the first pick. Okay, and I gotta say these trades are coming in a little bit too close than we bargained for, and a little bit too quickly as well. Because I mean, we didn't really get there into the pregame to discuss exactly who was going where. But right now we got Six Pack pushing in over towards the A side, and just everything set up right now. These picks going through Down to Earth, only being left with one in the 4v1 situation. Six Pack being the last one to fall right there. That was one hell of a quick of a round right there for the first to give Billionaires Club a quick little lead.
Yeah, that was solid. Also, real quick, predictions are live in chat, so make sure you guys go vote on those. Every time you guys see us in the Agent Select, make sure you're looking at your predictions, because you could win some serious channel points, and who knows, maybe even earn a sock or two. But yes, we are now heading into the second round. That was honestly such a solid round from BC. They only dropped one person, right? Yeah. Space was the only one that fell for BC there, so it was an excellent textbook take of sight, and let's see if they can do it again here.
Christ. I mean, just looking at the aggression from the side of Down to Earth, I mean, you would think that these guys are trying to play a little bit more passively, that they would actually try to, you know, get a little bit of counterplay thrown into the mix here. But with the A side being completely open and Billionaires Club just full sprinting onto there, you can't blame them. They have better weaponry, they have more util to work with, they have more money just across the board, and they're going to make sure to really put it to the test here as we see them already sitting there taking this plant down, making sure that door is held to some extent, with Coburg being the first one on it. And a quick little shot from Swish and a follow-up. 3v3, 3v2 make that with Coburg just absolutely going off right here.
Coburg showing up big time for his team. Air Killjoy, there we go. Beautiful kill. 4K from Coburg. Beautiful swish. I'm not gonna lie, you stole that. 100%. 100%. I don't know if you saw that, Mick. Coburg was sitting right outside the tree, and I think it was the Astra, I think it was Bats, peeked out just a smidgen, got donked in the head by Coburg, but Swish got the last sheriff shot on him, so he kind of stole it there. But we're still going to give Coburg the 4K to start things off here. Beautiful round 2 from him, and now we're heading to round 3, and you're looking at the econ here. There's definitely a difference, obviously. We're only in round 3, we're heading into bonus round here, and look at the Odin.
Space!
It's spaced a little bit more right, buddy. You're so close. Meanwhile, his team's getting tagged up by those nano swarms, and Swish actually gets taken out by one. Yeah,
that's actually huge, because you don't typically find those kind of utility kills all too much, especially with those nano swarms. But Six Pack is going to find himself 3. Is absolutely demolishing this B-side initiative and just forcing Billionaires Club to rotate. And I gotta say, this one hell of a start for the likes of Down to Earth. I mean, who just bought these rifles, they want to make sure to keep them, they want to maintain them going forward, and making sure that not a single guy dies so far. As long as they can just play these trades, hell, they're gonna be sitting at 3 guys still sitting with money, and they can really buy up for the next round. But it looks like Space maybe actually kind of really just saving this round, because unless he wants to make a move later, but he's got to wait on his Killjoy to really press the button.
Yeah, this is definitely a sticky situation. I mean, they do. Entry's got bomb in his hand, sitting on tiles. There's nothing much he can do in this position, just because it's, you know, the numbers game. They have a 3-man advantage. Not to mention Entry's health is not looking too good. So this is just not a good situation. Their best chance is to just save that equipment, you know, save the SMGs, and hope that next round you can clean it up a little bit better. But I mean, all in all, D2E doing a fantastic job this round, at least holding down sight. Oh, here we go. Entries for some reason gonna wait for push through, but Six Pack gonna go ahead and then throw a beautiful bullet in the brain of him. I don't know what Entry was doing there. I don't know why he waited until he pushed at the 14-second mark. I don't really know what he was expecting there, but it didn't work out. So that's going to be Billionaires Club now up by 1, 2-1, as D2E did take that last one. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, and by just an absolutely dominant faction, leaving themselves so much money to work with. I mean, look at this. Everybody has 2,000 to play with in their bank. or in their wallet at least. And on top of that, they all have legitimate guns. They have legitimate rifles to play with, and that's exactly why Space had to save in that last round, because his econ's a little bit off from the rest of his team, and he had to maintain that Odin, otherwise he'd be just as scrapped as everybody else. With a huge push starting right here on A from the likes of Billionaires Club. And may call in a quick little rotate here, but it doesn't look like anybody's budging. So I gotta say, it's a great little read here from Down to Earth to go ahead and say, you know what, well, let's not hold out exactly too hard just yet, because that spike is still back there in spawn. So no matter how much of a move they make, they're still gonna have that to play with.
Ooh, the teleport from Rao. That's great, because honestly, that audio cue might have given him away, but all in all, it's not a bad play. You just try to, you know, that I believe that was Bats that he played with that, and now Bats is thinking he's definitely where he's completely not. So less than a minute on the clock. BC's got to go for this bomb plant within the next 20 seconds or so, or else they're going to have to think about a rotate.
Oh, and this is it. This is it.
Here we go.
Empress, null command, just everything out. As Switch is the first one to fall, but Coburg with that double up on the Empress. I mean, that's a great little trade, and that's the only thing you could ask for. But the resurrection coming in, he's right back in the battle, baby. So this is a 5v4 sitting now.
30 seconds.
Man, Swish got lucky on that. There's so many times that you just don't get picked up in that ult, and this is not one of those times. CJB, accidentally baits his teammate. Rao catches Bats off the side.
Okay.
4 versus 3 now.
And Down to Earth actually having a pretty good position here. I mean, just completely surrounding this site. You got all the guys of Billionaires Club locked up there in the edge. I mean, look at them, just surrounding the border. And Moonblue not able to find those shots to green just yet to get that kill, but he is going to get scanned out by that recon dart along with his teammate. It's going to be huge for Coburg to find 4, the second one in this game.
Second 4K from this man. He's definitely drinking control, exclamation point control in chat for that. I mean, that was Coburg. You're 9-1, man. Just relax a little bit. Let your team help you out. Let Spaced and Swish get in there, get you the information. You don't got to do it all on your own. But yes, now it's 3-1, 2-round deficit here for D2E. But Billionaires Club looking pretty solid. If we're looking at the economy, they're even if BC loses this one, they're still going to be able to get some at least SMGs in the mix. So this is where D2E needs to put their foot down, and get that boot off their neck. Beautiful.
Right where he left off.
Going to start it off.
Right where he left off, man. I mean, obviously the 4K was kind of expected the last round. Empress, we say it time and time again, it is a free round, and we maybe seen Billionaires Club find themselves a free round right here. As long as they can follow up on this lockdown, but we don't see it making a move just yet until literally as it goes down to see if they can find that pick. A great call, but you got 2 players who are actually detained by that with the defender killjoy coming in. Oh my God. No shot! No shot! Oh my God!
Who taught him that?
Swish!
Oh my!
Hey, this man's got a bucket!
1 enemy remaining.
Producer saying my God! Rao picks up a 2-piece entry, finishes it off with a beautiful little 1-piece onto 6-pack, and that's going to be Billionaires Club now up by 3, 4-1. Swish, what is wrong with you? Do we have a replay on that? Probably not. It's okay. We do.
Oh, yes, hell yeah, we do. Of course we do.
Ah, boing, boing. Beautiful placement. Just gets rid of that lockdown, and you gotta love it. You gotta love it. I've seen that a couple times with Sylvie shock darts too. There's specific lineups towards a site that, you know, there's only a couple places that you're gonna want to place a killjoy on a site, and unfortunately, Rao was able to predict it, and it just ended up perfect here for BC. So now it's 4-1. Let's see if Down to Earth is gonna show up anytime soon.
Both those Sobadars getting shut down immediately, man. That's kind of unfortunate for everybody, but Ray right there being super fortunate with those shots, and he's gonna follow up a 3rd. Hold up! He's pushing for the 4th. He's pushing for the 4th. He's pushing for it, but he's sitting at 22 health, so he has to back out of here. He's gonna run to Bass there in the mid, but he's actually gonna be split off as he finds himself a double. Oh, the Sheriff just... Dude, I think it was...
I couldn't tell. We're going to need a replay after this.
I was say, there's way too much going on to really count that out, but I memean, that's...
It was nuts either way, and now it's Moon. Beautiful shot on the code.
What are the Sheriff?
Entry. No, Entry going to shut him down. 5-1. That was Man, Billionaires Club is just so solid coming out here. They know exactly what angles to hold, where to plant the bomb, how to play with each other, and they are just flawless in this right now. D2E's only been able to get one on the board, and it just happened to be that third round. So now BC is just, at this point, they're running away with it. Look at this entry. The Killjoy, who's 6-1 for BC, has almost max money. He was just at 8,600. He bought full armor again, 7,600, and below him is 6K from Space. Their economy is out of this world right now. And then you have Sixpack, who's 5-5 with like 200 bucks. D2E needs to get in on this, and they need to do something now. They need to start participating in this game, or else BC is just gonna run away with this thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough set of shoes to be standing in, but it's definitely doable for them to bring this back. They are in the defense. As long as they can just sit there and find themselves a retake, and that's just the hardest part, because you have to go ahead and survive this Hunter's Fury right off the rip with your Billionaires Club. And with that tag coming through, there's a little bit of a read, knowing that B-side's probably going to be the option here. So a great little shot there, as we got everybody else falling through, and Coburg with that ultimate again. So maybe looking for that third 4K this game if he can find it. But Moon Blue just absolutely shutting this man down through the smoke, being essentially the only one to being able to hold out the side, but right here from the edge, actually grabbing some great shots with that spike going down that you have down to earth. 3 men compared to Billionaires Club 4 while they have this spike. So great little position for them to have this pressure. Really just comes down to this stage in the game. Down to earth has a cosmic divide, but it doesn't seem like they need it because they're finding these whole shots without it.
Swish, excuse me, actually yeeted his knife towards CT a minute ago, and it gave them a lot of information. So they were able to avoid CT because they knew 3 or 4 people were there. Now, here we go. The entry. Swish picks one up. Are they able to solidify the hold here? 2 versus 2 now.
He's waiting for it. What are you doing?
They can't hear it. They
just
can't hear
gave
it.
it to him. Space, you have to
hear
break that, my guy.
They
You
couldn't
have
hear
to
the
break
defuse.
that.
Player standing.
They couldn't hear the defuse.
I mean, I know you want to sit there and line up. That's exactly what it looked like he was trying to go for there. Was he wanted to go ahead and strafe it out with that Odin pre-fire, but he just didn't even peek it. He just thought they were just not going to touch bomb the whole time.
It's just so unfortunate. I mean, if that happened to me, I'd be throwing my computer across the room. But oh, spaced, unfortunate there, man. That was. He would have just sprayed with the Odin. That's what I would have done. I would have just, even though you have no visual contact on that bomb, you can still spray through that, because the Astral Device, it stops abilities, but it doesn't stop bullets. So you get to just spray with that Odin, and it being an Odin, that could potentially work until that wall's down and you have a visual confirmation of bomb if someone's defusing or not. But that Odin could have been used as a tool just to keep that defuser off bomb. But unfortunately, it was not. So that's going to make it now 5-2 as D2E is starting to come back here just a smidgen.
Yeah, and that's why I'm super excited to see really what CJB can really pull out with this Blade Storm. I mean, look at that. Dude is prepped. He is primed. He's full clinching right now for this, as long as he can find himself something. And moving, making that first initial move, never to find anything. But a quick little flick will get himself one. The Billionaires Club is actually going to find the double, really giving themselves the top. But Bats could actually have themselves some kind of answer alone, because actually evening out as a 2v2, even though they were down 2 men, that double is what really evens out the odds.
Yeah, it's Sova versus Sova here with a teammate on each side, but I want to see some. Yeah, here we go. There's some shock dart action. Does a little bit of damage to Bats here. Nothing too crazy, you know. Not going to force him to back off or anything, but here comes the astral abilities off the fake plant from Space. Nothing getting done so far. There we go. Disorienting Space. Still a 2 versus 2 bomb. Finally gets planted. He takes out Bats. 1-on-2 now. Moon Blue gets caught on that recon dart, and Entry's going to go ahead and get a wall bang and solidify point number 6 on the board for Billionaires Club.
Yeah, just great gunfights from him. I mean, that's really what it's dwindling down to. When you see Coburg just absolutely fracking out, finding 2 4Ks this game, really carrying those rounds on his back, and you see the rest of his squad just doing a great job. Space, just a little bit of wordplay. He's a little spaced out. I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. I mean, but that's all right. He's only sitting at 3 deaths. So, I mean, he's definitely not counted out by any means. But I mean, just the way all these guys are playing. I mean, look at Ray. He's literally a controller going 9-5 right now. And you got Entry. I mean, Killjoy. She's found herself a couple actual utility kills. So, I mean, just that alone is huge. Not even having to risk putting your life on the line to go ahead and take one other. It's just such an even trade, and it's so good. overall for your team. And I think that's really going to sit there and be a big player as Rayu finds himself another one to the mid. Good God.
That's exactly how you want it to start off for BC. I mean, on attack, that's going to be huge, getting that, getting that controller out of the mix early. Speaking of getting people out, Moonblue goes down. Now it's 3 versus 5. Swish is lining up this flashbang. This is
I believe.
I don't know. Where is this going to go, though?
Hey,
That's my question.
I was going to say, you know it's going to go somewhere good.
Oh, that's such a nice one. Straight into.
Oh, that's
Garden
even
Air
better.
Rao. Yeah, Rao takes out 6-pack. 2 versus 5 now. This is going to be one hell of a retake for D2E. You wonder, you start to wonder, do they just save here? You know, would it be worth it just to play for picks, save their guns? Entry takes out CJB. Matt's peeking a little too much. Entry's going to pick up a 3-piece, and now 7-2.
Yeah, Muzzle's really just sitting there on that classic, not really too much to play with. So, I mean, you kind of have to go for that. There's not really much else you can do. Because, I mean, also looking at the scoreboard across the line, I mean, there's not really too much you can do against Billionaires Club right now. These guys are just absolutely feeling themselves to every single extent. And I think CJB, with Down to Earth, finding themselves, CJB finally getting an op in his hands, you know, that typical jet roll you see running that op. I think we could actually see a little bit of a turnaround here as long as he can go ahead and tighten up, grab himself a first pick or a second, or at least find some kind of impact frag during the round, which is definitely what it's going to kind of really break itself down to.
Yeah, if you talk about impact frags, Coburg is the guy they need to aim for because he's the guy that's going in and he's getting stuff done for their team. He's the guy that's going in, he's getting the information, taking out 1, 2, maybe 4 on this way down, and he rarely gets taken out in the middle of a fray. So Coburg is definitely somebody you want to try to focus on if you're going up against him. You want to try to just basically slow him down as much as possible. Also spaced a little bit of a team flash there, but that's fine. Minute on the clock now. Bomb's still up on BC, so let's see if they can, pick I mean, they got to pick a site. Here comes the attacker Killjoy. That's going to give them an opportunity to go on to B site.
Yeah.
But
You have to rush
are they
it.
going to use it? Yeah.
I mean, you got 3 ultimates allocated over towards this A site now. That is an A push if I'd ever seen one. We're not seeing too much follow-up because Maza bought in the back. Jesus Christ!
Oh, CJ
He's here, but he's not reviving anybody. An absolute shutdown from Down to Earth with Billionaires Club popping 3 of the most impactful ults, I would say, on their team besides Coburg. And exactly, just sitting there in the back and letting them just absolutely run them over towards the end.
I mean, that's exactly what D2E needed. They have just been eating gravel for the majority of this match, and now the last couple of matches, exactly. The last couple of rounds here, they're starting to come back. They got the last one. We got 2 more. If they can solidify these 2 more, it's going to be 7-5. A 2-round comeback is so much more nice than a 9-3.
Oh,
let's see if they can do anything.
Couple hits.
Blue.
A couple
of damage onto space. See
Coburg
kind
kinda-
as well.
even it out a little bit, but I mean, not enough. You didn't get that literally for free, but so many smoke shots this game. Nobody's really looking at each other in the face when they're shooting each other. Let's duel this out like men, as CJB says. Go ahead and peek your face out a little bit. Let me go ahead and get some eyes on it. For Rayu over here trying to get to that initiative from mid. There's a lot of confusion, I think, along the likes of Down to Earth right now. They just don't know exactly where they're going, and BC doesn't know either, with the bomb being over towards the A side and initiative towards A, as Bass is actually going to find that pick to go ahead and get the first on the round.
Yeah, I think Raul messed around there too much. He used that paranoia from Omen, but he didn't push it in time. He just kind of sat there and then smoked it, and it just ended up not working out in his favor. But now,
Okay,
get the 2-piece. Okay. I saw him come around from that angle. I didn't know if we were going to catch it or not, but it looks like he caught plenty. And now Entry's blind. 6-pack and CJB are doing a phenomenal job of just holding it down B-side. Here comes the flash from KO. And Swish was ready for 6-pack, but he was not ready for Bats to come from behind. And that is going to be now 7-4, as Down to Earth is not giving up anytime soon as we're heading into the last round of the first half.
Look at this, CJB climbing up that leaderboard. He was down at the bottom a couple rounds ago, but he's held on that up for 3 rounds consecutively now. So things like this are huge. Letting your team know just things like that. I mean, the smaller things you notice. Even though he's not exactly getting, you know, aces or 4Ks or anything, he's staying alive. He's earning money. Whenever his teammates die, he can go ahead and buy them out. Because, I mean, look at Mazza right now. Possibly last round, he wasn't able to buy at all because he's barely scrapping it by right now. So great little setup from his team. Just great way to just kind of hold out your guns, hold out your arsenal. You have that econ on your side. As another one may be coming through here, but barely misses it from the likes of CJB.
Yeah, this definitely looked like an A site focus. Bats picks ones up, and that's gonna be a big one because, like I was saying, that was the, you know, that's the frag kill that you need from BC. That's their top frag. That's their guys going in and messing y'all up. So here we go. Rao with a big stretch on the alt here. Gonna go ahead and plant all the way back at B. The problem is he doesn't have any team with him. KO's on his way. Six-pack alt site, and now he's alone on site.
Yeah, and he's also locked back there with that lockdown, the ultimate coming down, everything. A Cosmic Divide also coming in as well. Just so much ults from the likes of Down to Earth. Do they realize there's only one guy alive, right? They checked the top of their screen.
I mean, it's last round. You might as well
That's
dump
fair.
everything.
That's fair.
You might as well. But there we go. 7-5. See, that's such a better position than you know, like a 9-2 situation.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot easier to come back from a 2-round gap rather than a 6 or a 4, 5, 6 round gap. So D2E definitely recognizes that you know, they needed to show up at the end of that round, and they do. So let's see if they can keep that momentum going here in the second half, or if Billionaire Club is going to continue to take control of the situation. But all in all, this has been a great match so far. It's still anyone's match. 2-round gap don't mean nothing here on Pit of Valor. We have seen way crazier comebacks than that. What I am interested in is the fact that Entry is a Sentinel, and he's 13-5. I mean, that's just nuts in his own right. So let's see if Entry can keep that up now on the attacker side, or on the defending side, excuse me.
Just regardless of the player, the play style, I mean, Killjoy is going to be a necessity on this map. So that alone is kind of a tell. I mean, it doesn't matter who you get on there, really just get her down there, as we do see a little bit of stuff going down over here towards the B side, because Six-Pack, a little dinged up there. I mean, doing a great job in that last half, but he's not exactly having the best start here, but he's also up against Arena. So as the rotations come through, A-side looking like the head. Bass has done a great job just absolutely playing from behind the scenes, making sure to not let a single soul be told where he is. And as the shoves come through, the bomb may be going down to follow.
Oh, look at Pat.
Six-Pack.
Still covering this angle. Meanwhile,
no, he's going for a flank.
Site.
He's not waiting on anybody. He's trying to make that shove himself. As you can see, he's already making his way through. He's going to be trying to go for that heaven play and at least get, I'd say, 1 or 2 triple on the back if he can. And he's set up for it, but there's another flank coming through from the likes of Billionaires Club as well.
Oh, man. This is... Oh, here we go. Six-Pack. Rao picks up 2. Bats and Moonblue shut it down. Now 7 to 6. Excuse me. That was, oh man, very good round there. Honestly, from down to earth, could have been a little bit cleaner, but all in all, they were able to get where they needed to go. So now it's gonna be 7 to 6. Still 1 round in favor of Billionaires Club, but like we said, Mick, this is still anyone's match. We're in the second round of the second half. We've seen crazier things. We have seen much crazier things, and the first map of tonight should teach us that just because just because the enemy owns the entirety of the first half doesn't mean you can't come back. We saw that on Haven earlier. That was an insane map. But now we're here on Ascent, so let's see if the map comes into play here. Those doors, we haven't really seen them get utilized too much. So maybe that'll come into play here, but Six-Pack doing a good job of just making noise down mid.
Yeah, making a lot of noise. Also over towards A side, it's the likes of these guys on Down to Earth, making sure to have one hell of a follow-up with this force. As we saw, there was also Six-Pack there in the middle, making sure to get a force on the Vandal. So, you know, taking it up a notch. But besides that, you do have the rest of the team trying to station themselves out, use these Spectres to the best of their ability, as Billionaires Club is trying to scrap together some kind of retake or some kind of real initiative, some kind of infiltration. But Six-Pack is going to be the first one to shut that down. As Ryu over there on Heaven is going to be just absolutely dinked. with 2 more left, and looking like they're also going to be stepping
Enemy
into the
remaining.
Lions Den as well, with Coburn being next and Swift being the last one alive over here. Yeah, Swish, I don't know if you make it out of this one, buddy.
Yeah, this is definitely a CJB. Yep, couple little tap-taparoonies, but nothing home for Swish. And now 7 of 7. It's all tied up. It's all tied. First time for this match. It's like we've seen a couple ties tonight, but first one for here on.
First one for this map.
Yeah. First
You
one
do know
for
the
this
game
map.
starts on 0-0, don't you?
Oh my goodness. Mick, go take your anime elsewhere. All right.
That's
enemy
not the
self.
call you want to make, dog. Now chat's gonna be after you too, dude. That's
Oh, I'm
not.
sure.
You're
sure.
not that guy now.
I received like actual death threats from last Pit of Valor when I said Pit of Weebs. I received actual threats on Twitter. People were genuinely upset that I said that, so I apologize. But nonetheless, here we go. Round number 15 underway. Hopefully, I don't say anything that gets me
Oh,
partied. Oh man.
pistol versus rifles. The victor. No, it's not who you think. Rayu actually being that second line of defense, but he's on the other side of this door. So is he going to get that pick that he really wants and not blindly firing? He's going to get absolutely slammed there on that door, as it looks like Down to Earth is going to get themselves a free plant, with Billionaire Club already having 3 of their players shut down.
Yeah, not a good position here for BC as they're on the retake. Entry now very low. Space gets taken out. 6-pack with a beautiful flank, gonna pick up 2, and that's gonna be now 8-7. D2E now starting to run things.
Kind of running the wave here. I like it. You know, it's a different half, it's a different side. Go ahead and feel yourself a little bit, and I can understand that. I mean, and that's just how attack works, essentially. Once you sit there, you get the choice of where to put the initiative. That's all it really comes down to. When you're on defense, you have to say, we don't know where they're going to come. They have the element of surprise. We don't. And we have to go ahead and split up the map and how we can to just at least slow the game down. Because there's no way you're going to have that 2v5 situation absolutely pan out in your favor. But it looks like we're going to have a little bit more initiative over towards the middle than we thought, with those recon darts going down. But B's going to be the main goal overall right here, is everybody seems to be pushing towards it.
Yeah, it's definitely what it's cracking up to be here. 6-pack now. He's out there. He's got Spike, but he's got to get onto site. Shock dart in the back, but he's gonna keep moving. So now we just got Rao and Space trying to lock down Market and CT respectively, and this is not a good situation here for BCs. The retake's gonna be a difficult one for sure. 4 versus 5 now.
4 versus 4 is what it's going to come down to, as Coburn finds himself one. Great little positioning here, as Rayu over there has somewhat of an angle, but it's really rough because look at this. It's like the Wild West with all these sheriffs just running around. I mean, nobody's really running too many weaponry unless they're on that site. So that's why Down to Earth is going to find themselves another kill and possibly the end of this round, because as that bomb ticks down, there's not too much of a reaction going down. Moonblue is going to be the next one to run into space here and actually wins out that fight. So it looks like the rest of the team's going to go ahead and make it out scot-free, giving themselves another round. And just as another little call out here, thank you both for the 6 months in chat. You know, being a sub to GLG, you're absolutely goated. We see you, girl. You've been awesome to us. I literally, our producer, there's not a single week he doesn't tell me to shout you out. So you go, girl. You get it. You gotta see exactly out here running the show like Down to Earth right now, because she is down to earth. Because right here with those 9 rounds, a great little another round from them overall, for themselves, a clean little finish. Most of their player base actually staying alive, so they have a lot of economy to play with going forward. I mean, look at that. I mean, most pro guy on their team has 4,000. So I mean, good God. Oh. Okay.
Starts things off here. Nice little cheeky kill onto Coburg. Now he's gonna have to back off. The paranoia comes out here from Ryo, and it's 9-7. So this is, I mean, so far, Down to Earth has gotten 4 in a row in this half. They've owned the half so far, but maybe this is the chance that BC needs, or that they maybe they can find a chance here to do any kind of anything. I mean, Raul's really trapped here. This is not a good situation for him. He's definitely stuck, but he is able to pick one. But he's gonna get trapped no matter what. He takes out CJB, but he's stuck. So this might be it for him. But I don't know. Moonblue's got to pick that corner nice. Down, Moonblue. 2 versus 4.
Last player standing.
I mean, the way that absolutely turned on its head is Space finds himself 1. He's got to find 3 more, but it seems like everything's just going to really get panned out for him over there on this side as the spike goes down. Yeah, Bats just closes that out because Space just has a little bit too little health on his pool right now. But, I mean, did you see that rotation going through? They wanted to go ahead and make that a fake, and they wanted to go ahead and go across the site, but once, you know, you had Ryu right there, go ahead and get locked out. They said, you know what, that's their top frag. Move in on that, good God. Find yourself onto that site, and then you just see the rest of the team absolutely sweeping from every single angle.
Yeah, very unfortunate second half here for BC. I mean, they got 7 in the first half. They just haven't really been able to catch a break since. It's been, I think now it's 8 in a row for D2E. So, needless to say, their momentum has been flawless. Wow, pushing early into the mirror. Not able to find one. CJB now down to 9 HP.
Miller
takes out.
Hey,
There we go. The health comes in.
Need that. That's like it's like when you get up in the middle of the night, just like dying of thirst, and you can just chug like a whole big old water cup. And like that's how refreshing that is. Go ahead and get that bull back up. But what's equally as refreshing is how many down to earth players are still alive as the caster curse comes into effect right there as one gets shut down. But Sixpack finding a double to close it out. It's gonna get down to earth themselves, the 11th. Absolutely just running the show now.
Yeah, what is happening all of a sudden?
They were hustling them.
Crazy.
What's going on?
And this proves, you know, this map is not. I wouldn't. We've decided. It's pretty production standards attack sided. But in my opinion, I think this map is pretty. I think it's pretty evenly divided.
I was gonna say, I think it's pretty even personally.
Yeah, it's pretty. I think the maps that we really got to worry about are Breeze and Haven. I think those are the guys that are really one-sided.
Breeze. Oh, okay. We'll talk about that later. But right now we're on a
Breeze is pretty defensive-sided.
We can get into that once we get the chance to cast that. But right now we're back here on a stint.
We are.
The Billionaires Club has 4 ults to work with. So I mean, that's exactly what they need to do if they're going to find themselves, you know, a kind of plant or a win. But Sixpack is already going to find one, and you already see down to earth using that cosmic divide before any of these ults go down for the side of Billionaires Club. The Hunter's Fury is only going to come in as a response rather than an initiation. So that alone, these kind of decisions was really what's just killing them. I mean, you don't have the knife coming out, you don't have any kind of intel coming through. With that Soba Dart finally being some kind of read, with all the knives being drawn out, especially CJB with the Hunter's Fury.
All the flashes being drawn out as well. Like, oh my goodness. There's so many abilities coming across the screen right now. Shock darts bouncing everywhere, smokes everywhere. There we go. That Killjoy ultimate is gonna find one person, but it's very one's in one. One's down long, switch, looking for one, finds one. Now for a second, Bats gets a 2-piece, 2 versus 2 now. Bats goes down. Cobra pushes it in a 1 versus 1. Matza versus Spaced. He got the angle. Beautiful shots from Spaced is gonna keep BC alive.
Hold up, he doesn't have time.
No,
Earth still wins
barely. Just barely no time. Mazza playing the clock perfectly there. Match point now all of a sudden here for Down to Earth. There's one more on the board and they're winning this. BC has got to come back. This second half, they have been completely invisible. They got to do something crazy here. They have to.
I mean, they don't have to do anything crazy. They just have to win these rounds. They have to win these trades, and they have to utilize.
It's gotta be crazy.
They have to play their utility, man. I mean, they've been sitting on these
10 in a row. What do you mean they don't need to do something crazy?
They've been sitting on these ults for like what? For almost, it feels like 10 rounds. I know it's not, but it's felt like forever because you have KO. You need to go ahead and use that aggression from him because you get that resurrection, you get that intel, you get so much out of that that there's nothing really to lose. But instead, we're seeing him sitting in the back towards the middle and just kind of getting picked off. But Billionaires Club actually, excuse me, they're finding themselves actually in their first lead here as Down to Earth is going to be dwindling it out and Mazza being the last one alive.
This is a sight to be seen. We haven't. Oh, beautiful maneuvers. Space caught in the Aldrone. Now it's Swish and fellow teammate. Oh, there we go.
Oh my God.
Swish. Matza might 1v3 clutch this for his team. It's entirely possible.
He just clutched the last round, so I'm sure he's feeling clutchy, and he is. He's feeling
Let's
clutches.
go.
He's feeling winning. I mean, yeah, man. Mother.
There we go. I mean, oh man, that was phenomenal here. 13-7 is your final score. D2E, what a chef's kiss, double chef's kiss. That was insanity. I mean, they got 5 in the first half. You know, 7-5 in that first half in favor of BC, and unfortunately, I mean, D2E just took control as we head into the second half. I mean, it was dunzo. I mean, BC, I don't know what happened to BC. I don't know if they unplugged their monitors or what, but they just kind of didn't show up for a little bit there, and D2E took that entire second half, and they just ran away with it, and it ended up, I mean, it was pretty great. It was a pretty fantastic map. Congratulations to Down to Earth. Are they gonna be in the semifinals, or is that it is, yes.
I mean, I would assume if they won, they'd be moving on here. I mean, especially after the comeback they had, they got some momentum to run off of now as well. I mean, just literally winning every single round, basically going on. Even there were a couple close calls. That was what we saw right there. You know, when they were on that match point, when they were trying to go from 11 to 12, go ahead and get into that match point situation, they had to play the bomb instead of actually just going out straight out and fragging. But speaking of fragging, there's plenty to talk about when we're discussing that, because I mean, the way you don't have a comeback like that with only really 2 rounds played off the bomb without your boys absolutely going off. And we've seen a lot of impressive showings today from specifically Astras. I don't know what it is, but Astras today have really just been taking off. I mean, they've really been taking that controller role. And instead of saying controller, they're more like keyboard and mouse, because, I mean, the aim's just so much better.
They got that aim assist. They got that Astra aim assist. I love that. But yeah, dude went 19 and 12, 7 assists. I mean, you're right. The Astras have been, they showed up tonight. It was very weird. Astra's not one of those characters that you see go in and, just done. Besides player guys, come on in. That's not what she's made for. And that's exactly what we saw tonight. I mean, and let me touch, six pack. They ended up, 13-7 was your final score, was six pack getting 18 and 11. Yeah. Sentinel. We saw that a couple maps ago. We saw Killjoy going off as well. It's these crazy players
You're
tonight.
Sleeping on these Sentinels, dude. You keep on talking about. You're always like, always duelist. I mean, you put Sins on you put Tins on a Sage. It doesn't matter what role he's playing. He's gonna click some heads. Exactly. But obviously, it does kind of follow suit this time around, because what does everybody expect to be the top frac here? Coburg. Dude, absolutely. He found himself 2 4Ks. Of course, he's going to sit there and be top frag, but you got to have those teammates to follow you up. And with Space and Switch kind of being there in the bottom, not really feeling themselves that game, that really just kind of anchored them.
That was weird, because those were the 2 initiators. That's who. Obviously, aside from Reyna being that duelist, that's who you want towards the top of your board, is your initiators. And ideally, you'll have your duelist and then initiator, or if you have 2 initiators, duelist, initiator, and then everybody else below them. But 9 times out of 10, you expect a Sova and a KO and a Sky to get in there and just wreak havoc, and that's not really what we saw on that last map. So that was it definitely went in the way of D2E, but it's not even the fact that BC couldn't get anything done. It's the fact that D2E wouldn't allow them to get anything done. They were just so solid on that second half. Did Billionaires Club they didn't get a single point in the second half, did they? Was that all D2E?
I want to seems like that's right. I kind of want to say that's right.
That's crazy.
No, that is right. We were at a 7-5 half. We were.
That is 7-5, and then all of a sudden 13-7. That's a team diff. No, that was such a that's crazy. That's a huge shutout. The dominance from D2E. But unfortunately, that is gonna do it for Mick and myself. We are done for the night. We sincerely hope you guys enjoyed Pit of Valor tonight. We're not done. Don't go anywhere. We're not done. We got a bunch more matches. We got semifinals coming up, which is going to be D2E versus whoever shows up. And then after that, we're going to have the Grands. That's a best of 3. So you guys do not want to miss that. It's going to be Vincent Strive coming back. Per usual, I've been Sir Mickey. This has been Mick. He's over here. I always do it, man. Every Wednesday, I can't remember, but we have been us. Thank you guys, and enjoy the rest of the night.
Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. City, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know. Father, don't you let me go. City nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Oh, I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you out. I could be the villain, but that is okay. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us that first, cause we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. Man, we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best. Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now when come on and we pull out with the action, just people the feed, those they don't get it like.
Invincible.
You made a monster. You made a monster.
Hello, all you fine folks. We have returned after that little break. My name is Vincent, joined by Strive, and this is going to be semifinals time for Pit of Valor number 51. It's an exciting time to be alive and to be tuning in here to the Pit of Valor. Strive, how are you feeling about this semifinal matchup?
I'm pumped, man. This is where it gets, a bit more heated. We're getting into the upper end of the bracket, and you can very well expect good matches coming up. Semis are, of course, a best of uno, and we're going to have BO3 finals. Getting into it, man, two notable teams you can see down below, Eclectic and Hyperspace Dark. Familiar names for me, man. I'm expecting big things. I'm expecting a great matchup, and we're going, I believe, on Haven. So we're gonna shake it up. Go with the three sides to get it going. I'm jacked, man. I'm just gonna let this play out because I know these two teams and the players on them. It's gonna be a just minty match to watch.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. You know, this new Hyperspace Dark look, I'm not seeing a ton from them. You know, they've been around and about here and there, but I think that they're a team that has a lot of potential. They clearly are showing off today, by the way. I think this is probably their best showing as of yet, as this new roster, making semifinals here in the Pit of Valor. And then Eclectic, we've seen them around a couple of times as well. They have had some success here in POV, limited success elsewhere. They were in that DreamHack Beyond NA tournament that I was casting last weekend. Unfortunately, they kind of flamed out to Down to Flame and then lost to Discord Kittens. So not super notable results, just in that they were able to pull out, but they did make it through the groups of the Sunday Showdown to follow that up. And so they've been making a couple of moves here and there. I'm excited to see what they can bring against this Hyperspace Dark team.
Me as well, man. Let's get down to the agent selection, Vincent. Two respectable groups, like you mentioned. Let's see what they do want to whip out here. I do like that Astrolog, very strong on the post. Jet, of course, notable. You can't go on Haven without having some slippery Jet picks to open things up. Cold is hovering the same. Cypher, critical as well, getting locked on both ends of the spectrum. It's all down to pretty much Sadie, I believe, to go in. And we're going to see the KO. Bring out the Knife of Doom, as I think we're more or less locking it on the attacker side defenders now. Just waiting on one more as he's going to run that timer down. Bathroom break, sandwich break, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see that jet, my friend.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. The two key differences, obviously, the KO in the sky. Secondarily, assuming that Jet gets locked in, is going to be the Astra versus the Omen. So Eclectic going for a little bit of different, or I should say, a bit of a standard
Choose your
composition,
agent.
minus the fact that they don't have the Astra. And then, of course, on the other side, Hyperspace Dark, they're going with the I would say more high risk pick in the KO, because I think it's harder to get value out of KO than it is to get the value out of Sky. But the potential is certainly there for KO. I've seen a lot of good KO. I've seen a lot of trash can KO too. So it's definitely up in the air for me about who's going to get the most out of these picks.
This is why I love you, Vincent. Just keeping it 100, man. Good KO and trash can KO. Nothing in between. No censoring. Just straight up F-grade dumpster KOs that just don't know what they're doing with their lives. But as we load in here, patiently waiting, I'm going to keep my eyes very much peeled for that KO. You brought it up, and I think the jet-on-jet activities are going to be very interesting to see. Keep note of a very interesting factor on both ends here. Single duelist. So we're not seeing that traditional playout. So I believe the utility side that, I guess I don't want to say a shift in meta, but relying more on kit to wash the three sites is going to be the differentiating factor on Haven here tonight.
Yeah, and it's really funny that you mentioned that, Strive, because I actually have seen an adjustment in the way that both this KO and Sky is played to be more duelist-like. Now, they're not straight-up duelists, obviously, but I've seen the style of play be adjusted, especially on that Sky. So I'm interested to see if Speed plays aggressively with the guiding lights on his own, or if it's more setting up the team with him coming in on the backside. It's all, it all kind of depends. You've seen some pro players really pick that up and be incredible with that Sky pick on their own, whilst it still can be very effective on, to set up the team.
That indeed, and we're now watching this nice and aggressive push onto this B site. It's a great first round start, and leave it to Wavy to get in there, and if he has to, he can dash right on out, and he does just that, my friends, as you see Ois opens it up with a nice frag onto Speed. 5 versus 4 post plan, but this is where things get a bit tricky. Eclectic does have the Omen smoke, and yep, surpriser, it's there at the entrance, so they're gonna have to defuse. Dart, 1. Oh, massive damage, Vincent.
Indeed, down to 15. There's Yuxi, and he's taking out 2-for-1 deal. Jenny's loving life, and Wavy chimes in for a second there, making life miserable for Cold, who's left alone and is overwhelmed with players. Hyperspace Dark taking round number 1 in what ultimately looked like a bit of a struggle there for the Eclectic side. A bit, I'd say they kind of jumped in maybe a bit too forward of positioning. They should have expected those shock darts, shouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, Ginny played it so well. I mean, they walked into B with a plan, and they executed flawlessly, retreating back. They said, smoke or not, we got the darts, we got the lineup. It's going in an easy plant location, too. And shaking it off and moving ahead to the second round here. This is the buys, and hello, Wavy, Phantom round 2. Is this the play, Vincent? I really hope it is.
I think it's okay. I mean,
that's good.
And I guess, doesn't matter if you get all those kills. What I will say for the Phantom round 2, you just have one Phantom. It just adds, a little bit of extra, oomph to your purchase, right? Like, it's not that dangerous, and as long as you can recover it at the end, you should be fine.
Cold doing work with that Ghost, gets the one onto Ois, but leave it to Cedric to run and gun his way to victory with the Spectre. It's going to turn round 2 to Hyperspace Stark. They walk away with the almighty Phantom in their hands as well, as the rest of the team just holding steady on those guns, rebuying that armor. Gonna save up in bonus here, but this is the bounce back opportunity. Eclectic now buying their weapons of choice across the board. They're gonna have to hold steady, and I think we're just going from B to C and maybe to A at this point. Just run the alphabet. I mean, the first 3 letters of it, that is.
Right. I mean, as long as it's in the first 3, then you're fine. Otherwise,
I really hope you don't go to the 26, because that's a problem.
Yeah, big problems, to say the least. As started here of round number 3, fast moves coming out. The Owl Drone and the Dog just trade positions. Looks like this push is coming in, the Cosmic Divide. Or no, that isn't Cosmic Divide. It was just the knife, right? My bad, the Null Command doing work on the site. Sadie able to find a pick off the back of that, Speed swinging, but isn't really ready for the Wavy to come through the smoke there. And this leaves Eclectic down a player.
Love the diversity and the flexibility of this Hyperspace Dark team. They're ejecting that push right away. They have Ois watching the rotate to Link. Yuxi caught, and he didn't know what hit him there as he was looking left and right. They're going to get control of Link. Almost goes the cage. Sheps opens that frag out with his gun. Holding steady 3 versus 2. Jet is super lit as well. This is viable, but Eclectic going to have to work together here.
Yeah, they certainly are going to. Their guns are not ideal for this situation, and of course, Hyperspace Dark could be just about anywhere. Wavy on this off angle's even more of a problematic position, and make that doubly so. Now he's less exposed. Looks as if knowledge being gained there as Sheps walks around the corner to find Jenny out. Now, 2 players for a side, and Wavy's very, very low, but Sadie finds the perfect timing, and this is just about over now.
Almost dink because he connected out Wavy. Oh! How did he continue that mouse one and shot Wavy in his small toe? That may have been the frag, but he gets away with 12 hit points, and the 3rd round for Hyperspace Dark proceeding ahead now. That gun round going to fall to shambles. As you can see, Eclectic sitting on basically save money. Yuxi, don't you dare buy. That's a good boy. Save the money because they're going to very much need it getting ahead. Hyperspace Dark really doing a good job at being mobile. I love the shake and bake they did there, switching their aggression off of A, running right on over to the C side. And I mean, despite the 12 hit points, Wavy comes out on top.
Yeah, Eclectic's bank account's looking much like mine after paying tuition here.
Sheesh.
And Lucky with a nice opening frag, though, taking advantage of the bad situation, and Cold with the follow-up. Nicely done off the back of that Blade Storm that I didn't quite see come out, but they must have gotten an early advantage, and indeed it is 2 for 1, or 2 for none, I should say, as Hyperspace Dark are down big.
Shep's gonna spam and not get much out of it, but with this lead now and the jet knives activated on the side of Eclectic, that's gonna be a really important factor to win this round. They still have 3 people to work through, and they are well equipped with big guns at that. As Sadie and gang just probing around grass area and window mid. With 55 though, they're gonna have to make up their mind at some point here and shake over to one of these 3 sites.
Eventually, that's certainly the case. It seems that Hyperspace Dark, what they're doing right now is they're trying to wait for Eclectic to overextend, to make a mistake of some kind. And, well, good for Eclectic not to get over aggressive. They know they have the advantage. There's no reason for them to overswing. Speed.
30 seconds
Good position here on the sky. Has a guiding light. Should he want it? Misses his shot. That's so unfortunate. And Ois is going to use the neural theft and give the information away to Hyperspace Dark as they push into A.
They're gonna book it right on through. Jenny opens it up with another frag onto Cold now with 14 on the clock. They get that spike down. Not too tight for comfort in terms of the shot clock it is, as Shep's lining it up for the reveal up top on the rafters. And Sadie shoots that, but not before getting revealed. Pop flash, and he's gonna hold steady here and the knife to cancel any kind of push opportunity, which is great for him. But does he know that there is a Lucky waiting? Oh, nope. Caught off guard. 3 versus 2. Eclectic on the retake.
And well, attempts being made, but those attempts are dumpstered, especially with the null command suppressing everyone for 10 seconds. It makes that retake just all the more difficult. The timing from Lucky's frag to the rest of the player's entry just off by that small margin, and that is enough to make the difference as Hyperspace Dark continue to frag out. They take their 4th round. That said, it did get a little bit dicey there. Only 2 players surviving, and guns now in the hands of Eclectic.
This is the buyback opportunity for Eclectic as well to Vincent, and given the current situation on the money board, this is a critical round. If you want to hinge it on the next few to come, this is the one to watch out for. I really hope they can bounce back as they're getting smoked off on the early. Nice setup on C as well from the Cypher to watch that. Knife comes through, and I think it might have caught Omen and potentially Cypher in that, but they're just looking for information at this point. Lots of time on the clock to finesse around, and that's what makes this map tricky, Vincent, is 3 sites, a decent amount of time, and I would say one of the better maps for rotate time.
Most certainly. Hyperspace Dark, they also have a couple of additional tools in their toolkit other than those weapons. That's the Null Command and the Hunter's Fury as they group towards A. It's Cold who's waiting on the site. He swings. That updraft going to make it hard to hit as Cold somehow gets away with his life. Now that Null Command being utilized, everyone on the site going to be suppressed, and Cedric and Wavy both find success finding those players who are dislodged. No command now out of there, though. Hunter's Fury still available, and now there's a Blade Storm on top of it to dislodge this 3v4 retake.
See if that comes out and about here as Lucky suppressed in Heaven's side. Yuxi and them all getting in a position for the retake. Spike's taken. They got to execute. They have 3 members to chew through before they can get on site successfully. Crossfire set up, getting the one, swinging for more, and that's easy come, easy go on the post plant hold. Nobody went Heaven or was able to really connect on that, and they make it look so simple on the post, man. Really good job. Hyperspace Dark leading the scoreboard with 5 rounds and 3 ultimates to top it all off.
I mean, that's just such good timing there from Hyperspace. They don't allow for Eclectic to get anywhere. They simply walk in, they swing when they need to, and obviously knowing the player under Heaven, knowing that the person on the right hand side there in the cubby got dinged with the dart, the sonar, they just take advantage of that. They know that there's going to be pushed, that no one's going to be watching the other side, and here we are, yet another round where it's going to be poor weaponry on hand, though there is that from the shadows should it be needed, but with Ois coming up with a double kill already, and Naked a triple in mid off the back of that push from Eclectic, this is looking all but over already.
You like to see that Cosmic Divide as it's now blocking off Heaven completely, but Jet has no fear getting control. They know it's just one person left, and looking that way for Cedric, and the way behind the wall is the key to success as Hyperspace Dark pick up round number 6 so far. Uncontested barrage. 4 ultimates though for Eclectic. They have to start capitalizing here, and yeah, there's a timeout. So I would hope that Eclectic is going to recollect and recalibrate a little bit here and kind of hit the good old whiteboard and write some strats down.
Yeah, they certainly need to be hitting something, whether that's the DM servers or the whiteboards, whatever it is. It's frustrating for Eclectic because they haven't been like outright missing or anything. It really hasn't been that, or even the Hyperspace Dark have just kind of been out fragging everyone. What it really has come down to is some good trading, really solid shots, and Hyperspace Dark really doing a good job of utilizing the ult advantage once they got it. So speaking of ult advantage, Eclectic have it now. Hunter's Fury, they have the Seekers from the shadows, and on top of that are going to have a Neural Theft should they be able to use that. So they've got a lot to contend with here in this round, and they definitely should be looking to utilize that to great effect.
I hope so. And you want to be banking on every bit of kit you have, like you said, Vincent. You don't want to be holding off on any trick in the hat, as we're building such a big advantage for Hyperspace Dark. Half the rounds in this half gone by, and all of them to that attacker HD side. Pushing through, though. We'll see what the defenders are going to do. The attackers, yet again, looking very light on their feet, setting up for what appears to be a default yet again. Cypher watching that push in the flank. The rest of the guys 2 and 2, respectfully, working that sea and grass area. They're just going to look for some pick opportunity, as they've been doing so well this matchup.
I like what Cold's doing there. Getting aggressive, that's certainly a valid strategy. Nobody going to give their life up to that aggression just yet, though, as the dark cover goes away. There's possibilities. Seekers now been pushed out here for Eclectic. Sadie on the site does get taken out. Speed on the board now, as is Yuxi. Both of those players at 0 frags at the beginning of this round, as Sheps and Lucky both find success inside mid and in garage.
Good response on this round. The spike still dropped way far down in C. Everyone has already shifted their way over, and Ois is trying to clear left, right, and every which way, but Lucky's got his crosshair in the right vicinity, canceling that garage push, and flawless first round going to the side of Eclectic. They're going to rack up another ultimate as well on the board there. And we'll see now, as this might be the turning point, my friend. I think the definite change in pace was really good patience from Eclectic, and Hyperspace Dark wasn't as aggressive and united. You know, it was a kind of a 2-2-1 split. They just got picked off one by one. It didn't really work out too well.
Well, I mean, look, and I talked about Eclectic getting aggressive. What that did for them is that only Cold had to be committed over there at A. They had more players over in mid and towards C, and they were able to take advantage big time. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see, and now Cold, aggressive again, is able to take advantage of that by finding the opening frag. That said, does get traded by Wavy. There's still 2 players here at A, and it looks like the push has been canceled. So Hyperspace Dark just gonna wait a little bit. The Oasis sort of found a timing. That's a disgusting little timing. Though not looking the right direction. Yuxi able to trade out. It's still 3-on-3.
The momentum now shifted over. Yuxi's cam destroyed. Pops his cage to make sure no one's up close and personal. The dart behind sight. He's gonna walk in his cage. This is good. This is good, but he doesn't clear the left where the plant was. Ginny picks up that frag and brings it down to just 2 members of Eclectic now to retake. Still, Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm available. Oh, cold!
No!
I think he just jiggled his walkie or something there. It didn't just connect. Ginny aggressing the Astra Smoke makes it look so simple. Leaves it down to cold, and he is not keen on losing that $4,700 investment.
Listen, I hate to be that guy, Strive, but that missed shot, I think that's the round. I mean, yeah, could they have lost it after that? You know, even if he hit it, sure, but that really was the turning point. That would have created the 2-on-2. Your jet would have been down. Just, you know, everything would have been looking good, but instead, a frustrating missed shot there from Cold allows for Hyperspace Dark to continue their just incredible run of rounds, only allowing 1 round for Eclectic here as well. Really hurts their economy, but they should have enough cash, and indeed they do if you take a look, to get back into things.
You're not being that guy, Vincent. I mean, you're speaking the truth. That would have been a great equalizer frag. It would have opened up a chance to get back on there, albeit they had a lot to chew through. And with Hyperspace Dark's, I would say, aggressive stance and their current run, it would have been a tough retake regardless. Pushing ahead, though, Cold's pick that last round on short was great, and he unfortunately was left out to dry a little bit as he's yet again aggressing. He doesn't really change his playstyle, it seems.
That's a huge giveaway from Ginny. That's just not acceptable. You cannot be in that position just free and open ever if you are the if you're that player pushing aggressively. Cold here is standing stalwart, has a second frag, might find more. They're gonna get hit with the null command, or rather not the null command. That was a 0 point, and Sadie able to take advantage of that with no utility to get the heck out of dodge. Hunter's Fury now on line here for Eclectic, and it's trying to deny this spike plant, but Sadie able to get it down in time, has left this 2-on-3.
Yuxi out of habit now, looking for something, and he found it indeed in the form of the KO towards short. Wavy holding the angle here, patiently waiting. Yuxi does the deed on Ois. That's the Nero theft as well, just to ensure they have full information on where Wavy is, and he's towards that short side. Yuxi, though, still thinks he hasn't moved. Off the cage, he's gonna have to tap it here. Wavy looking for the cage to drop.
Oh, that's nearly huge, but
Nearly, my
fortunately, Yuxi is able to get the return frag. I mean, that was... I'm just sitting there thinking, Strive, I'm just like, dude, if he just somehow finds a kill through that cage, just max unlucky, right? Just maximum unlucky. But no, Eclectic, they catch a nice break and they pick up their second round of the half, 7-2.
I'm not opposed with the way he played that. I mean, given the fact that he's behind a cage, had he start shooting his gun, the spray would have gone bananas to transfer that and make anything happen. He would have probably just got swung on. So it was the right decision. Just the positioning, timing, and the utility available in front of him did not lend itself to success. Yuxi looking for some cam info at long. Gets that quickly. Right there, it's still there. So all good, but these attackers not really keen on aggressing A this time. They've backed away off of Cold's post. Cedric setting up smokes. This is the pistol round play here. Lucky, though, getting aggressive. Nice job onto Wavy, who plants front sight, denying that spike push. Now it's up to the attacker side to regain control of that, despite the smoke present.
Well, they do have spike control. Fortunately, that got out, and it looks like that from the shadow is going to be utilized.
No more
That
secrets.
said, Sheps is finding Ois, who is snuck up onto the C site, and in fact, Jenny goes down, who is looking for a little bit of a flankaroo. C site still open for business as there goes the knife to clear out the angles, but ultimately, it's Lucky who is in position, though Lucky doesn't get away with it. It's all on a Sadie. Blast drive around the corner, 2-on-1. Gonna have to contend with that cage. Kind of beats him around. Both players split. Luckily, Yuxi wins the fight and Sadie falls.
Sadie played it right, methodical, but outnumbered from the Eclectic side. So 2 more to pick up on this half. Vincent, alas, Eclectic seems to have picked up a little bit of gas after that timeout, it seems. They've recollected, recalibrated 2 consecutive for themselves. guns aplenty. Money is looking semi-decent as we're watching them set up for what I truly like. And one thing I'll note is you notice Cole was playing that short A and he switched post towards C. So playing that up to the long range advantage a bit more, it seems.
Yeah, you always want to swap up the operator. Don't want to get too one-dimensional with it. You know, it becomes counterable the more you play with it in the same angle. Speed doing a good job of denying information, but it's going to get hit with the 0 point. He takes out the first, but didn't get strayed by Cedric, who's now got 2. Lucky in the sight, falls to Sadie. Cyberspace Dark in a brilliant position. Get the spike planted.
Playing the post, looking steady here. Cedric doing his suction cup, I think himself partially there, actually. Or was that the counter Astra? No, it was himself. So he tried to put it in heaven, I think, didn't work out. But Hyperspace Dark, nonetheless, 4 versus 2 scenario. Just gonna wait. I don't think Sheps and teammate Jet are Cold rather are interested in contesting this retake. They're outnumbered, they're outclassed. They need those weapons to proceed ahead, and they're gonna turn over the 8th to HD.
Yeah, the real question here is if this is going to be an 8-4 or a 9-3 half. Saw a 9-3 earlier today, you and I.
Yes, sir.
Over on Icebox, but it's certainly a tough ask to come back from. You have to say it's very frustrating to have to come back from that scoreline. 8-4, much more doable. So for Eclectic, I would hope to see a 4th round on the board. It's a bit shoddy. That's not just because they have a judge. Also an SMG here for Yuxi, but otherwise pretty healthy on that purchase.
Right here.
Ooh, I had to take a breath there, recollect myself, and shake off the heebie-jeebies of this final round. This is a big one for Eclectic, Vincent, right? If they get enough on the 4, that padding is going to be pivotal for them. They have more or less full guns with the exception of Yuxi, but of course that judge is a massive question mark, but this is big. Hyperspace Dark going back to their roots with this 8-8 Cold, immediately rotating over. That's the ultimate coming out from the sky to ensure he has some info. Now with the dog away, your favorite kid of choice jumping, he sees 2. Doesn't get blasted from KO utility, and he's still safe in the corner. We'll see if he can connect with this close proximity judge shots, but this is the Hyperspace Dark finesse at its finest. They pull, rotates, they make a bunch of noise, and then immediately back off the pedal and rotate.
Nice move there by Speed to get out of the gravity well. That said, Sheps is the one to find the frag. Hyperspace Dark in position. There goes the Cosmic Divide on the other side, and it's maybe a bit premature. The Wavy has found the opening on the Sheps, meaning the push is in. In the spawn nearly is that Jet, but Yuxi is wanting to have nothing to do with it as the Blade Storm gets popped for Eclectic. So Blade Storms through both sides as that Cosmic Divide getting ready to go down. Hunter's Fury still available on the defense of this retake.
The discipline, though, from that Jet, Wavy, who was pushed up in CT to quickly rotate and meet up with the teammates, it's notable and very commendable, right? He could have easily played a greasy angle, held the knives, right-clicked, and tried to play, Korean Jet, but he definitely went with the regroup tactic. They're holding steady on this long C. There's utility available, but with the numbers, Sovadart as well, and the Hunter's Fury, and there she is, Suction Cup. Ginny with 1, Cold, able to respond back, but Cedric and Sadie make it look easy come. Easy go. They're going to pick up round number 9. We end up the half, Vincent. Repeating history like we saw earlier on Icebox. 9-3 it is, my friend.
And a nasty look at that scoreboard. Full house across the board. 11 for the top 3, 8 for the bottom 2. Very much on the same page. Or Hyperspace Dark fragging along with everyone. Eclectic, a little bit less so, though. They had that slow start, and that certainly hurt them. But they kind of made the comeback, and then Hyperspace Dark adjusted as well. So, that's part of the problem, right? Eclectic took about 6-7 rounds to figure out what Hyperspace Dark were doing. Some way, figure out a way to actually adjust to it. And then it took Hyperspace Dark, 2-3 rounds to figure out Eclectic and answer the call? I mean, that's just not good numbers.
All right, well said, and you can see Wavy tapping away, able to do a little bit of a tickle, if anything, not much at all, actually, as they're aggressing very fast onto a site, making a bunch of noise, but it seems like as I'm spitting the words out of my mouth, they're slowing it down, splitting on this short, and pulled a good number of rotates. You can see KO's already starting to shift over. Wavy close up with Cold. Gonna finesse that Sheriff, and that is a great buy. Love to see Jets with that Sheriff round 1. Gives a good pick and dip potential.
I mean, it certainly is. It's also really risky, but, you know, without risk, no reward. Eclectic back to the drawing board. Sadie sort of waiting, and there's that 0 point. Gonna, get destroyed. So he does get some information, but not all the information he could have. Frenzy in hand. As the star goes down. He's now hearing the info, though. But ready and waiting. Yuxi is there. And that's 2 for Eclectic as they get back into this even scenario. Moving back over towards A.
Just as I was commending Wavy for his play on that final round of the last half, being so diligent on rotating back to the team at C as he himself picks up a frag. Sadie did the polar opposite, went full-blown W key right out of the smoke at B, which really was not the play. Leaving it down to a 2 versus 2 now. Speed, 11 hit points, so tickle his pinky toe and he too will fall. Cedric getting set up, has a star, suctioning it. Speed! Oh!
One
I
enemy
can't believe he got that headshot.
Yeah.
I mean, fortunately, the timing was there, but
it was not enough to close it out. The dank was not the one shot that we wanted to see. They turn it over. Hey, getting a head down, 10-3, my friend. We are peering on the edge of glory, as you can see that replay. Despite the skating rink of the suction cup, he's able to dink it, but quickly turns that over. Hyperspace Dark shanked that round.
I'm gonna have to do some looking into some of these players. Because I'm not super familiar with them, but they are absolutely just popping off at the moment. I mean, that's pretty solid stuff considering. I mean, to be fair, I don't know who does the scouting over at Hyperspace Dark, but they've always been really good.
For real though, it's a notable point, and this is the beauty of Pit of Valor, Vincent, and this community and the family we built at GLG is week in, week out, new faces come, familiar teams stay, and we just see great gameplay as Wavy opens it up. I mean, hello? On a pogo stick with the 1 and the 2, easy come for him. Ois gonna fall to the hands of Yuxi with the Spectre. Cedric trade out onto Lucky, and with that note, we're down to just 2 members. Hyperspace Dark, good advantage. Speed, easy. Does it?
Maybe, possible.
Maybe, question mark?
2 players coming from 2 different angles. It's a good look. He's gonna get pushed off of that spike, and he's not aware of Cedric. So there was just 1 extra angle to cover, and he just wasn't prepped for it. Hyperspace Dark have hit the double-digit mark, and that rhymed, and I certainly didn't mean for it.
Man, you spit rhyme all day, day in, day out. I don't bring it up. It's just natural to you, man. You're all about that flow.
There we go. Eclectic, man, this is do or die. Do or die. 11-3 the scoreline, a frustrating position. And well, I mean, you can look at what they've got, and it ain't much. Strive.
With the early info coming out too. That's the KO revealing some information at this lobby area, waiting outside of A. Cold. We didn't get to see that one tap, but you sure as hell heard it from a different dimension. Gonna pick up the frag, getting aggressive. Wavy, is this the play though? Korean Jet coming out with the 1. Does it? More? 2? With the 3rd possible? No, he can't connect. He's gonna fall away, 19 hit points. So he's got a different plan. He wants more of this action. Contesting, and he does get it with the frenzy. Leaves it to just 2 members of Eclectic.
Player standing.
Oh, that's disgusting from Cedric. Oh my goodness. Poor Lucky. Poor Lucky.
Match point.
He just got hit with a absolute bonk to the face. You know, that is a gun diff there. It's not much like he can do. He's got to hit like 3 headshots, but still, that's frustrating. Cedric just swinging around, getting the 1 tap, but now match point, and a whole lot of match points ahead. Should Hyperspace Dark lose this one. This is probably best buy that Eclectic had, though, in fairness.
I'm hoping for the best. You know me. I'm a positive beaver when it comes to these scenarios. I always wish teams to bounce back, as Sheps is echoing some of my vibes as he picks up an early frag onto Cedric. So with the number advantage, the attackers have a bit more breathing room. This map being an ABC map, you have a bit more choice on the table, but we'll see if they can continue ahead with the advantage and hold it steady right to post plant.
Tough ask, certainly.
You gotta
No.
believe.
Yeah, I mean, definitely doable. Sadie's playing very, very close by.
This is his
Those
vibe,
shots.
though.
There we go. I mean, two now, make it a third. Eclectic playing patient, and it seems to be coming to fruition. In fact, Lucky comes up with the victory as well. Wavy somehow misses its mark, and 1 on 5 to follow.
That pop flash was looking really good. Immediately denied, though. Cold is just one step ahead of the game when it comes to turning away. Down to Ois now to retake on 5. I don't think he's really opposed to losing his gun. He's just W. Oh, what? Hello? One tap? Easy?
Okay.
Does it? Can he get more? No, he falls to Lucky. That was a good frag. He gets one gun off the shoulders of Eclectic, but it ain't enough to win the round, that's for sure. 4th to the side of the team on the attacker side, Eclectic that is. And it's going to be good because it's going to push the Hyperspace Dark Squad to save, and save.
Indeed. Sure as hell looked pretty, I give him that, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Ois just giving us something to ooh and ah at. Hyperspace Dark, though, they've been giving us that all game. Here at 12 to 4. This might be the turnaround. Eclectic, like you said, has the advantage. That 0 point goes out, gives them information, and well, Yuxi has kind of played interestingly around that cage and found success as well. Wavy around the corner, dispatched easily.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it, what just went down, Vincent. I mean, Hyperspace Dark are just looking for opportunity. They've got buys. Lucky Mouse wants his way to victory through the broken armory of that B garage door, leaves it to just 2 members. They went aggressive. I mean, they have sheriffs and light buys. They just maybe want to pick up a kill, yank a gun, and fall away as Sadie doing what he does best, pushing through mid. Doesn't know Lucky's waiting for his presence. Moving it down to Ois on yet again to retake with 4 on this beautiful Reaver gun.
Well, and once again, Ois, unfortunately, unable to do the impossible. Eclectic now with 5. They picked up a couple rounds in a row. But I love this here from Hyperspace Dark. They lost 2 rounds, and they're taking a timeout.
You know what, my friend? Sometimes it's timeouts are not just a regroup opportunity. It's a bit of a psych out, right? You put a bit of a halt to the momentum as well. If you know this as well as I do from the Counter-Strike days, timeouts are a I would say very much flexed. How can I say feature or tool available to teams, and they definitely I don't want to use the word abuse it, but use it much more frequently.
Well, and I mean, I think there's a mental aspect to it for sure. I think I don't know if I discussed it with you, but you know, you'll see in I'll say like tennis or like basketball, for example. You know, you'll see timeouts being used to stop momentum. You know, to stop breakaways and all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's not exactly that clear, but you get the point. It just gives you a second, allows you to regroup, and you put your opponents on a cooler. You know what I mean? You just say, hey, dude, you know, chill out for a second, and then come back and do it again. It's that mental game that takes you to the next level, and I love to see it.
Me as well, my friend. I'm hoping that it's enough. I really hope that it's enough for Eclectic to get back into it. I mean, they're gonna have to close. This is like a repeat of the first game we casted. I just realized 12 to 5 again, 7-round delta. Guns on the board for the final round of the opportunity. This is history repeating itself. It's good to see. Let's get into it. Early suppression comes out. Ultimates aplenty on both sides, respectfully. We'll see how those get used off here, as Hyperspace Dark would do a good job at using the neural theft for the retake. Cosmic Divide as well to hold off on maybe a post plant towards long. Who knows, as we're just looking for picks. You can feel the tension and the passivity coming out from the attackers.
100%. My eyes, of course, on that Blade Storm, where that could potentially go. That's yet to be popped, though, as the Jet waiting over there at C long. He's going to be joined by some teammates and a Spike. So it looks as if C might be the destination of choice. Though that's still up in the air as the Spike sort of moving back and forth. 0 point coming back online and only finding Lucky this time, as the Spike groups back up towards A at this point. There goes that Blade Storm. So now you would expect that to start the push as the rotation comes back around.
That's the ultimate too. Omen gonna find his way somewhere in a different dimension. He goes to heaven, cancels away, expecting something to be there. You can see going up top, that is Ginny with the one wave. He connects out to speed, and that's the cosmic divide on top of it. So Cole's gonna have to work through a barricade and a half up against 5 members of HD, and this might be it, my friend. Cold, 14 seconds, 5 people, it's not gonna happen.
10 seconds left.
A bit of a tragedy here. And that's all she wrote here. Hyperspace Dark. They do repeat history for our first matchup of the day. The second matchup ends the same, 13-5. This time favoring Hyperspace Dark. Eclectic go down in very dominant fashion. I'm not gonna lie, Strive. I didn't expect that. I mean, it's not like it wasn't, not to say I didn't have faith in Hyperspace Dark. That's not really what it was. I expected a little bit of a closer game here from the Eclectic boys.
I'm with you, man. We said it in pregame, and I totally echo your thoughts. You know, being semis, I was expecting a little bit more juice, but it's not about that. Like, I don't want to bring expectations into the discussion. We all have rough games, and it was a good battle nonetheless. Eclectic did a good job at getting some momentum. Like we said, the timeout kind of shifted a bit of that early on, the first one, and we saw a couple rounds get picked up. But you can see on the board, the top 3 fraggers respectfully were Hyperspace Dark squads. Wavy, Ginny, and Ois were leading that one mega. So they close it out 13-5, and that's going to take us through the semis and onwards to the GRAN finals, my friend, which is going to be a juicy best of 3.
That it is, and I mean, to talk difference makers here, I do think that one thing to note was how early we saw speed going down consistently.
Yeah.
As the main initiator, especially on that attacker side, it's just not acceptable. You really have to, if you're going to be making those plays alone, you almost have to be winning them. And some of those weren't even Speed's fault, but some of them definitely were. So definitely something to look out for. Even if honestly, I talked about the Sky versus the KO. The KO did fine, but it wasn't like incredible. I mean, it did its job, and that's really what it came down to. So really, when I talk difference, that's what it was. I mean, you had Speed having a bit of a struggle getting picked early, whereas the KO in general from Sadi finding success.
I'm with you. And everything seemed to line up really well for Hyperspace Dark, even on that attacker side. Like their fluidity, their movement between sites, the shake and bakes. And that's the thing with this map. You have ABC. And the one thing I will say is I didn't really see too much flanking come up from the defender side at all. They were very traditional on the rotates. And could they have flanked a bit more? Yeah, but that's what Cypher blocks, right? And it's tough. You don't want to give out your rotate. And when you do flank, to then give up on the flank, let's say if they go A, you got to go through B. It's just a huge time waster. So tough scenario, but Hyperspace Dark, just well played all around. Vincent, I think we're going to wrap it up for now and just quickly send our beautiful viewers off to a snappy break. We're going to come back for the grand finals. Best of 3 to our beautiful viewers here. Thank you so much for supporting and being with us here tonight. Send your gas and your premium gas only to the production team, myself, Vincent, and the fellow casters that were here with you earlier today. So much more to come. Stay tuned. Bringing you grand finals. Vincent and I are going to be right back shortly.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah. About nothing, then you said something under your breath. I can't take it, I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Hello, all you beautiful people. We have returned here, and it's grand finals time here in the Pit of Valor 51. My name is Vincent, and joined by Strive, where you've moved. You've evolved. Where have you moved to, Strive?
So we've completely migrated. I picked up my whole setup. I'm sitting in the Great Hall at Hogwarts right now. It's lit. I got inspiration from Vincent, the library. I figured the library is snazzy, but Vincent's kind of sporting that Stanford library vibes. You know, the books are very like high tier. Just like goes to show you just what Vincent's really into, that big brain that he holds. But I'll stop. I'm just having some good times, guys. We're in grand finals. It's time to get down to the nitty gritty good stuff. And surprise, surprise, what goes around comes around, it seems, Vincent. You and I got the opportunity to cast some hit reg earlier, and now they're up against our semi-winners that you guys just witnessed here. Hyperspace Dark, and per the huge, the cheat sheets down below, you can see Haven, Ascent, and Icebox is your order tonight.
Yeah, it feels like a throwback grand finals. You know what I mean? Like these two teams, Hyperspace Dark, obviously, we hadn't seen them for months and months on end. But we obviously know their name. They've been around the scene for a long time, basically since its inception. HitReg as well. They had some teams prior to this. They kind of disappeared for a while, and now they're back. I'm loving life, and they are certainly going to be loving it if they can take the victory here. But it's going to have to be 2 maps for them to do it. And we're going back to Haven in a back-to-back fashion as we head into the agent selection here. HitReg and Hyperspace Dark kick it off here in the grand finals.
Getting down to the agent selection here on Haven, Vincent, we got like we talked about earlier, we had a bit of a, I don't want to say meta shift, but more movement towards the single duelist playstyle, and we're going to see that here tonight. And by the looks of it, yeah, that's a big one for HitReg, confirming our hunches. Going to lock that Reyna. Michael Karn, the beast on Icebox, going to continue that barrage ahead, and we'll see Wavy going back to his comfort zone on the Jet. I think comp-wise, you can pretty much expect the HD gang to go in big with the same.
So, assuming that this all confirms the same way, I think this is a huge advantage compositionally for Hyperspace Dark, actually, for 2 reasons, and I'll explain. Number 1, I think that your Cypher's way better than basically any KJ here, both in Ultimate, in the camera, in the way you can play around both the camera and the KJ utility. So I think that's a big advantage that Hyperspace Dark have off the rip. The other big advantage that they have is they have that Astra for Cedric, whereas Toneho's sticking with the Omen. I think Astra in general, just a little bit better overall. So really what it's going to come down to is whether or not Final can get the big value out of that Killjoy, and whether Scolio can really be the difference maker on the Sky, because that's where I see the differences lie.
Totally with you on that. I mean, that's the key with an Astra is, you know, the stars are powerful, and they're not only powerful when it comes to taking on to a site, but even on that defensive side. And well, you know what, I'll scratch my words on both ends. Being able to pick up and drop stars really leaves doubt, right? It's kind of like, think of it as a Viper, but a little bit more on steroids, right? When you put that wall down, it's down, it ain't moving. But with the stars, you have a lot more mobility, flexibility. We'll see how that comes to be, how this works out for Hyperspace Dark. Clearly, it was successful in our last matchup, and we can expect some of the same here tonight in this BO3 finals.
That we can. We are headed underway as Hyperspace Dark start out here on the attacking side. And it looks to me like we're going back to the normal B execution push type style here. It's Wavy going to throw down the cloud burst and get onto the site. Final actually dispatches Jenny, who is there for support. So it's already down 1 here in the favor of HitReg.
If we're getting a repeat of history, you got it. They're going to go with the same, but look at the retake scenario this far, or this time rather. HitReg doing what they do best. Going to counteract and give Hyperspace Dark a taste of their own medicine, it seems. And yeah, just like that, my friends. Easy come, easy go. The shock darts yet again succeed on the retake this time and not the post plant.
Indeed, yeah, HitReg doing a good job there, and you know the other part of that, like, I didn't hate that Jenny came in for support, you know, to help Wavy get that spike planted. That sort of makes sense to me, but unfortunately Jenny just got caught out. Needed to probably find a kill there as Final came through that dark cover, or rather the nebula, and I just didn't find success. So a couple of missed opportunities, I think, for HD as HitReg take the opening lead, but that might be a short-lived lead. As should be a quick pistol and then guns for Hyperspace Dark, assuming everything goes according to plan.
And this is the critical thing. It looks like HitReg did a bit of homework on that last round too, right? They came out the back end and they denied Hyperspace Dark's rather post plant setup, and it was just really well done. And now you can see the attacker side kind of reevaluating the scope of the land, the lay of the land here, probably probing around towards C, now migrating back towards A. We'll see what they can do. HitReg though are sporting some bigger guns to boot.
Found them. Killed my bot.
But no longer in effect here for HitReg. Looks like it might be a garage to C sort of look. Hard to tell as the Tiger comes out to attack, though not finding any success. Caloric over here on A, getting a bit debated by a smoke or two, but no one really actually going to be committing off the back of that. And it's Tone Ho to actually find the frag, follow up by Michael as Final as well, finding success. Sadie, who has a kill, is the only one left alive.
Hyperspace Dark are going to really have to tame Michael over here. I'll be honest with you. This Reyna is going to be the one of the not only besides the fact that single duelist, but one of the single biggest crutches in terms of both clutches and retake. Everything is going to come down to how they deal with Michael and this Devour Lear combination. Because once Reyna starts going, and especially starts packing on these orbs, like you got to appreciate the fact that it's a 6 orb alt or a 6 ultimate point. Empress, so it's so accessible and so attainable, especially as a single duelist. You can almost expect him to kind of mop up frags every which way he goes.
Yeah, and a key in that duel probably going to be this KO and the null command as well as the 0 point. You can see it's a bonus round here for Hit Wreck. Shock Dart going out, doing some damage to Wavy, but he gets out mostly unscathed. And that is Michael, who's suppressed this time, can't use it any way to get out, but is going to be able to stay alive for the time being. Actually picks up a second, make it 3. Who needs to get out? Who needs to dismiss? Who needs to devour? Because this guy's fragging out of control.
Going off Michael, massive frags there. Despite the light buy, he's contesting a really good close proximity joust, and now it's down to Ois. He's got to deal with Tone up in there, holding on the front side of B. He's his big brain with a cap on it is not going to clear it off. He's going to walk towards C, and he's unhurt, it seems. The moment he takes a step, though, and spawn, Omen will have a hunch, but so far, shift key heavily planted. 4 members to chew through with 35 on the clock. Going to be a tall order to fulfill here.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's found one, but now the information's given away, right? That's the easiest, so to say. But just looking to see if anything is gifted away. Surely not going to be going for this fully at this point.
10 seconds left.
Just 10 seconds left. He does find Court. Nicely done, and actually going to go down there. Michael, quad kill, and Empress ready.
It's a good bit of damage off there. I mean, you want to shank some kit away. He does pick up 2. It does phase the Hyperspace Dark piggy banks just a little bit. They're going to have to go with a save, not going to walk away with too much out of that equation. And pressing ahead, Hit Reg looking good. I'm grateful for the way things have been unfolding for them. They had a really good start, or a really good matchup that you and I casted earlier. Seems like they're holding steady on the suit. Hyperspace Dark, who came out so strong on this map, look like they've kind of met their maker early on here.
Still early. But yeah, they certainly do look a little bit less than, though much of that to do with Michael's heroics. Having a phenomenal game thus far, has been playing well all night and continuing. Gravity well on the site. Fragment, follow it up, though neither of those connect. It's Jenny who does find success on the 1. Kalork and Michael dispatch 3 elsewhere. Jenny still looking for more on the site. Nicely done there with the Sheriff. Finds 2, but those 2 the only 2 players to fall. And Ois is left a bit on a mission here, flanking from Narnia.
Ois is playing his role. I mean, he is the Cypher. He's lurking, trying to stay alive, keep his utility on the map here. Cameras aplenty, and he's yet again found himself, like you said, in a tricky scenario, as Scolio going to identify the presence of him towards the tail end of that hunt. Holding on CT. It's looking pretty bleak here for the side of Ois. He might be able to pick up 1 or 2 on the tail end of this matchup. Walking his way
30 seconds
through.
left.
A link now migrating towards A. Scolio got that angle covered, and now with the flash
Blinded.
and that lovely blinded voice animation that makes Sky so famous, he's he knows what's up.
That he does, and well, he's blinded, you could say, by Scolio there to find the final pick of the round. As Hyperspace Dark, like you said, a bit of a tough look here early on. All that said, we are looking at a buy round. They got a Neural Theft online, and they're awful close to that Hunter's Fury. As Kalork also has his Hunter's Fury, and that Empress as well already on board. So Hitreg have plenty to work with here. As do Hyperspace Dark. This is going to be a Tide Turner type round, though.
I'm kind of upset Wavy has yet to pick up the op. That's going to be critical for him. If he can get some opening picks, that's going to really differentiate the attack side and give them an opportunity to get onto site a little bit more, I don't want to say easier, but with less contest. But we're going to see with him and the Phantom now in this round if he has something in the tank to counteract the 4-round barrage of Hitreg thus far. Taking it slow and steady. Just looking for opportunity as the Hyperspace Dark squad. And I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of their pistol take onto B site by the looks of it.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes out. Nicely dodged. Final lines them all up. And they all fall. 3 for final. And Hyperspace Dark are left with 1 player alive and, well, a dream that somehow Jenny finds that spray transfer. Disgusting looks from Jenny, but still has to find 3 more to take the victory.
Jenny on the prowl. Does not have the spike of choice in hand with 30 on the clock here. B side is locked by 2. You have a floating Reyna towards grass as well as looks like Jenny's going for the scenic route. Migrating through CT with 20. Yeah, he's not really migrating as much as he's going to try and hibernate in the corner, but not before that happens. So no hibernation, but a valuable pick. 8 seconds on the clock, and he's going to walk away with a gun and yet again pulling some economy off the Hitreg squad, but pulling economy is not going to be the round winner as they pick up their 5th.
Well,
oh boy.
Unfortunately, Jenny doesn't even have a gun. That's got to be frustrating for sure for them. Is man, back to the drawing board, back to the eco even. Hyperspace Dark, a different beast than what we saw here just a few moments ago, where they were putting the opposing team in the 5-0 position. Now they're the victims.
Placing swarm grenade.
The Victos and Hyperspace Dark are the victims. Had to do the play on words. Now down with a 5-round deficit. Yet again saving and going heavily through garage it seems. Michael Skarn, the beast, continuing his push ahead. Going to be a tough one to close out for the HD squad considering the firepower is unmatched. Cedric gonna maybe weasel through here. Clears a corner. No one's there and he doesn't peek or commit. Gonna fall away and regroup with the squad. Good decision. No need to be the hero here considering that they're not in the best places to begin with.
Gravity well goes out. Doesn't find much of anything. Trailblazer does spot a couple. Spike grouped up here for Hyperspace Dark in front of garage. Looks like they're prepping for a bit of a swing. There they go. There's a couple players here at C. 1 player, that's Toneho up on top. He's not had a lot of really any possibilities in this game thus far. It does get on the board, and it's Scolio, who's certainly not slouching. He's standing up straight and tall with both those kills.
It's 1 too many kills for me before the trade came out. I mean, it was in the end a 2-for-1 deal, and proceeding ahead 6 rounds on the side of the Hitreg gang. Ultimate wise, even up across the board. Now, this is where things get hairy. Michael Skarn with an Empress, 9-1. Gonna really do a hefty bit of damage if he chooses to activate that. And this is the question, right? For the Hitreg squad, do you even bother ulting? I would personally, but with the numbers they've accrued so far, there's no real pressure or desire to claw back. Maybe it's better to wait for the perfect opportunity.
No, I think you definitely want to utilize those if you can, or if you should. No command, able to really allow for the entry. Sadie, still alive and kicking. That no command now defunct. Michael got out jumping, but he still finds the frag. Outrageous look there from the Reyna as these players on the site are now all the more vulnerable, though. Scolio coming in, Michael with the second, and it's all gone. It's all dead and dusted.
Thanks.
Hitreg, they find all the frags.
It's like that Oprah meme. All the frags. You get a frag and you get a frag, says Hitreg. And looking at the economy here across the board, Hyperspace Dark yet again hemorrhaging, and I see some forces coming out. Not sure how I feel about it, considering the strong showing of the hit reg squad. It might have been a better decision to save. I can see Wavy gonna be able to buy. Cedric nowhere in the right neighborhood. Light buy Guardian for Ois. Tough sell for me here, Vincent. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I'm not loving it. And I mean, you know what else I'm not loving? Wavy and Cedric both at 007. The old James Bond number. You're not loving that. Never want to be at the 007. Though, good movies.
The movie part is great. The scoreboard part of it, not so peachy.
Yeah. Frustrating for Hyperspace Dark here. They do have this Blade Storm, but is it going to be enough? I don't know, Stride.
Don't know myself, as Wavy cannot connect on the headshot. He's not all there, it seems. He was a monster in our last showing. Michael Scarn getting aggressive on mid on Cedric, and that's the lovely Devour gonna bring him right back up top here. That's a problem. Yeah, more. Ooh, Dinksit cannot connect. Sadie available for that. Tapping the Guardian is Ois, who went all in on the buy, but it ain't enough when you got Korik contesting you. Scolio in the wings as well, coming out of garage. Leak situation. That's gonna round it up. Another one for Hitreg. Just pushing. Basically, well, not basically, scratch the upward. Absolutely flawless so far for them on this initial half as we hit that also good timeout. I wish that timeout kind of came a bit earlier, though. I'm not going to lie.
Man, you're in my brain there. Stole words right out of my mouth. I was just about to say the same thing. Could not agree more with you on that one, Strive. Yeah, this is a little too late. You know, better late than never. Don't want to take any credit away from them. It's hard. It really is hard to know when you're starting to flounder, you know, and when you really need that timeout. But the earlier the better is typically my call. That said, this is probably a good time in that they're gonna have some guns. I think didn't catch the money situation, but I think they're gonna have enough cash to buy, and they do have the Cosmic Divide, as do they have the Hunter's Fury. So there's some options available.
Options is a good way to put it. There is, how can I, let me rephrase some of your, and I agree with you. It's options, but how do you line those up, right? There's so many things you could do, but how many of those are going to become a reality as Hyperspace Dark have just been able to find, or been unable to find footing in this loose gravel, it seems. As Hitreg now, yeah, you were right on the buy situation. It is a buy, albeit semi-broken. Is it going to be enough, though? Again, question comes up for me. 4 rounds left in the half. Do you resave again? It's a tough sell. I'm okay with this buy, though, because honestly, it's not as broken as the last one.
Yeah, I think at this point, this buy is fine for sure. And well, I guess the answer is you use it over towards A. The good news is for Final, there is the lockdown, though their Hunter's Fury could potentially stall that out. Lockdown is initiated. Flash drive going around the corner. And there goes that Hunter's Fury that I was discussing before. That said, Sadie able to find success. Lockdown now destroyed. Lear is good. Final and Michael both find frags as they enter the site. There's still 4 left alive here. 3 for Hyperspace Dark as Jenny finds 1, equalizes 3 on 3, but all 3 players in the same angle. And that's Jolio with a double. Jolio with all 3. He's absolutely electrifying here for Hitreg.
What was that W key fearless push through the smoke, and they couldn't contest him? He swung to the hard right there, or well, our left in that view, and just absolutely dominated that retake. Picks up the 3K to clean it up, and that is not what you want. That looked like a bit of a glimmer in the end of this dark tunnel for Hyperspace Dark, and it just fell to his feet completely. Scolio, MVP of that round.
Wow. All I gotta say is wow. I mean, yeah, he just did the old, electric slide over there.
Claw through them.
Swinging around the corner, finding both those frags. 180, classic. And at this point, Hyperspace Dark, they're just buying to buy, buying because that's all they know, and buying because that's all they got, the only chance they have. And this time it's Ois with the opener. Toneho returning the favor, and Toneho with the second. The Hunter's Fury coming out here for Hitreg.
Now that, I believe that was a cam there on C, able to reveal potentially. I don't know what happened there. Tone, 4K, does he have the ace suit? 10 HP? That's enough for a 1 Guardian. Tough scenario. Final now. A little left, a little right, as he does the salsa himself towards platform, picking up Cedric, and this is yet again round 10 going to Hitreg, and Shocker, shocker. All this buying has definitely emptied the wallets.
I got enough time
Yeah,
to
cash
go into
flow.
the astral floor.
Once again, looking a bit rough. Let's just say. Maybe my about as much as my paycheck after a week at McDonald's.
Jeez.
That rag,
Placing swarm grenade.
10-0. I cannot believe I'm saying those words, Strive.
Yeah, not the flavor you wanna pick from the ice cream cabinet is the 10-0 flavor, especially being the first go of the best of 3.
Yeah, that's a
Cedric
nasty
now.
flavor.
It's the 10-0 flavor, definitely disgusting. It's mildly better than the 12-0, so let's hope we don't get to that one in the menu.
That one's the one all the way in the back that's been sitting there for 3 years.
That's absolutely disgusting. I hope not.
Oh man. No, that's disgusting.
down.
I would agree.
What?
That is indeed disgusting.
What happened? I heard a sequential 1-1 with that sheriff, albeit the didn't get to see it.
I have this.
Jenny just too swift for the shift over to him, and
Spike down
Cloric
mid.
gonna take him away before he can do much else in this equation. It's down to the lonesome Cypher, who is oh so pinned. Ois getting contested momentarily via Sova.
No more to oppose us.
Well, it's getting awful close to that 12-0 mark,
Last
but
round in the half.
still possibilities for Hyperspace Dark. One of the rounds they looked the best in was their entry onto the A site with that null command. They have that null command now, so maybe this is the time. And I hate to mention it again, but man, Wavy still at 0 kills here is tragic.
I don't know what the situation is with Wavy. Like, he's been reasonably strong with that op, and maybe that one and done playstyle would have been better. And he showed that earlier. I don't know what his mentality was to go to the rifles, and it's clearly not working. The duty of what? Is that didn't Ginny do that earlier on as well with the door in the open? What is the desire to do that? Is Michael Scarn going big? Can he get the 4? No, he cannot. Cedric denies that. That's just questionable. Like, why would you do that 2 times in a row? Did you not learn your lesson earlier? As unfortunately, despite our plea of mercy, we do get that 12-0 nasty flavor in the back of the ice cream window.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. We mentioned it on the cast before in the semifinal when that happened.
Yeah.
And yeah, equally boneheaded, I would say. Now, as harsh as that sound, I mean, Jenny's a good player. Knows that's not the right play. You want to be in that corner. It's just a bit sloppy, and gets punished massively. 25-5 here is Michael Scarn. What a great showing. Has been having a phenomenal performance all day long, but this is certainly the cherry on top of it. Even better here is, guess whose pick this is, right? This is Hyperspace Dark's pick.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this is just hit reg flexing steadily. I mean, they got 1 round to close. Pistol is all they need as Sadie opens it up. Final quick trade there, and they're gonna regurge the round 1 pistol that works oh so well, it seems, for them. They're gonna get right on to B here. Ooh, nice ding. Michael Scarn, 10 hit points. He's desperately looking for a devour. Boys tapping away now in a 4 versus 3 scenario. Hit reg not looking too good. We'll see if this is their round.
Last player standing.
No more.
1v4. Right click on the first. There's Caloric. The right click takes a second. The fuse was going through, but he's now looked for the third. He actually hits that. That's ridiculous. Man, I hate the right click so much. It is so broken. You cannot change my mind. Fortunately, it's not going to be the 13-0 sweep around for Hyperspace Dark, as Wavy takes the clutch and gets on the board.
I mean, that got a bit too close for comfort. I was shaking in my boots. Cloric went out massive there. As we proceed ahead, 12-1 is your scoreline. Y'all, I'm just going to set the tempo for you while I'm ahead. Appreciate the fact that we have a massive 11-round crawl back to go through here. So, pardon the lack of incredible technicalities. You guys understand the magnitude of what needs to go down here for Hyperspace Dark. They have a mountain to climb, and it's sure as heck steeper and taller than Mount Everest itself.
Yeah, this might be Kilimanjaro sized. Don't know the technical terms, but I think big is what I would go for.
Thick.
Thick, yeah. 3 C's on the end of that one.
Oh yeah, minimum, my friend, minimum. As we watch the Michael Scarn push through the garage side now. He has Scolio. Big Bird coming out there. Ginny eats a little bit of that. And yeah, good decision from Ginny to give that up, not contest unnecessarily. Wait for the gang to rotate. And we'll see now. Big retake play here required from the HD gang.
We went blind for a moment, but Toneho's still good. With those sheriffs swinging again, but it's HD. Hyperspace Stark coming out big. They have the weaponry advantage, and it seems that that's enough to give them a second round here. Well done.
Yeah, give it to Ginny. I mean, I do appreciate the alt stack coming out there for the Hunter's Fury. I really hope that it doesn't get priored by a mediocre owl drone in the middle of the open this time. But nonetheless, we shake it off. We forget the past and look towards a greener future. 12-2 is your scoreline here, folks. And this is hit reg now, round number 3 in this half, and they're going to buy ahead. Big weapons. This could be the closeout.
Yeah, notice because of the fact that they're already on match point or map point, Hyperspace Stark don't bonus. They buy in fully here, upgrade everything, put it all on the line, and that's exactly what they should be doing. Sway with an operator. First operator we've seen come up, and Wavy actually is able to pick that one up. Huge frag there, and that might be the time. This might be what he needed to get going. Found that first kill of the game in the pistol and has only improved since.
See if the wavy up switch up is going to be good. Scolio. Look to your left, my friend. There's a Cypher just looking for you. Always nice timing. Good trade by Final. Love the buddy system there from HitReg. That's not enough to keep the numbers even, though. 4 versus 3 on the board. Minute to go. And I think they're just looking for some sort of opportunity, a bit of noise, and an opportunity to capitalize on one of these 3 sites.
HitReg not used to playing with a disadvantage in this game. Down 1 at the moment. That Hunter's Fury actually online here for HitReg, should they want to utilize it. But
30 seconds
slow and methodical seems to be the way. Is this owl drone gonna spot out Cedric? And well, instead of fighting it, Cedric falls back. This push is gonna be C. How's it go? And that's Final with the opening.
Ooh, big oof, my friend. And as they go ahead to plant the spike, this is a repeat of the last round. Let's see if this time the numbers and momentum is on their side. Final setting up, good turret positioning, good bit of kit there as well to block off the garage entrance. Sorry, as the retake is coming from the CT side. Getting on with it. Let's see, HD, do or die, my friends.
Operator getting tagged down heavily. It's not what you want to see. Potential for the 0 point to come in. And there's Sadie, who's able to find Tono through the wall. Sadie might be the hero. But this is the Hunter's Fury. It's ready to go. Already going to deny. That's the halfway point, and Sadie's able to get there. Now it's all on to Wavy, who's getting the defuse, and he's down, though. He can't find it. Not against Caloric, who has the frag. 13-2, the score line. Map number 1. This is the grand finals. No, you're not dreaming, but boy, does it seem like it.
That's a tough scenario, man. That just played out in every which way not possible for the side of Hyperspace Stark. That's not the team that I saw the last matchup, and I sure as don't expect it to be the team I'm going to see in the next matchup. Nonetheless, we push ahead. We're going to shake it off and get settled for map number 2, guys. I don't want to really... I personally don't have too much to offer on this matchup. It was just really a series of unfortunate rounds and just a very strong first half from HitReg. There was just no momentum. Wavy didn't have much presence on that duelist. Really suffered for most of that first half. Got an op towards the second, albeit it wasn't enough, and it was too little too late. So that's my take on it, Vincent. I don't know how you feel.
I mean, I'll put it this way. And it wasn't down to just fragging. But if you have your duelist have no kills in the first half and multiple players at 0 and 8, let's just say that's a hard way to find victory. I mean, that's just the reality. And listen, I'm not trying to assign blame because there's plenty of blame to go around. But as a starting point, that's a darn tough one. and that's the problem, right? So regardless, we are going to give Hyperspace Dark a minute or two to try and regain their composure. I certainly think I would need to, after that one. Hit Reg going to probably be dusting themselves off, feeling good, but is it going to be enough to bring them over the edge on Ascent? We'll find out after this break.
like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, a life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
I'm lost in a city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
All right, beautiful people, we are back as can be, and this time, no pretty faces on the screen, except you are welcome with the lovely Agent Select. Let's get right into it. This is map number 2 of your best of 3 here tonight. And if you guys didn't get the vibe and watch the last one, Hit Reg picked up that first map, and this is the chance to close it out in this grand finals.
They didn't just pick up that last one, Strife. They absolutely crushed that last one.
They did.
It's 13-2. I mean, come on. It was 12-0 at one point. And thankfully, for the sanity of all parties involved, Hyperspace Dark picked up a couple rounds there at the end. But yeah, it was rough. And as we're headed into Ascent, the worst part about it is that last map was Hyperspace Dark's map pick. And this one is Hit Reg's. That said, Hyperspace Dark do get to start out on the defense, and looks as if composition-wise, they have pretty much the exact same comp, with one exception being that OC going to be on the Killjoy as opposed to that Cypher. And that makes a lot of sense to me. That Killjoy is very good here on Ascent.
Ticking down that timer, and the locks are settled as we get into this matchup. Let's see what that delivers for OC on that. He did well on the Cypher, albeit they hemorrhaged the last game, like you said. Final locks are in. Tone going to stick true to the Omen of the last. Scolio the same. Scar and Chloric and Final. So it's a mirror image of what we have been accustomed to from the Hit Reg squad. Getting into Ascent, a bit more of a laid back map. No ABC to deal with, that's for sure. Only 2 letters of the alphabet in front of us tonight. We'll see if this is the bounce back. It'll send us to a potential map 3. I'm just hoping for a bit more contest from the HD squad.
Yeah, it's not ideal just watching a team fall over, which is unfortunately what we watched last map. But I have faith. I think, that we had a bit of an extended break. Hyperspace Dark mentally able to reset, I hope, and get right back into things. Wavy certainly not lost any sort of confidence. He's bought a Sheriff off the rip. And like I said, an aggressive buy, highly highly confident by. And for the guy who started out very poorly in the last game, I love that that's what we're starting with here.
I'm all about that. I mean, for me, if I'm playing the Jet too, I do like that early Sheriff buy. It's a great pick, and given the fact that Ascent has a lot of open areas to dash in and out, it's a vibe. You can see he's holding the aggressive post, ready to one and done it, as the rest of the squad is ready to push up. Sadie opens it up with a great pick there. Yes, that's the one. He doesn't even dash because he felt that one in his veins. Early picks, minute 18 on the clock. Hit reg. Hop in the back seat to the bus here.
Already looking a lot better here for HD as Wavy finds the second of the round. Nice clean headshots. 2 players left alive here. Final. Gonna entry onto the site, but it's Wavy who actually finds the triple, and Ginny closes down the round. Flawless victory there for Hyperspace Dark. It took them 12 rounds to get on the board last time. They're on with just 1 in this second game.
Talk about some statistics, Vincent. You said it well, and it's a good start, albeit. If you guys didn't already get the flavor of the day from the Hit Reg squad, they are monsters. So it's only round 1. Let's not. I'm not getting my my favorite boxers in a knot here. Let's just let this unfold and see how it goes. I'm hopeful. I'm a hopeful beaver, but I don't know, man. I just have I don't feel too good after that last game. Mildly nauseous, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I can understand that feeling. Sadie, who used the no command to find out some information over at A early days, is going to find a pick. Takes a lot of damage for the trouble. And actually going to try and throw away that weapon to deny the pickup for any hit reg players. He'll going out there via the overgrowth. And there is a ton of utility on this A side. And that seems to be the reason that hit reg are rotating away from here. And Stone Ho is trying to create an opening on his own, but that's short-lived.
He created an opening right down to his death, that's for sure. As the could have just been bait. I mean, pulled a bit of space over, kept the defensive a bit honest here as they're going right on across. The Ares from Ginny makes quick work of Scolio. Transfers Chloric, well-placed, classic headshot with the 2. Leaves it down to final. He gets that spike plant, which is minty, as Wavy and Gang now ready to collapse.
It's all about just keeping as many of these guns in hand as possible, and nicely done. I love the patience right there from Sadie. You know, waiting for Final to try and get aggressive, because Final has to make a move, right? Like that's the intelligence from Hyperspace Dark here, is they know that Final has to make some sort of move, so they wait it out and then play the swing together. Really smart plays there from Hyperspace Dark, and they're starting out this game so much better than they did the prior. Despite the fact that this isn't their pick, they're already looking good.
Funny how that works out, eh? Not your pick. You start off strong. Is your pick. Don't do the peachiest. But that is the beauty of Pit of Valor, and that is the beauty of this game as a whole. Let's see what they can do here. This is the gun round here, guys. As you can see on the scoreboard, Hit Reg have big weapons and big shoes to fill in round number 3.
And an advantage. Of course, this is going to be a bit of a bonus here for Hyperspace Dark. That null, or rather, the 0 point, going to get taken out. And Sadie actually spawning out the drone, or rather spawning out the bot up top to be able to take that out pretty easily, but that does give some information away. The owl drone not finding much of anything other than Oasis on the site, and so information being gained, though traded back and forth.
Letting the round breathe a bit. Minute on the shot clock. No need to shoot the 3 here or the half-court shot. We have opportunity to collapse closer to the net as they're choosing A as that site. Ready to go off a tree. The first flash comes in. Cedric eats a bit of that one. He's in a bit of a smoke scenario. They're going to collapse over it. Lead tree uncontested. That's a good call. But Ois, though, on the site comes in big onto Michael Skarn. That Reyna now falling. Sadie, another one. Cedric comes out of tree from his hiding place. Has a response, Ginny. It's down to Chloric now in a 1-on-3 scenario. They know exactly where he is. Ois, shake and bake from the right and then the left of the boxes in sight, and that's going to turn over the 3rd round to Hyperspace Dark. So guns was not the winning recipe for Hit Reg.
Huge win there for Hyperspace Dark. Not only winning it, but on their bonus round, so their economy stays very healthy.
Yes.
It's a, you know, secondary game within the game almost. You know, that economy. And it's obviously of high value. Big importance. Hyperspace Dark in position. There's going to be a Sheriff buy, though. And that's some G to follow that up as well. So some chills here with Hitreg, as they do have that Hunter's Fury as well.
Wavy had a plan. He actually baited that fully. Oh, Ginny. The paper mache walls of Ascent yet again deliver Odin kills aplenty. Cedric gonna counter swing on Michael Skarn. Wavy, nice aggression from B main with the 1 and the 2-piece combination. And much like last round, it's Tone against 5. With a minute 8, he might look for a pick. Can't even do that. Crosshair placement was good, but Sadie was just 1 step ahead of the game. 4th goes to Hyperspace Dark. And Vincent, I don't know about you, but I'm getting a much better feeling and a sense of confidence from the Hyperspace Dark gang.
Yeah, slowly that nauseousness you were talking about is drifting away.
A little bit. Yeah, I'd say so.
You know, that said, maybe it might be time for it to eke back in, depending on how this goes, because right now it's 4-0. Null command for Hyperspace Dark, should they need it. Right now, that KO grouped towards the A side. Could shut down a fast push, but it's actually going to be B, the side of choice. The lure goes out from Michael, but Jenny once again finds success. So Caloric now has an Odin of his own, and he says, nah, if one can play at that game, 2 can play just fine. And he takes revenge.
KG Utility trying to block off the push through Ois. Nice job, despite letting them in towards Logs. He's able to pick up the 1 frag through the walls there onto Michael Skarn. Final getting a piece for himself. Now Cedric, does he know that there's 1 on the hard right? He knows because Sadie's there to back him. As we are watching Sadie collapse continue over to this A site, down to Caloric, and my friends, it is insufficient as the Hyperspace Dark with a clean and flawless retake for the most part. I mean, flawless in the sense of winning the round. 5-0 is your scoreline here thus far.
Really not a big fan of Caloric playing so passively in that behind that smoke. When your teammates are getting pushed like that and they know it, you have to make a play, even if it's through the smoke.
Placing sentry.
Same thing with the player on the site who had the opportunity to try and play off of, you know, the player who got killed as everyone came through market, but just didn't happen. So the timings are quite off and ultimately gives away the round. Still, Ultimate's on board here. Hitreg with 3, Hyperspace Dark with 2, and Michael Skarn able to find that opening duel with the SMG he purchased up just because he had some extra cash.
Patience here now with the number advantage. Hitreg are not looking to make any poorly calculated moves. They've tried to open up a gap. Wavy, nice choice there towards the tree. He gets paranoid. He gets ultimated from the sky, but Oisi is there to back up and keep Tone at bay. And with that, it's looking actually relatively strong for Hitreg as they have 2 ultimates available. Michael Skarn gonna have to pop that, I hope, more than anything. They really need this round. Oh no. That's not what I wanted. As we continue to look for opportunity on the side of Hitreg as they're really bleeding for time. 35 on the clock. Caloric goes for the swing onto Ginny. Wavy has a response for that one. Focuses 2v1 is the play. Scolio spams away as Wavy, I believe, was full Ray Charles off of that one. So going to go ahead for the plant, get the extra bit of funds as we're down to a 1-on-1. KJ full hit points. Scolio lit, cannot do a self-heal activity if that's what you're hoping for. Oisi on the side. Spots the head. Knows he's got to maybe shake left and shake right as he's trying to collapse onto Scolio.
There it is.
God. And he, not even the body shot, my friend. Just clicking heads here tonight.
Just headshot gaming. You'll love to see it. And you know what? I mean,
right now.
I like the patience there by Ois. No need to get, you know, overly aggressive. He had time. He knew he had time, and he knew he had the HP advantage. That's all you got to do. Just take that advantage and roll with it. Well, the role Hyperspace Dark certainly are. Two maps we've seen, you and I here thus far in the semis and the grands, and both of them have been incredibly dominant. Here we are in the third, and it's 6-0. It's a bit of a trend, you and I, hasn't it?
Yeah, trend's a good word. Interesting how some of these nights pan out, and yeah, it's been a journey thus far. Are we going to see the 12-0 half? Because if we do, then that's a trend if I've ever seen one, Vincent. So getting into round number 7 on the board here. Hyperspace Dark just absolutely finessing the defensive side so far.
Well, Hunter's Fury comes out.
Take flight.
Unfortunately, I don't think it found much of anything. Don't know that I'm a big fan of Caloric just kind of throwing it out there to throw it out there. You know, he might have been clearing a specific angle, maybe over in the A push or whatnot, but regardless, that has netted the spike some positioning. It's Toneho able to go there. Empress now being popped as the sonar comes in, but it is going to be the 0 point to deny any sort of other abilities. So Ois has abilities, and he's found the ability to frag Toneho down.
Spike's here.
More to follow potentially as Ois gets spotted out. Shock darts follow up. Spike gonna get planted, and there it is, Michael through the bottom.
30 seconds left. One
Oisi, Sadi, and Oisi with a 3-piece combination as Cloric comes out from his cave down below. In hell is Wavy gonna shorty that to victory. Hyperspace Dark make really quick work of that one. I will honestly commend the setup and the resistance towards Michael Skarn coming out of that tree room. He got taken down to 40 HP, and that's the thing with Arena. You know, you want to take hit points off. You don't want to obviously turn over a kill because that would be a devour and back to full. So using the utility to deny that and call it coincidence really worked out in their favor as Michael's having a really hard time getting some footing here. Tone also not the best, 0-7. 7-0 is your scoreline. HD is now setting up for what appears to be a really strong and convincing B take.
That they are. Quick as you like here for Hit Reg, and they come through that smoke. The leader allowing some space as Seekers are committed by Hit Reg. Lockdown as well, though. Ginny and Wavy on the site, getting everything done. The fragment actually finds a kill as well. That said, the lockdown still in effect, and 2 players get detained.
Last player standing.
As Ois finds one, this is Toneho, who's finally on the board to take down the detained player. He's got some nice shots, but Wavy's got the operator, and that's far too powerful for Toneho.
8-0 is your scoreline, whether it's the A side, B side, and this time not the C side. Hit Reg just not having a great time. They've been denied every which way possible. Wavy, to no surprise, which kind of blows my mind, now that he has an op in his hand, is just absolutely slapping again. 12-1. Call it the map, call it the weapon.
Bruh.
I'll just say that his impact as a duelist is now apparent.
0-12 to 12-1. Are you kidding me?
Seriously, like talk about like turn of events, like upside down.
I mean, the storylines here are incredible.
Yeah.
They just
Concealment.
you couldn't write this.
But it seems like much like the books in your library, Vincent, history is being written right now as Wavy continuing to hear our echoes as he picks up a nice opening pick with that op itself. And let's see if they can continue to capitalize on that. Oh, I should also mention, shout out to Coach So Sleepy from LRS for the 5-month sub streak. Thank you so much for the love, as we are yet again witnessing much of the same. Vincent, Hyperspace Dark about to close out that night.
That's what we're witnessing. Domination of a massive degree. Nice shots by Final there, but they are unfortunately met with demise shortly thereafter. Hyperspace Dark on the upward trend here, 9-0, and well, to anyone who was hoping this was going to be a 2-0, I think you probably have you know, lost that one. Though anything possible.
Yeah, Vincent. I think it's just best to not even do predictions anymore. Like, let's just not, okay?
All right.
I don't know. Like, okay, good opening pick. Chloric here has a thing or two to say. Cedric, this is a choice. Oh my god. Oh, my heart dropped. I'm grateful Microscarn was there for it. Oh, Wavy, shorty beast comes out on top, and yet again, Hitreg is down numbers. Wavy, oh! This man is on the goop, yo. Can we? Okay, now I'm actually questioning the previous map. What? I'm confused, Vincent. Like, if Wavy's going off this big, that type of reaction, this much dominance with the op, how can I put it politely? Where was that the last map?
I mean, this was incredible, dude. This shot, like, I don't know if he just thinks he's there. Like, he didn't see him. He didn't see him. I'll tell you that much for sure. You might have known he was there, but he sure as heck didn't see him. I mean, that was nice, but jeez. Yeah. This guy just hopped in the DMs, you know, started fragging out, put some music on. You know when you get your hype music going, you know, that's what happened.
My guy, if hype music is what it takes to do this kind of stuff, like, send me your playlist. Like, I'm down, bro.
True.
Send me the goop. That hype beast goop playlist is. We're now down to a 4 versus 4.
I've got your trail.
But talking about trends, if the current 10 rounds don't tell you something, you can very well expect it to. Well, okay, I'm gonna eat my words. Looking good for Hitreg as they aggress Tone. Nice finesse there towards Market. Now Sadie pop flash comes out. Tone gets away into Market, and he's settled for the second opportunity at this frag.
Enemy remaining.
What'd you say about predictions, mate? That's maker.
I don't know what's going on, dude. Like, is there like bugs in this channel, in our homes, or like what's going on here? It's like every time we say something or a comment like echoes, it happens. It's unfolding. So
yeah,
I should become a fortune teller or something.
True. I mean, honestly, maybe we've missed our calling. Yeah.
This is our calling, Vincent. We were destined to be here.
Well, Hyperspace Dark, I don't know if they were destined to be here, but, well, destiny certainly seems to be on their side here at map number 2, as they're up 10-1. Hitreg finally answering the call, but with plenty of cash still in hand, this first half has money to spare. No command, as well as the Blade Storm, and, well, aggression for Wavy. He's just swung through the smoke and absolutely demolished the player. Cedric gets aggressive up on Catwalk and finds success there. As Toneho tries to re-aggress, he's going to be met with an alarm bot.
This is the Wavy hype train, it seems, as he's just leading the charge with opening picks, and that's what we needed the last map. You can see Tone gonna come and rejoin with the rest of the squad. Ginny still has the paper mache destroyer, aka the Odin, looking for opportunity. And with so much time elapsed in this this particular round, they could honestly be anywhere. And you can see with the number advantage, HD is not looking to give up any unnecessary bodies.
Remaining.
From 0 to hero.
Down with.
Wavy up and over. Not quite the hero there, but Sadie is. 11-1.
Calling my bot.
I mean, that is
Switching sides.
certainly a move.
I gotta say it in the memoir of my fellow co-caster who is no longer here with us or casting this match, or Endless would say it was a very commanding half. 11-1 is your scoreline. As we get into it, half number 2 here, Hyperspace Dark. I mean, dude, 2 rounds to take us over to map number 3. Stylish way to close out these games, though. I ain't gonna lie. You know, it's not even close at this point. You either go full swing one way or full swing the other way, it seems.
I mean, I like it. I like that there's statements being made. The 17-3? Damn! That's what I gotta say. Like, this man Wavy. He just hopped. I mean, he just hopped in, you know, the DMs, you know, training range. It's like, all right, that was unacceptable. Let me just show these guys what I made of.
Can't use that.
As we continue with the same vibes, that's an opening pick coming out from the whole I mean, seems like one apiece. Wavy, Ginny, and I believe that was, I think it was Tone who made his presence known. Clark responds with his gun of choice as we see him excel with that frenzy final. Gets the one frag onto Ginny as well. 3 versus 2 retake. I like the patience though from the post plant. We'll see if this Sova and KJ combination can get back on site.
One enemy remaining.
Nice timing there. And the knife to follow it up. There, it's all done and dusted. Nice job there, hyperspace start. And well,
Match point.
they put Hitreg in nearly the same position that they were put in last game. But this time, there is only one less map point. It doesn't make it any less difficult to come back from, I would say.
Oh, how the tides have changed, my dear Vincent, it seems. Here at Pit of Valor, we either sit on one end of the seesaw or the other. Nothing in between.
There's never two people on the seesaw, apparently. Just, you know, it's the old sad look where I'm just friendless and going back and forth from one side to the other.
It's not good to say. Come on now.
Ooh, nice find there by Cedric, and somehow Wavy finds success with a judge. It's opened up everything, and Wavy with another judge kill. 2 on 5 now. Hit Ragged in dire straits.
And as we get on through, I'm hoping that this is it, my friends. I mean, it's a 5 versus 2. You want to end it in style? It's the way to do it. Down to 1 and call it none. As Cedric and Ois close it off 13-1. Vincent, tell me all about that map. I want to hear every little last thought in your mind.
Yeah. Here, hold on. I have the perfect thing. Give me a second. I'm gonna go. I'll need to go find it. I'll bring it back after break. Put it that way. But well, hold on. I got it. Give me just a second. No. We'll find it here in just a moment. But I mean, it's 20-4. He went from 4-13 and to 20-4. I don't like. I'm not trying to say it's one person that changed, because it's not true.
No. But
just like I said, it wasn't like it was only Wavy's fault that the loss happened. But also, when you got a guy popping off like Wavy was popping off this game, it certainly does help you win games, you know?
Yeah. And that's a good way to put it. I'll say, like you pointed out, it's not just one person, team effort, of course, but
yeah,
just to see Wavy go complete 180. I mean, like, it's pretty marvelous. But if that gives you any insight as to what's coming on map number 3, we either going to get another landslide, or this is going to be just a juicy one, like the absolute gnarliest 7 overtime game. So let's give everyone a chance to recalibrate and readjust, as both these teams, I'm sure, need a bit of a pick-me-up after that. And like you said, maybe hit those DMs, because apparently DMs are the sauce to completely changing the tide. So sending you guys off to a very quick break as my tongue completely falls into my throat. Get comfortable, get yourself a beverage and a snack, guys. This is going to be your final map here on GLG number 51, Pit of Valor. Stay tuned. Don't go so far. Whatever you want to call it. Come right back, sending you off to a break. Talk to you momentarily.
feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do.
What are you gonna say? Alrighty, boys, we are back with the final map, and I found the book. This is the book that our game here goes in. This is 2020 edition, because this here is pretty, it's pretty serious. We've had 13-2, 13-1. Strive. It's a grand finals. What is this?
I'll crack it open, man. You might as well just put an 8.5 by 11 at the end of it. Just like tape it to the last page and just start writing. Take notes if you want to take some pictures. Maybe some doodles as to what's going down. Yeah, this is it. I mean, talk about I don't want to. Yeah, record breaking is a good way to put it for me on the GLG Pit of Valor Wednesday. 2 matches, each on the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of round gap. As we get into the final one, the deal breaker. It's I don't want to say it, Vincent. It's gonna be one of 2 scenarios: a second landslide or a third landslide, or we're gonna be here for about 12 OTs, 3-4 in the morning. Y'all are gonna have to order breakfast in if you're sticking with us all the way through. I'm good with it, man.
If you're ordering breakfast, you better start ordering Waffle House, because that's the only thing that's be open.
For real though.
Oh boy. You know what? We've seen Hit Reg already on this map, and to be fair, they were dominant last time we saw them.
Yes.
But this is now. That was then.
Choose your agent.
I have not a clue what to expect. The one thing that I do note is that Final still on this Killjoy clearly just plays Killjoy all the time. But I mean, it was certainly effective last time out. The usage of the post-plant utility was very strong. So whilst I don't love the Killjoy on this map all the time, I think that addition of the Nano Swarm to that post-plant utility is still very good.
I'm with you. We'll see how it pans out on this particular setup as we are loading in, guys. This is map number 3 of this best of 3 here tonight. The deal breaker. All the beans, all the marbles, all the chips on the table here. Getting into it. Loaded in. Oh man, I'm kerfuffled, my friend. I don't know what to expect here. Really don't.
I mean, it's hard to fathom what to expect. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Because we've literally gone from one extreme to the next. From literally a 12-0 one side to a 13-1 the other direction. Pretty much the most dominant maps you could have in the game of Valorant. And now we're to a map that is unlike any of the other ones we've played with thus far. And we're sort of left in a question mark of what do we do now?
Yeah, we're in that twilight zone, it seems. It looks like Hyperspace Dark are going to go heavily towards this A. The drone goes out. This is Scolia. We've seen him play this really well before. We watched this map go down earlier this evening as Really good picks coming out from Wavy and Sadie, who's flexed a bit now and moved over to the jet position. So we're witnessing a bit more of a bit of a repeat in terms of composition on the side of HitReg, as they're sporting the single duelist, but going to the Hyperspace Dark guys. I mean, they're sporting the double, the Reyna jet. We'll see if that's the differentiating factor here tonight.
Well, Clark, trying to be that differentiating factor, is quickly dispatched by Sadie, who's no longer on the KO, of course. Final going in. It is a bit of a crossfire. The Wavy not in great position. It's going to be a problem later on. As soon as that defuse comes in, and there it is. Cedric and Wavy both win their duels and give Hyperspace Dark that pistol round.
Good crossfire, albeit the close and the long proximity. I had a bit of doubt in my mind, as it works out in the end. Hyperspace Dark pick up round number 1 here. Strong pistol, and I mean, Wavy, no reservations whatsoever, goes right for the round 2 Phantom buy. This has been successful in the past, and I'm hoping it carries through into this one, as he does also have the Devour opportunity if he has saved enough funds for that bit of kit.
Revealing area.
Or using that to get some information. The sonar successful, but well, everything else a little bit less so, as only 1 kill goes the way of HitReg, and that is quickly going to stay that way, as we got a triple kill there from the jet of Sadie. 2-0 here for Hyperspace Dark.
Someone got to call Hyperspace Dark's coach up in here and explain what happened on map number 1.
Well, you see, what happened was...
I need to know, Vincent.
I can't even imagine what happened.
I think it was like a pep talk in voice. Y'all better win, or else. And voila, congratulations. They do just that.
I don't want to know what that "or else" it like means in this context, but you know, take it or leave it.
This is a bit of a regurge of the last round, it seems, for Hyperspace Dark. They're loving this ace site, and they're pinching on over. Some members have already shifted. 3 defense men have come present here. This is going to be your good old Michael Karn, who's now fallen down from the rafter. Wavy, though, going to counterflex nicely with a well-placed headshot, sporting that new skin pack as well. Scolio responds with 1 as well. Now, numbers even, 4v4, Spike getting planted. Let's see if they can make this magic happen, as Viper Splooge coming out, going to force Ginny to move away, and oh, he moves in the most perfect direction, right into Tone's crosshair. Backing up with a Scolio frag, and just like that, you're at a 4v2.
Well, he's trying to swing every angle with Tono, but unfortunately he didn't swing the one that Sadie was actually on. Sort of equalizes to a 2-on-1, and well, Final nearly does connect, finally does, with the help of Caloric. And Hyperspace Dark fall, giving HitReg their first round. That was the gun round, and it was a bonus for Hyperspace Dark, which means they should be buying back in now. That's it. Pretty solid, all things considered, there for HitReg.
It's good retaliation. Hyperspace Dark going to keep on with their weapons, and they built up a decent amount of economy. You can see Salty sitting on the 7-2 has the Bladestorm available as well, whereas HitReg, who just picked up the round, are sporting Vandals aplenty. So Vandal Diff playing that range 1-tapper, it seems like.
We've seen what Michael can do with that range 1-tapper that you speak of, though it looks like is going to be B. This was part of the problem of the opponents that HitReg were playing before. They never really hit this B site, so we don't really know what the hold looks like for them. So we see the plan going to go down with that wall. Always playing their role well of the you know, spike plant runner. It's essentially all you do there, as that stage feels sometimes, but lined up is Cedric with these with the snake bites in hand, ready to deny the defuse that's coming in now.
And the vertical shot for the muck, and they bring it home. Defuse, and I mean, that's just a series of unfortunate events. They managed to stick it despite numbers everywhere, it seems.
and frustrating to say the least there for Hyperspace Dark. I mean, I say they didn't peek. 3 of them died, so 3 of them did peek. I mean, it wasn't as if no one tried, but everyone died. So that certainly wasn't ideal. So HitReg answer the call. They've tied the game. This is the closest this game's ever been. And it's tied 2-2.
Yeah, we said it, man. I have a Scolio. Okay, the wall's there, so he gets away, but they're gonna dash right on and above. Scolio gonna swat Sadie out of the air. Michael Scarn gets his piece of the pie with 2 thus far, eliminating Cedric and counterpart. Final 1, and Michael back at it again with his typical playstyle: aggression, as they're gonna hop on the defuse and they're able to retake flawlessly.
Well, this HitReg has showed up to play. I like that for sure. With the flawless anti-eco round, they are headed back into the Doldrins against the guns. This one, you know, an important round, sort of because what it does is it sort of sets the tone, right? Remember before it was bonuses and, you know, that kind of stuff. So Hyperspace Dark, they've got everything that they can need. They've got a couple of ultimates. Now, that said, HitReg has a vast array of their own to utilize if they so please. Pit for both sides, as is that Empress in lockdown potentially. Res as well for HitReg. So lots to play with, I think. And I would think you would want to force that advantage in this round, though Cedric has found the opening pick.
Well said, as the opening pick itself is going to lend itself to a good bit of opportunity on the attack side. Of course, Icebox, one of the maps that has a massive rotate potential, or time rather, as Michael again retaliating back. Cedric trades it with this Pit of Doom here from Tone. I don't expect them to really want to execute on B, but Sadie has a different opinion.
Welcome to my world.
Sadie wanted to just, you know, throw a couple of shots out and see what's going on over there. It looks as if, well, if you guys got B, we got A, and we'll throw a pit of our own out. Says Hyperspace Dark. Sadie doing the real rotate around. He's going to find one player in mid, more than likely. Depends on the timing. It's not come to fruition just yet. As we see the lockdown coming through, and Shock Dart's doing well. Shock Dart denies the pit, though it's everyone else for Hyperspace Dark to find frags. That lockdown's irrelevant if everyone's dead.
This is now gonna put us into that that interesting gray zone, is where on a 3-3 scoreline, given how the funds are looking very even, the next 2, I would say 1 or 2 rounds are going to be a determining factor as to how the following 3 to 4 even unfolds, right? If we can get a strong bit of momentum shift, considering we have another 6 rounds to pick up in this half, we will end up seeing that tilt towards that 9-3, I think. Let's see how it pans out. I have confidence as we're really being very diverse on this attack side. A and B, both on the table. Not really much favoritism, it seems, as they're grouped now towards that A side. Michael Scarn, 1, 2. What is Hyperspace Dark trying to accomplish with this aggressive push here? Sadie finally dismisses that Reyna. HitReg looking good.
I mean, yeah, that's what they wanted to accomplish. I don't even think it was Hyperspace Dark that were trying to do anything in particular other than just their normal map control, but rather Michael getting in such a nasty position, really frustrating Hyperspace Dark by finding an opening couple of picks, and fortunately for Hyperspace, not able to get away with his life, but still giving a massive advantage over.
Our spike carrier is killed.
No one towards B, and this is the mid player who's gone. That spike has been given away. It looks like it has been spotted as well. Frustrating for Hyperspace Dark, is now they have 35 seconds really, and they've got to not only recover that spike but try to bring it somewhere and plant it.
30 seconds left.
This is the time where HD's got to make a play. With 30, I don't foresee them wanting to do that. They're gonna just chill. They got a spike to worry about. They have Chloric, who's just basically hatching that sucker at mid as he's neighboring it, running the clock down. So the attackers are going to keep their guns, take it ahead, and I really hope they don't do any kind of funny peeks as this timer hits that 5-second marker.
Scanning ahead.
Nicely done there to save these weapons for Hyperspace Dark. Is going to give them some additional cash flow in the next round. At the very least, additional weaponry. Don't know if they're going to be able to purchase off the back of it. It looks like the cash is there. It might be a bit shoddy, but it's otherwise going to happen. 3 ultimates there for Hyperspace Dark. The res is up, as is both Empresses and both Hunter's Furies. So, pretty even across the ultimate spectrum, with the exception of the res, but still, when it comes to gun rounds, it feels like Hit Reg have just kind of had the better of Hyperspace Dark here. I don't know, maybe I'm misreading that, but that's just my feel.
As the Hunter's Fury comes out now, this time making good contact there. Ginny able to tag off Michael, who now is ulted and healing away. Oicy in a bit of a pickle. Oh, nice crosshair placement. More. Give us some more. Yes, Michael. And he follows up with more. Dismisses. Reloads, and he's got just 2 more members to mulch through here with the spike down. If he clears close left, Ginny. Good swing. Good shoulder peek and a jiggle, actually. So Michael falls, but still 4 more members of Hit Reg to mulch through.
Yeah, nice little pre-fire as well to find that. Cedric finds one of his own, making this a bit more even. Still player advantage to Hit Reg. At this point, certainly don't want to be giving away free shots. All you're going to be doing is giving an opportunity away to Hyperspace Dark. And seems that Hit Reg have finally figured that out and stopped their peeking. Sonar goes out. Left. Only finds Cloric, who's on the back of the site, which they already knew, and Ginny gets aggressive. He's able to find one. It's now equalized. It was a 2-on-5, it's now 2-on-2. Devastating look, but Toneho has the frag, and he's got the second as well, with the headshot on the Phantom.
This is looking really good. I mean, Hit Reg, we talked about it now. You can see the 2 rounds elapsed since that 3-3 scoreline, and El Shocker, the finances on the Hyperspace Dark side are not the greatest. Now, they're going to be on a save scenario. Big guns on the side of Hit Reg is going to lend itself to what we expect to be a round win. Going to push them to 6, then a bye back potentially. And if they can close that out, we could very well see that 7-8. But at this point, that round was pivotal for Hit Reg more than anything. It's going to set them up for a clean 6, I hope.
That's certainly the hope, and well, Michael's certainly loving that, trying to make that a reality. Opening pick once again. Call this man the opener for a reason. And, well, ooh, Sadie. A little bit cheeky. That shot, but speaking of cheeky, Michael, this man has no fear whatsoever, though Ginny, he connects a headshot. So, you know, high risk, high reward plays there from Michael. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. This time, he not only finds an opening frag, but he gives away the equalizer as well.
4 versus 4, 55 on the clock now. You can see the split scenario, though. 2 members kind of work their way through mid. A great A pinch potential, but KJ is right behind the steps there, looking for opportunities. Sadie's going to have to do something really well here. Cloric opens up with a good Hunter's Fury. Sadie doing the deed, as I mentioned, gets that pick onto Scolio before getting traded. 3v2 is your timeline. Almost connects with that Sheriff shot as it's down to Hyperspace Dark.
30 seconds left.
Lacing the Jordans up and running quickly onto B, but unless Viper can get there to join the party sooner, well, not so much now as Cedric gets picked by Tone's positioning. Ginny about to be a little overwhelmed.
But an extra cash in the pocket certainly hurt nobody. Nicely done there by Toneho. Ginny had a nice opportunity, actually, all things considered. He actually had a bit of an off angle, but doesn't get the shot, so they Reg have 6, and well, you talked about at the beginning of that round, you know, the hope, the dream there for Hit Reg that they are able to sort of take that momentum and ride. Well, they've done just that. They've got 6 of the last 7 rounds in their pocket, and don't know that they show much signs of stopping at this point.
No, it's really building up. The steamroller is in full effect. This buy round on its own, you look at the current finances on the side of Hyperspace Dark, is really the last hoorah, I feel, before we shift over back to a save. Working to pick though is HD, who have not been very successful on opening up picks here. Final. His crosshair is so good. He's just looking at the exact place he needs to. Sadi cannot make the magic happen. I mean, they probably did hear the updraft, to be fair, but nonetheless, it's a great shot to hit as they are now holding steady on the number advantage. Wavy responds back with an equalizer onto Final. Shock Dart to close out or respond with the close-up. Cedric, well-placed shot on Tone, who was just waiting patiently, thinking he could swing out from the wings. You can always count on Michael to flank, but not before Cedric responds just as quickly. And Oicy gonna go for that res. Happy to see it. Scolio now has got 3 to work through.
It's gonna be a tough ask for sure. They're not entirely unwinnable. I mean, this is definitely a really rough spot. And he's going to take that first duel. He wins that one out. Spots the second. Actually knows now where both these players are. Chases the jitter peak and wins the second duel. But unfortunately, the double swing's far too powerful. And Wavy confirms the final of those frags. Believe it or not, this is a... I mean, it's looking like we might be looking at a fully tied half. I mean, it's 6-4 right now. Should come more defined for Hyperspace Dark, but still... I mean, that seems crazy.
This is the night of Guinness World Records, my friend, at the end of the day. And I'd love that post-plant scenario. Stacked like a firehouse sub, just patiently waiting for that cross. And yeah, what are you going to do? You got to look up and down at the same time? It ain't happening. And they are able to pick that one up. I don't know. It's anyone's match, it feels like, as we get such swinging rounds, you know? We open up aggressively early on, and the next round it's just complete silence. We run it down to 10 seconds. So great diversity as they're now choosing to aggress towards this B side. Working their way through. Oicy with 2 thus far here. Scolio gonna res Michael Skarn. It's a good choice too. And the Pit of Doom gonna also ensure that nobody can really get on site at B without taking some hit point damage. Oh no, that's gone.
Trade one pit for another, I guess. It's certainly one way to do it. Yeah. Spike still getting planted, but with the disadvantage to hit reg, despite their pit still in play. Tapping on that spike. Still lots of post-plant stuff coming down, and now that pit's gone. It's always with actually getting that quad frag. Nicely done there.
Last round.
And Hyperspace Dark, they're making this tied half a reality, believe it or not. It's 5-6 now, and with the economy that they were able to build up, Hitreg still have plenty of cash flow, but it's looking as if we might be tied up again.
I believe so. And as we approach the last round, all my intuition and vibes are telling me that we're just gonna ride it out. Even if we enter a 6-6, you guys can be, how can I say, be happy that we got to this point in the way that we did, right? 2 massive landslide matches, and now we're down to a 6-6 almost scenario. You wanted some Wednesday Pit of Valor. You guys got it. Hunter's Fury opening it up there from that deep B. Michael connecting onto Sadi. Ginny makes work of that, all making sure it doesn't go to waste. Now Michael is fully Empressed and looking for more swing. He locks heads like it's absolute gravy for him, as he's so far mulched through 2, leaving it to just 2 more members of HD here.
Spike down.
Like I may have spoken too soon, as it's 1v4. Toneho on the flank as well, and well, Cedric seems to be aware of the possibility, but not aware of the player. So this is a classic 7-5 half, and honestly, I mean, considering game 1 and game 2, it's surprising, though I don't know what else I expected.
I'm looking for words, can't find them, so I'm gonna just, you know, pretend that they don't exist. Just
Just
I'm gonna
lost all
null
the
it.
words.
No, I didn't lose them. They never showed up to be lost in the in the first place. Like they were just MIA to start. So, getting into half number 2, Vincent. Let's see how this pans out. I'm very humbled by the play from Hyperspace Dark. They put up a good joust. It seemed like Hit Reg were really more aligned, and Michael's impact, of course, on the board 17 and 10, especially towards the last 2-3 rounds, was notable, especially with the Empress active. As we're now watching for Wavy to pick that crosshair right in the right neighborhood. He does not, as it looks like the attackers are yearning to get on this A site, but Cedric doing an early job of denying on the mid push as well.
Michael is absolutely electrifying here, whether it be pistols or any other rifle, really. And it's his team that comes out with more. Hit Reg with all the kills. Hyperspace Dark left with 1. Low HP for final. Is that going to be enough to allow for Cedric with this ghost to get back in here? He meets his first test, and he passes with flying colors. That was the low HP player. Gonna get hit with that sonar dart and trying to hold back one. He's got the frag and got scary, but Cedric again, far too strong. Cedric always trying, but this time he's failing. As Michael has that clutch. This man,
now imagine
20 and 10.
Sorry, imagine that Reina patch didn't come to be, right? Michael didn't even get a kill towards the end of that, right? I think he did enough damage to trigger the orb presence, his contribution to the frag, and that heal in itself was just massive. Look at him, 20 and 10. Reina reigns supreme, to say the least.
I mean, she's so powerful on pistol rounds as well, because you can buy that, more powerful gun and then get the overheal. It's so good. I mean, it really is, even with, less orbs, obviously. And Hit Reg now in the driver's seat. Not that they weren't really in the driver's seat before, but certainly have taken the wheel. Here goes out. He's going to get denied by that Marshall. Jenny in the position that Michael loves to play in. Going to get tagged a little bit. Not quite, though. As the spike goes down.
Michael, the ice wall lurker himself, picks up a nice frag. Tone going to counter lurk the marbles out of Cedric, who flanked last round. This time he pays the price now. Wavy, Devour, Dink cannot dismiss fast enough for now. At this point, Chloric is the last man, or sorry, no, I apologize. Oicy is the last man standing at back site. Viper lineups are also going to come through if there's a second charge available. I don't think Tone has it, but he's lurking on that nest side. Oicy's got a tap. 10 bullets in a dream, clearing maze, spots one up top, force a reload, and that's pretty much it for this round.
Yeah, Toho just coming back in to confirm the kill. Not that it was even a necessity, but just for good measure. Gotta keep things clean and moving. Hit Reg 9-5. And well,
they keep it lubricated, but I don't really know how I feel about that word.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems a little bit sus.
Almost as bad as the 12-0 ice cream in the back of the ice cream.
No, come on, now that's not even close.
Just keep it lubricated, my guy.
All right, it's getting late, and well, Stripe's losing it. I'm losing it. We're all loving it. 9-5. There's that orb that gives the Hunter's Fury over here to Hit Reg. Hit is available for the Viper of Hyperspace Dark.
Spike down.
Sadie opens it up with a clean pick onto final. Tone responds onto Cedric, and now you can see they've shifted gears and are going back to pick up the Lonesome Spike waiting outside of A. And with just 3 members spread so thin across such a gigantic map, 1 AB and 1 mid, it's as long as the attackers here work as a squad and collapse together, I think it's viable. But Sage has already had a bit of a hunch, pre-rotated more or less towards screen, getting on site. Here we go. Wall planted is once again. Michael, the planter, this case, going to put it down, and he's got an Empress off that too.
If he uses it, not yet. Pop. Sadie coming around the corner, unsuccessful. And in fact, there is that dismiss we've been talking about. No need to use that Empress because he's fallen as well. 3-on-2 here. Hit Reg still with the advantage. Hunter's Fury if needed from the very back line, and well, it's actually going to be pulled out at the start. Tap on the spike just to try and pull out those shots. Indeed, they do, but whilst all those shots are happening, everyone is getting a position in order to frag out.
We're getting there. First to hit the double digits there for Hit Reg is going to be the 10-round scoreline respectfully. And sadly, we force HG to hit the save and the most well-placed timeout request here now. It seems like they just wait for the double digit to hit, and then they say, you know what, maybe we should go back to the board. It's a 5-round delta to close, Vincent. Not too hardy of a task, but nonetheless, considering they are on a save now, this save is critical. I'll leave it at that. They don't get this, we're gonna be in for a world of pain, that's for sure.
I mean, it's definitely, a tough ask. Not unwinnable for sure. Like you say, 5 rounds, yeah, that is substantial, but we've seen this team, this name, by the way, do more with less, honestly. Now, these players, maybe not so much, but, Hit Reg in a position where they could start to run away with this thing. It's all up to them, though. As the timer ticks away, we get back into the freeze time. Empress for both. And that Viper's Pit still available for Hyperspace Dark, so they could throw that at A or B should they desire. Right now, that Viper going to be setting up for B stuff at the minute.
The drone towards long from Sova with Michael yet again doing his best. We saw this in the previous matchup. Wow, big swing from Final onto Sadie. Cedric responds with the trade, and that was his second pick of that round as Hit Reg at the disadvantage. Waiting for the Reyna ultimates though. Patience here. HD, you got to use that sooner than later, I hope. Chloric, look at this Giga Lurk behind the wall. I would expect the pick to come out momentarily onto Cedric, who's just lurking in the wings. But 3 versus 3 is your situation here, and Chloric, good patience and due diligence, making sure that no one decides to do any kind of funny business. And they know Cedric has been weaseling his way through mid more than once in this matchup.
I have the spike.
Yet again, Hit Reg in the driving seat, 3v2. Spike now picked up, 50 on the clock. And they're looking like they're feeling this A push. Oh no, Oisey caught off guard underneath tube. And Ginny in a dream against 3.
Speaking of weaseling your way through mid, I mean, Michael did the same, to be fair. Nice shot by Jenny, but good trade by Caloric. 3 for Caloric on the round, and Hit Reg are at 11. And well, we talked about that round being important. It was certainly important, and this one is even more so. As guns are in the hands of Hyperspace Stark, they've got an operator for Sadie. And they have to pick it up, because if they don't, we're on to match and grand final point.
That's a good way to end it out, man. Really stylish. There's guns on both sides. I mean, but take us over to match point if it's going to be that way. See what they can do. Ultimate's still available. I'm happy they reserved it, because now we're really in the I'm gonna say the crunchiest moments of this matchup. Let's Michael Karn is feeling the pressure, I would say.
I'm just ready to chomp down. Get ready to go. Michael, he swung that paranoia, or sorry, rather paranoia. It's a Lear, not a paranoia. Coming down and actually doesn't do much on the blind, but is able to allow him to find a frag. Lockdown out here for Hit Reg. On the beat, it's going to allow the plant for sure. And off the back of that, everyone falls back. As I say, the Viper's Pit comes out. It is the Viper's Pit from the attackers, and that's immediately shut down. Sadie has a shot through that with the help of the sonar. Wavy, now Empress in hand, gets aggressive, finds the frag. Sadie as well, but this is still 2 on this. Final has this, but it's not going to do enough. Cedric was on the spike the entire time and has everything for this Hyperspace Dark team. It's not going to be match point. Hyperspace Dark respond, and they get back on the board.
That wall single-handedly sealed the deal for Cedric. The way he hid behind that, just pivotal. I mean, look at it now, 11-6. They are also able to get the up and pass that off to Sadie, and we'll see if it's enough for him to get aggressive one more time on this attack side and make something happen, I hope. Or sorry, on the defensive side. If you can get a nice opening pick, man, that's pivotal. It's going to put Hit Reg in for a bit of a whirlpool.
Well, money's still pretty good here for Hit Reg, so they're not hurting just yet. Put it that way. Though, that's certainly a hurt. Scolio going down early there to Wavy. And beyond that, a situation where Hyperspace Dark have lots of ults that Hit Reg simply don't have at their disposal.
Oh, Sadie, that shot was beyond critical to land. I think he actually shouldered or tagged Reyna lightly, if anything. But now you can very well expect Michael to be on the prowl for a quick kill and a devour to get him back up to where he wants to be. Sadie looking at it up top. Does he know that there's multiple down below? He has dash. He's got smokes, updrafts, and blade storms as well. So this shift, good. As the nest and down below, 3, 2, 1 is the unison swing, and he shifts away. Oh my god, at the most opportune time. Get ready for this. This is the textbook Hyperspace Dark collapse onto A, running that timer down to the wire.
30 seconds
Lear
left.
coming out. Operator was ready, but that's not good. The player up top was even better. Caloric finds success, and well, Toneho for a moment was sitting inside their own snake bite, just position, but it's going to allow for Wavy to get back involved. The spike goes down after that, thanks to Toneho, but it's 2-on-2. Bunch of Fury here for Hit Reg, and that's a huge deal. Already going to be crocked and ready, maybe a bit early, you could argue, but either way is going to allow for aggression to come in, and Toneho's far too ready for it. Now, nearly impossible here for Ginny, and indeed it is, because Toneho gets aggressive once again off the back of that.
Tough scenario for Ginny, really brutal. The push was the right play, but Tone, like you said, was just really prepared. Connected on a great close proximity frag, and you can see Michael 25 and 15, followed up by Tone respectfully. Match point is the current status. Hit Reg ready to take home the 50 beans if they can close it up here. HD in not the most ideal fashion, are just not in a position to buy any kind of substantial weapon.
Yeah, that's the most frustrating part of this fight. You know, this what could be the last round. It's match point, right? And nothing at all really available for Hyperspace Dark. I mean, they've got like a couple of SMGs, a couple of sheriffs. Like, it's just not ideal in any scenario, no matter how you look at it, and it really makes things tough. In fact, Michael just gets aggressive through that pit and shuts down what little advantage they did have. Scolio on the other side of the map opens a sight, and that's going to mean that the spike can move right on in.
Oizy choosing not to click, despite having a semi-decent potential. Of course, that sheriff only does a 145 on a long distance, so it wouldn't have been a kill anyways even if it did hit dome. But this is it now. Hit Reg, spike planted, 5 versus 3 retake. Sadie is going to be your pivotal factor into this clutch.
Hero, so to speak.
Yes.
Oh, tough luck there for Jenny. And that is the hero gone, dead, done, dusted. Ois left alone, and Ois falls. Flawless victory. Hit Reg take it 2-0, Strive.
Whew. Shake it off, breathe, and let's have a moment to appreciate how we got here. Where's that? Did you add that page to the?
Yeah, I got it. Don't you worry.
Can you? Yeah. Okay. Can you read that for our beautiful viewers? It's washed out, Vince. I need you to read it.
Don't worry. I got you.
Please, thank you.
It says least rounds in a 3-map series. GLG Pit of Valor, number 51, grand finals.
Amazing.
I mean, right here from the Guinness Book of World Records. It's very legitimate. Trust me. Definitely not made up here on the spot.
No, we're gonna even republish it. Like, we're gonna just put it back on there. Amazon special, limited edition, 1 of 1. Vincent will sign it. But in all seriousness, guys, though, what a matchup. What a series. The first match was enough to tell me, okay, map number 2, heck, it's going to be another landslide. No, it went the complete opposite way. Then we got to map number 3. I said, okay, it's one of two ways, and it actually ended up being the former instead of the latter. We ended up getting a really, really great match. You can see 13-6, albeit it wasn't as tight as I was hoping. It just seemed like HitReg really just jives the team on attack. Like that's their sauce. They just do so well time in and time out. And yeah, maybe Icebox and Ascent are their 2 maps that they excel the most at.
Well, you know, I talked about it actually when we watched HitReg on Icebox earlier today. We only got to like 4 or 5 rounds, or maybe it was even less, of their attack side. But even from that little bit that I saw, I was really impressed with it. I was like, dang, these guys are really solid on Icebox attack, and they showed it. I mean, they showed it right here. I mean, the half inning 7-5, it's a relatively even half. It was pretty much tied up, you know, until HitReg were able to take a couple of extra rounds there at the end. And it was off the back of some individual plays. I wouldn't be fair if I didn't mention the fact that Michael Scarn had an incredible game 3. 28-15. I think that probably is the best score line of any of these games thus far. And that's really only because there was more rounds than any of the other games. You know, some individual performances happened there too. But yeah, really solid stuff. And once they got onto the attack, it was just an unstoppable force.
That it was. Well summarized, well put, and I'd say a well-executed evening for our team here tonight. And a congratulations goes out to HitReg for cleaning house. They take home 50 beans. Of course, guys, per the norm, if you guys don't know, GLG Club membership is a thing. So be sure to get one of your team members at least to sign up, $10 a month, and you get entry to all the goodies. And it's free entry too for our paid events, which is saucy. That the Player Zone Invitational $2,000 grand prize is coming up shortly too. You guys can hit !PZ in chat or !GLGCC in chat for details on the 2 items that I mentioned. As always, a big thank you to our chat moderation team, producers, observers, Vincent, Mick, and Mickey, who are here earlier with you guys tonight, and to our lovely participants in our Pit of Valor's weekend week, and to my beautiful viewers. Thank you so much for being here. Vincent, closing words.
Feeling good. I'm loving it. I know everyone here has had a good time. Well, we're going to bid you all farewell. We'll see you here next week, same time, same channel, for another Pit of Valor.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
The opposing opponent picking up from garage, could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Striker J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.